The Beautiful People by Charles Beaumont. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Mary was a misfit. She didn't want to be beautiful, and she wasted time doing mad things, like eating and sleeping. The Beautiful People by Charles Beaumont. Mary sat quietly and watched the handsome man's legs blown off, watched further as the great ship began to crumble and break into small pieces in the middle of the blazing night. She fidgeted slightly as the men and parts of men came floating dreamily through the wreckage, out into the awful silence. And when the meteorite shower came upon the men, gouging holes through everything, tearing flesh and ripping bones, Mary closed her eyes. "Mother!" Mrs. Cuberly glanced up from her magazine. Do we have to wait much longer?" "I don't think so. Why?" Mary said nothing, but looked at the moving wall. "Oh, that!" Mrs. Cuberly laughed and shook her head. "That tired old thing? Read a magazine, Mary, like I'm doing. We've all seen that 1,000,000 times." "Does it have to be on, Mother?" "Well, nobody seems to be watching. I don't think the doctor would mind if I switched it off." Mrs. Cuberly rose from the couch and walked to the wall. She depressed a little button, and the life went from the wall, flickering and glowing. Mary opened her eyes. "Honestly," Mrs. Cuberly said to the woman sitting beside her, "you'd think they'd try to get something else. We might as well go to the museum and watch the first landing on Mars. The Majorca disaster? Really?" The woman repeated without distracting her eyes from the magazine page. "It's the doctor's idea. Psychology." Mrs. Cuberly opened her mouth and moved her head up and down knowingly. "Oh, I should have known there was some reason. Still, who watches it?" "The children do. Makes them think. Makes them grateful or something." "Oh, psychology." Mary picked up a magazine and leafed through the pages. All photographs of women and men. Women like Mother, and like others in the room. Slender, tanned, shapely, beautiful women. And men with large muscles and shiny hair. Women and men, all looking alike, all perfect and beautiful. She folded the magazine and wondered how to answer the questions that would be asked. "Mother! Gracious, what is it now? Can't you sit still for a minute?" "But we've been here 3 hours." Mrs. Cuberly sniffed. Do I really have to?" "Now don't be silly, Mary. After those terrible things you told me, of course you do." An olive-skinned woman in a transparent white uniform came into the reception room. "Cuberly? Mrs. Zena Cuberly?" "Yes." "The doctor will see you now." Mrs. Cuberly took Mary by the hand, and they walked behind the nurse down a long corridor. A man who seemed in his middle-20s looked up from a desk. He smiled and gestured toward 2 adjoining chairs. "Well, well. Dr. Horrell, The doctor snapped his fingers. "Of course, I know. Your daughter. Ha ha. I certainly do know your trouble. Get so many of them nowadays. Takes up most of my time." "You do?" asked Mrs. Cuberly. "Frankly, it had begun to upset me." "Upset? Not good. Not good at all. Ah, but then, if people did not get upset, we psychiatrists would be out of a job, eh? Go the way of the early MD. But I assure you I need to hear no more." He turned his handsome face to Mary. "Little girl, how old are you?" 18, sir." "Oh, a real bit of impatience. It's just about time, of course. What might your name be?" "Mary." "Charming, and so unusual. Well now, Mary, may I say that I understand your problem? Understand it thoroughly? Mrs. Cuberly smiled and smoothed the sequins on her blouse. Madam, you have no idea how many there are these days. Sometimes it preys on their minds so that it affects them physically, even mentally. Makes them act strange, say peculiar, unexpected things. One little girl I recall was so distracted she did nothing but brood all day long. Can you imagine? That's what Mary does. When she finally told me, Doctor, I thought she had gone, you know. That bad, eh? Afraid we'll have to start a re-education program very soon, or they'll all be like this. I believe I'll suggest it to the senator day after tomorrow. I don't quite understand, Doctor. Simply, Mrs. Cuberly, that the children have got to be thoroughly instructed. Thoroughly. Too much is taken for granted, and childish minds somehow refuse to accept things without definite reason. Children have become far too intellectual, which, as I trust I needn't remind you, is a dangerous thing. Yes, but what has this to do with Mary? Everything, of course. Mary, like half the 16, 17, and 18-year-olds today, has begun to feel acutely self-conscious. She feels that her body has developed sufficiently for the transformation, which of course it has not quite yet. And she cannot understand the complex reasons that compel her to wait until some future date. Mary looks at you, at the women all about her, at the pictures, and then she looks into a mirror. From pure perfection of body, face, limbs, pigmentation, carriage, stance, from Simon pure perfection, if I may be allowed the expression, she sees herself and is horrified. Isn't that so, my dear child? Of course, of course. She asks herself, why must I be hideous, unbalanced, oversized, undersized, full of revolting skin eruptions, badly schemed organically? In short, Mary is tired of being a monster and is overly anxious to achieve what almost everyone else has already achieved. But, said Mrs. Cuberly, this much you understand doubtless. Now, Mary, what you object to is what our society offers you, and the others like you. No convincing logic on the side of waiting until age 19. It is all taken for granted, and you want to know why. It is that simple. A non-technical explanation will not suffice. Mercy, no. The modern child wants facts, solid technical data, to satisfy her every question. And that, as you can see, will take a good deal of reorganizing. But, said Mary, the child is upset, nervous, tense. She acts strange, peculiar, odd, worries you and makes herself ill because it is beyond our meager powers to put it across. I tell you, what we need is a whole new basis for learning. And that will take doing. It will take doing, Mrs. Cuberly. Now, don't you worry about Mary, and don't you worry, child. I'll prescribe some pills, and— No, no, doctor, you're all mixed up, cried Mrs. Cuberly. I beg your pardon, madam? What I mean is, you've got it wrong. Tell him, Mary, tell the doctor what you told me. Mary shifted uneasily in the chair. It's that I don't want it. The doctor's well-proportioned jaw dropped. Would you please repeat that? I said, I don't want the transformation. Don't want it? You see, she told me. That's why I came to you. The doctor looked at Mary suspiciously. But that's impossible. I've never heard of such a thing. Little girl, are you playing a joke? Mary nodded negatively. See, doctor, what can it be? Mrs. Cuberly rose and began to pace. The doctor clucked his tongue and took from a small cupboard a black box covered with buttons and dials and wires. Oh, no, you don't think— I mean, could it? We shall soon see. The doctor revolved a number of dials and studied a single bulb at the center of the box. It did not flicker. He removed handles from Mary's head. "Dear me," the doctor said. "Dear me. Your daughter is perfectly sane, Mrs. Cuberly." "Well, then what is it?" "Perhaps she is lying. We haven't completely eliminated that factor as yet. It slips into certain organisms." More tests, more machines, and more negative results. Mary pushed her foot in a circle on the floor. When the doctor put his hands on her shoulders, she looked up pleasantly. "Little girl," said the handsome man, "do you actually mean to tell us that you prefer that body?" "Yes, sir." "May I ask why?" "I like it. It's hard to explain, but it's me, and that's what I like. Not the looks, maybe, but the me. You can look in a mirror and see yourself, then look at, well, at your mother, and be content?" "Yes, sir." Mary thought of her reasons, fuzzy, vague, but very definitely there. Maybe she had said the reasons. No, only a part of it. "Mrs. Cuberly," the doctor said, "I suggest that your husband have a long talk with Mary. My husband is dead. That affair near Ganymede, I believe. Something like that." "Oh, splendid. Rocket man, eh? Very interesting organisms. Something always seems to happen to rocket men, one way or another. But I suppose we should do something." The doctor scratched his jaw. "When did she first start talking this way?" he asked. "Oh, for quite some time. I used to think it was because she was such a baby. But lately, the time getting so close and all, I thought I'd better see you." "Of course, very, very wise. Does she also do odd things?" "Well, I found her on the second level one night. She was lying on the floor, and when I asked her what she was doing, she said she was trying to sleep." Mary flinched. She was sorry, in a way, that Mother had found that out. Did you say sleep?" "That's right." "Now where could she have picked that up?" "No idea." "Mary, don't you know that nobody sleeps anymore? That we have an infinitely greater lifespan than our poor ancestors, now that the wasteful state of unconsciousness has been conquered? Child, have you actually slept? No one knows how anymore." "No, sir, but I almost did." The doctor sighed. "But it's unheard of. How could you begin to try to do something people have forgotten entirely about?" "The way it was described in the book. It sounded nice, that's all." Mary was feeling very uncomfortable now. Home, and no talking man in a foolish white gown. "Books? Books? There are books in your unit, madam?" "There could be. I haven't cleaned up in a while." "That is certainly peculiar. I haven't seen a book for years. Not since 17. Mary began to fidget and stare nervously about. "But with the tapes, why should you try to read books? Where do you get them?" "Daddy did. He got them from his father, and so did Grandpa. He says they're better than tapes, and he was right." Mrs. Cuberly flushed. "My husband was a little strange, Dr. Horrell. He kept those things despite everything I said." "Dear me. Excuse me." The muscular, black-haired doctor walked to another cabinet and selected from a shelf a bottle. From the bottle he took 2 large pills and swallowed them. "Sleep, books, doesn't want the transformation. Mrs. Cuberly, my dear good woman, this is grave. Doesn't want the transformation? I would appreciate it if you would change psychiatrists. I am very busy, and this is somewhat specialized. I suggest Central Dome. Many fine doctors there. Goodbye." The doctor turned and sat down in a large chair and folded his hands. Mary watched him and wondered why the simple statements should have so changed things. But the doctor did not move from the chair. "Well," said Mrs. Cuberly, and walked quickly from the room. The man's legs were being blown off again as they left the reception room. Mary considered the reflection in the mirrored wall. She sat on the floor and looked at different angles of herself: profile, full face, full length, naked, clothed. Then she took up the magazine and studied it. She sighed. "Mirror, mirror on the wall." The words came haltingly to her mind and from her lips. She hadn't read them, she recalled. Daddy had said them, quoted them, as he put it. But they too were lines from a book. "Who is the fairest of—" A picture of Mother sat upon the dresser, and Mary considered this now, looked for a long time at the slender feminine neck, the golden skin, smooth and without blemish, without wrinkles, and without age, the dark brown eyes and the thin tapers of eyebrows, the long black lashes set evenly so that each half of the face corresponded precisely, the half-parted mouth, a violet tint against the gold, the white teeth, even sparkling. Mother, beautiful, transformed Mother, and back again to the mirror. Of them all, the image of a rather chubby girl, without lines of rhythm or grace, without perfection, splotchy skin full of little holes, puffs in the cheeks, red eruptions on the forehead, perspiration, shapeless hair flowing into shapeless shoulders down a shapeless body. Like all of them, before the transformation. Did they all look like this before? Did Mother even? Mary thought hard, trying to remember exactly what Daddy and Grandpa had said, why they said the transformation was a bad thing, and why she believed and agreed with them so strongly. It made little sense, but they were right. They were right. And one day she would understand completely. Mrs. Cuberly slammed the door angrily, and Mary jumped to her feet. She hadn't forgotten about it. "The way you upset Dr. Harrell, he won't even see me anymore, and these traumas are getting horrible. I'll have to get that awful Dr. Wagner." "Sorry." Mrs. Cuberly sat on the couch and crossed her legs carefully. "What in the world are you doing on the floor?" "Trying to sleep. Now I won't hear of it. You've got to stop it. You know you're not insane. Why should you want to do such a silly thing?" "The books. And Daddy told me about it." "And you mustn't read those terrible things." "Why? Is there a law against them?" "Well, no, but people tired of books when the tapes came in. You know that. The house is full of tapes, anything you want." Mary stuck out her lower lip. "They're no fun, all about the wars and the colonizations." "And I suppose the books are fun?" "Yes, they are." "And that's where you got this idiotic notion that you don't want the transformation, isn't it?" "Of course it is." "Well, we'll see to that." Mrs. Cuberly rose quickly and took the books from the corner and from the closet and filled her arms with them. She looked everywhere in the room and gathered the old rotten volumes. These she carried from the room and threw into the elevator. A button guided the door shut. "I thought you'd do that," Mary said. "That's why I hid most of the good ones, where you'll never find them." Mrs. Cuberly took a satin handkerchief to her eyes and began to weep. "Just look at you! Look! I don't know what I ever did to deserve this." "Deserve what, Mother? What am I doing that's so wrong?" Mary's mind rippled in a confused stream. "What?" Mrs. Cuberly screamed. "What? Do you think I want people to point to you and say I'm the mother of an idiot? That's what they'll say, you'll see. Or," she looked up hopefully, "have you changed your mind?" "No!" The vague reasons longed to be put into words. "It doesn't hurt. They just take off a little skin and put some on, and give you pills and electronic treatments and things like that. It doesn't take more than a week." "No!" The reason. "Don't you want to be beautiful like other people, like me? Look at your friend Shala. She's getting her transformation next month, and she's almost pretty now." "Mother, I don't care." "If it's the bones you're worried about, well, that doesn't hurt. They give you a shot, and when you wake up, everything's molded right. Everything to suit the personality." "I don't care. I don't care." "But why? I like me the way I am." Almost. Almost exactly. But not quite. Part of it, however. Part of what Daddy and Grandpa meant. "But you're so ugly, dear. Like Dr. Hortel said. And Mr. Wilmus at the factory. He told some people he thought you were the ugliest girl he'd ever seen. Says he'll be thankful when you have your transformation. And what if he hears about all of this? What will happen then?" "Daddy said I was beautiful." "Well, really, dear, do you have eyes?" "Daddy said that real beauty is only skin deep. He said a lot of things like that, and when I read them in the books, I felt the same way. I guess I don't want to look like everybody else, that's all. No, that's not it. Not it at all." "The man had too much to do with you. You'll notice that he had his transformation, though." "But he was sorry. He told me that if he had to do it over again, he'd never do it. He said for me to be stronger than he was." "Well, I won't have it. You're not going to get away with this, young lady. After all, I'm your mother." A bulb flickered in the bathroom, and Mrs. Cuberly walked uncertainly to the cabinet. She took out a little cardboard box. "Time for lunch." Mary nodded. That was another thing the books talked about, which the tapes did not. Lunch seemed to be something special long ago, or at least different. The books talked of strange ways of putting a load of things into the mouth and chewing these things, enjoying them. Strange and somehow wonderful. "And you'd better get ready for work." "Yes, Mother." The office was quiet and without shadows. The walls gave off a steady luminescence, distributed the light evenly upon all the desks and tables, and it was neither hot nor cold. Mary held a ruler firmly and allowed the pen to travel down the metal edge effortlessly. The new black lines were small and accurate. She tipped her head, compared the notes beside her to the plan she was working on. She noticed the beautiful people looking at her more furtively than before, and she wondered about this as she made her lines. A tall man rose from his desk at the rear of the office and walked down the aisle to Mary's table. He surveyed her work, allowing his eyes to travel cautiously from her face to the draft. Mary looked around. "Nice job," said the man. "Thank you, Mr. Wilmus." "Graylick shouldn't have anything to complain about. That crane should hold the whole damn city." "It's a very good alloy, sir." "Yeah. Say, kid, you got a minute?" "Yes, sir." Let's go to Mullinson's office." The big, handsome man led the way into a small cubbyhole of a room. He motioned to a chair and sat on the edge of one desk. "Kid, I have never been one to beat around the bush. Somebody called in while ago, gave me some crazy story about you not wanting the transformation." Mary said, "Oh." Daddy had said it would have to happen someday. This must be what he meant. "I would have told them they were way off the beam, but I wanted to talk to you first. Get it straight." "Well, sir, it's true, I don't. I want to stay this way." The man looked at Mary, and then coughed embarrassedly. "What the hell? Excuse me, kid, but I don't exactly get it. You saw the psychiatrist?" "Yes, sir. I'm not insane. Dr. Hortel can tell you." "I didn't mean anything like that." "Well," the man laughed nervously, "I don't know what to say. You're still a cub, but you do swell work. Lot of good results. Lots of comments from the stations. But Mr. Poole won't like it." I know what you mean, Mr. Wilmus. But nothing can change my mind. I want to stay this way, and that's all there is to it." "But you'll get old before you're half through life." Yes, she would. Old, like the elders, wrinkled and brittle, unable to move right. Old. "It's hard to make you understand, but I don't see why it should make any difference." "Don't be getting me wrong now. It's not me, but, I don't own Interplanetary. I just work here. Mr. Poole likes to have things running smooth, and it's my job to carry it out. And soon as everybody finds out, things won't run smooth. There'll be a big stink. The dames will start asking questions and talk." "Will you accept my resignation then, Mr. Wilmus?" "Sure you won't change your mind?" "No, sir. I decided that a long time ago. I'm sorry now that I told Mother or anyone else. No, sir, I won't change my mind." "Well, I'm sorry, Mary. You've been doing awful swell work. Couple of years you could be centraled on one of the asteroids, the way you've been working. But if you should change your mind, there'll always be a job for you here." "Thank you, sir." "No hard feelings?" "No hard feelings." "Okay, then. You've got till March. And between you and me, I hope by then you've decided the other way." Mary walked back down the aisle, past the rows of desks, past the men and women, the handsome, model men, and the beautiful, perfect women. Perfect, all looking alike, looking exactly alike. She sat down again and took up her ruler and pen. Mary stepped into the elevator and descended several hundred feet. At the second level, she pressed a button and the elevator stopped. The doors opened with another button, and the doors to her unit with still another. Mrs. Cuberly sat on the floor by the TV, disconsolate and red-eyed. Her blonde hair had come slightly askew, and a few strands hung over her forehead. "You don't need to tell me. No one will hire you." Mary sat beside her mother. "If only you hadn't told Mr. Wilmus in the first place." "Well, I thought he could beat a little sense into you." The sounds from the TV grew louder. Mrs. Cuberly changed the channels, and finally turned it off. "What did you do today, Mother?" Mary smiled. "Do? What can I do? Nobody will come over. I told you what would happen." "Mother!" "They said you should be in the circuses." Mary went into another room. Mrs. Cuberly followed. "How are we going to live? Where does the money come from? Just because you're stubborn on this crazy idea. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Can I support both of us? They'll be firing me next. Why is this happening? Because of you, that's why. Nobody else on this planet ever refused the transformation. But you turned it down. You want to be ugly. Mary put her arms around her mother's shoulders. I wish I could explain. I've tried so hard to. It isn't that I want to bother anyone, or that Daddy wanted me to. I just don't want the transformation. Mrs. Cuberly reached into the pockets of her blouse and got a purple pill. She swallowed the pill. When the letter dropped from the chute, Mrs. Cuberly ran to snatch it up. She read it once, silently, then smiled. Oh, I was afraid they wouldn't answer. But we'll see about this now. She gave the letter to Mary. Mrs. Zena Cuberly, Unit 451D, Levels 2 and 3, City. Dear Madam, in your letter of December 3/36. We have carefully examined your complaint and consider that it requires stringent measures. Quite frankly, the possibility of such a complaint has never occurred to this department, and we therefore cannot make positive directives at the moment. However, due to the unusual qualities of the matter, we have arranged an audience at Central Dome, 8th level, 16th unit, January 3/37, 23 sharp. Dr. Elf Horrell has been instructed to attend. You will bring the subject in question. Yours, Department F. Mary let the paper flutter to the floor. She walked quietly to the elevator and set it for level 3. When the elevator stopped, she ran from it, crying, into her room. She thought and remembered and tried to sort out and put together. Daddy had said it, Grandpa had, the books did. Yes, the books did. She read until her eyes burned, and her eyes burned until she could read no more. Then Mary went to sleep, softly, without realizing it, for the first time. But the sleep was not peaceful. Ladies and gentlemen, said the young-looking, well-groomed man, this problem does not resolve easily. Dr. Hortel here testifies that Mary Cuberly is definitely not insane. Doctors Moynihan, Prynne, and Fetters all verify this judgment. Dr. Prynne asserts that the human organism is no longer so constructed as to create and sustain such an attitude through deliberate falsehood. Further, there is positively nothing in the structure of Mary Cuberly which might suggest difficulties in transformation. There is evidence for all these statements, and yet we are faced with this refusal. What, may I ask, is to be done? Mary looked at the metal table. We have been in session far too long, holding up far too many other pressing contingencies. The trouble on Mercury, for example. We'll have to straighten that out somehow. Throughout the rows of beautiful people, the mumbling increased. Mrs. Cuberly sat nervously, tapping her shoe and running a comb through her hair. Mary Cuberly, you have been given innumerable chances to reconsider, you know. Mary said, I know, but I don't want to. The beautiful people looked at Mary and laughed. Some shook their heads. The man threw up his hands. Little girl, can you realize what an issue you have caused? The unrest, the wasted time? Do you fully understand what you have done? Intergalactic questions hang fire while you sit there saying the same thing over and over. Doesn't the happiness of your mother mean anything to you?" A slender, supple woman in the back row cried, "We want action! Do something!" The man in the high stool raised his hand. "None of that now. We must conform, even though the question is out of the ordinary." He leafed through a number of papers on his desk, leaned down, and whispered into the ear of a strong blond man. Then he turned to Mary again. "Child, for the last time, do you reconsider? Will you accept transformation?" "No." The man shrugged his shoulders. "Very well, then. I have here a petition signed by 2,000 individuals and representing all the stations of Earth. They have been made aware of all the facts and have submitted the petition voluntarily. It's all so unusual, and I hope we won't have to, but the petition urges drastic measures." The mumbling rose. "The petition urges that you shall, upon final refusal, be forced by law to accept the transformation, and that an act of legislation shall make this universal and binding in the future." Mary's eyes were open wide. She stood and paused before speaking. "Why?" she asked loudly. The man passed a hand through his hair. Another voice from the crowd. "Seems to be a lot of questions unanswered here." And another. "Sign the petition, Senator." All the voices. "Sign it! Sign it!" "But why?" Mary began to cry. The voices stilled for a moment. "Because. If you'd only tell me that. Tell me." "Why, it simply isn't being done, that's all. The greatest gift of all. And what if others should get the same idea? What would happen to us then, little girl? We'd be right back to the ugly, thin, fat, unhealthy-looking race we were ages ago. There can't be any exceptions." "Maybe they didn't consider themselves so ugly." The mumbling began anew. "That isn't the point," cried the man. "You must conform." And the voices cried, "Yes," loudly, until the man took up a pen and signed the papers on his desk. Cheers, applause, shouts. Mrs. Cuberly patted Mary on the top of her head. "There now," she said happily. "Everything will be all right. You'll see, Mary." The transformation parlor covered the entire level, sprawling with its departments. It was always filled, and there was nothing to sign, and no money to pay, and people were always waiting in line. But today the people stood aside, and there were still more looking in through the doors. TV cameras placed throughout the tape machines in every corner. It was filled, but not bustling as usual. Mary walked past the people, Mother and the men in back of her, following. She looked at the people. The people were beautiful, perfect, without a single flaw. All the beautiful people, all the ugly people staring out from bodies that were not theirs, walking on legs that had been made for them, laughing with manufactured voices, gesturing with shaped and fashioned arms. Mary walked slowly, despite the prodding. In her eyes, was a mounting confusion, a wide wonderment. The reason was becoming less vague. The fuzzed edges were falling away now. Through all the horrible months and all the horrible moments, the edges fell away. Now it was almost clear. She looked down at her own body, then at the walls which reflected it. Flesh of her flesh, bone of her bone, all hers, made by no one, built by herself or someone she did not know. Uneven kneecaps, making two grinning cherubs when they bent, and the old familiar rubbing together of fat inner thighs. Fat, unshapely, unsystematic Mary. But Mary. Of course, this was what Daddy meant, and what Grandpa and the books meant. What they would know if they had read the books or heard the words. The good, reasonable words. The words that signified more, much more, than any of this. The understanding heaped up with every step. "Where are these people?" Mary asked, half to herself. "What has happened to them? And don't they miss themselves? These manufactured things?" She stopped suddenly. "Yes, that is the reason. They have all forgotten themselves." A curvaceous woman stepped forward and took Mary's hand. The woman's skin was tinted dark, chipped and sculptured bone into slender, rhythmic lines, electrically created carriage, stance, made, turned out. "All right, young lady, we will begin." They guided Mary to a large, curved leather seat. From the top of a long silver pole, a machine lowered itself. Tiny bulbs glowed to life, and cells began to click. The people stared. Slowly, a picture formed upon the screen in the machine. Bulbs directed at Mary, then redirected into the machine. Wheels turning, buttons ticking. The picture was complete. "Would you like to see it?" Mary closed her eyes tight. "It's really very nice." The woman turned to the crowd. "Oh, yes, there's a great deal to be salvaged. You'd be surprised. A great deal. We'll keep the nose, and I don't believe the elbows will have to be altered at all." Mrs. Cuberly looked at Mary and smiled. "Now, it isn't so bad as you thought, is it?" she said. The beautiful people looked. Cameras turned. Tapes wound. "You'll have to excuse us now. Only the machines allowed." Only the machines. The people filed out. Mary saw the room in the mirror. Saw things in the rooms. The faces and the bodies that had been left. The woman and the machines and the old young men standing about, adjusting, readying. Then she looked at the picture in the screen. And screamed. A woman of medium height stared back at her. A woman with a curved body and thin legs, silver hair, pompadoured, cut short, full, sensuous lips, small breasts, flat stomach, unblemished skin. A strange, strange woman no one had ever seen before. The nurse began to take Mary's clothes off. "Joff," the woman said, "come look at this, will you? Not one so bad in years. Amazing that we can keep anything at all." A handsome man put his hands in his pockets. "Pretty bad, all right." "Be still, child. Stop making those noises. You know perfectly well nothing is going to hurt." "But what will you do with me?" "That was all explained to you." "No, no, with me. Me." "Oh, you mean the cast-offs. The usual. I don't know exactly. Someone takes care of it." "I want me," Mary cried. "Not that." She pointed at the screen. Her chair was wheeled into the semi-dark room. She was naked now, and the men lifted her to a table. The surface was like glass, black, filmed. A big machine hung above. Straps, clamps pulling, stretching limbs apart. The screen with the picture brought in. The men And the women. More women now. Dr. Hortel was sitting in the corner, sitting with his legs crossed, shaking his head. Mary began to cry above the hum of the mechanical things. Shh! My gracious, such a racket! Just think about your job waiting for you, and all the friends you'll have, and how nice everything will be. No more trouble now. The big machine hurtling downward. "Where will I find me?" Mary screamed. "When it's all over?" A long needle slid through rough flesh, and the beautiful people gathered around the table. They turned on the big machine. The end of The Beautiful People by Charles Beaumont. A Cold Greeting from Present at a Hanging and Other Ghost Stories by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. A Cold Greeting by Ambrose Bierce. This is a story told by the late Benson Foley of San Francisco. In the summer of 1881, I met a man named James H. Conway, a resident of Franklin, Tennessee. He was visiting San Francisco for his health, deluded man, and brought me a note of introduction from Mr. Lawrence Barting. I had known Barting as a captain in the Federal Army during the Civil War. At the close he had settled in Franklin, and in time became, I had reason to think, somewhat prominent as a lawyer. Barting had always seemed to me an honorable and truthful man, and a warm friendship which he expressed in his note for Mr. Conway was to me sufficient evidence that the latter was in every way worthy of my confidence and esteem. At dinner one day, Conway told me that it had been solemnly agreed between him and Barting that the one who died first should, if possible, communicate with the other from beyond the grave, in some unmistakable way. Just how they had left, wisely it seemed to me, to be decided by the deceased, according to the opportunities that his altered circumstances might present. A few weeks after the conversation in which Mr. Conway spoke of his agreement, I met him one day, walking slowly down Montgomery Street, apparently, from his abstract air, in deep thought. He greeted me coldly, with merely a movement of the head, and passed on, leaving me standing on the walk, with half-proffered hand, surprised, and naturally somewhat piqued. The next day I met him again in the office of the Palace Hotel, and seeing him about to repeat the disagreeable performance of the day before, intercepted him in the doorway with a friendly salutation, and bluntly requested an explanation of his altered manner. He hesitated a moment, then looked me frankly in the eyes and said, "I do not think, Mr. Foley, that I have any longer a claim to your friendship, since Mr. Barting appears to have withdrawn his own from me. For what reason, I protest, I do not know. If he has not already informed you, he probably will do so." "But," I replied, "I have not heard from Mr. Barting." "Heard from him?" he repeated, with apparent surprise. "Why, he is here. I met him yesterday 10 minutes before meeting you. I gave you exactly the same greeting that he gave me. I met him again not a quarter of an hour ago, and his manner was precisely the same. He merely bowed and passed on. I shall not soon forget your civility to me. Good morning, or, as it pleases you, farewell. All this seemed to me singularly considerate and delicate behavior on the part of Mr. Conway. As dramatic situations and literary effects are foreign to my purpose, I will explain at once that Mr. Barting was dead. He had died in Nashville 4 days before this conversation. Calling on Mr. Conway, I apprised him of our friend's death, showing him the letters announcing it. He was visibly affected in a way that forbade me to entertain a doubt of his sincerity. "It seems incredible," he said, after a period of reflection. "I suppose I must have mistaken another man for Barting, and that man's cold greeting was merely a stranger's civil acknowledgment of my own. I remember, indeed, that he lacked Barting's mustache." "Doubtless it was another man," I assented, "and the subject was never afterward mentioned between us. But I had in my pocket a photograph of Barting, which had been enclosed in the letter from his widow. It had been taken a week before his death, and was without a mustache." The end of A Cold Greeting by Ambrose Bierce. The Death of the Little Hen, a fairy tale by the brothers Grimm, translated by Margaret Hunt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Death of the Little Hen by the brothers Grimm, translated by Margaret Hunt. Once upon a time, the little hen went with the little cock to the nut hill, and they agreed together that whosoever of them found a kernel of nut would share it with the other. Then the hen found a large nut, but said nothing about it, intending to eat the kernel herself. The kernel, however, was so large that she could not swallow it, and it remained stuck in her throat, so that she was alarmed lest she should be choked. Then she cried, "Cock, I entreat thee to run as fast as thou canst and fetch me some water, or I shall choke." The little cock did run as fast as he could to the spring, and said, "Stream, thou art to give me some water. The little hen is lying on the nut hill, and she has swallowed a large nut and is choking." The well answered, "First run to the bride and get her to give thee some red silk." The cock ran to the bride and said, "Bride, you are to give me some red silk. I want to give red silk to the well, and the well is to give me some water. I am to take the water to the little hen who is lying upon the nut hill and has swallowed a great nut kernel and is choking with it." The bride answered, "First run and bring me my little wreath, which is hanging to a willow." So the little cock ran to the willow and drew the wreath from the branch, and took it to the bride, and the bride gave him some red silk for it, which he took to the well, who gave him some water for it. Then the little cock took the water to the hen, but when he got there, the hen had choked in the meantime, and lay dead and motionless. Then the cock was so distressed that he cried aloud, and every animal came to lament the little hen, and 6 mice built a little carriage to carry her to her grave. And when the carriage was ready, they harnessed themselves to it, and the cock drove. On the way, however, they met the fox, who said, "Where art thou going, little cock?" "I am going to bury my little hen." May I drive with thee? Yes, but seat thyself in the back of the carriage, for in the front my little horses could not drag thee. Then the fox seated himself at the back, and after that the wolf, the bear, the stag, the lion, and all the beasts of the forest did the same. Then the procession went onwards, and they reached the stream. "How are we to get over?" said the little cock. A straw was lying by the stream, and said, "I will lay myself straight across, and then you can drive over me." But when the 6 mice came to the bridge, the straw slipped and fell into the water, and the 6 mice all fell in and were drowned. Then they were again in difficulty, and a coal came and said, "I am large enough. I will lay myself across, and you shall drive over me." So the coal also lay itself across the water, but unhappily just touched it, on which the coal hissed, and was extinguished, and died. When a stone saw that, it took pity on the little cock, wished to help him, and laid itself over the water. Then the cock drew the carriage himself, but when he got it over and reached the shore with the dead hen, and was about to draw over the others who were sitting behind as well, there were too many of them, and the carriage ran back, and they all fell into the water together and were drowned. Then the little cock was left alone with the dead hen, and dug a grave for her, and laid her in it, and made a mound above it, on which he sat down and fretted until he died too. Then everyone was dead. The end of The Death of the Little Hen, by the Brothers Grimm, translated by Margaret Hunt.
The Ghost Ship by Richard Middleton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ghost Ship. Fairfield is a little village lying near the Portsmouth Road, about halfway between London and the sea. Strangers who now and then find it by accident call it a pretty, old-fashioned place. We who live in it and call it home don't find anything very pretty about it, but we should be sorry to live anywhere else. Our minds have taken the shape of the inn and the church and the green, I suppose. At all events, we never feel comfortable out of Fairfield. Of course, the Cockneys, with their vasty houses and noise-ridden streets, can call us rustics if they choose, but for all that, Fairfield is a better place to live in than London. Doctor says that when he goes to London, his mind is bruised with the weight of the houses, and he was a Cockney born. He had to live there himself when he was a little chap, but he knows better now. You gentlemen may laugh, perhaps some of you come from London way, but it seems to me that a witness like that is worth a gallon of arguments. Dull? Well, you might find it dull, but I assure you that I've listened to all the London yarns you have spun tonight, and they are absolutely nothing to the things that happen at Fairfield. It's because of our way of thinking and minding our own business. If one of your Londoners was set down on the green of a Saturday night when the ghosts of the lads who died in the war keep tryst with the lasses who lie in the churchyard, he couldn't help being curious and interfering, and then the ghosts would go somewhere where it was quieter. But we just let them come and go and don't make any fuss, and in consequence, Fairfield is the ghostiest place in all England. Why, I've seen a headless man sitting on the edge of the well in broad daylight, and the children playing about his feet as if he were their father. Take my word for it, spirits know when they are well off as much as human beings. Still, I must admit that the thing I'm going to tell you about was queer even for our part of the world, for 3 packs of ghost hounds hunt regularly during the season, and Blacksmith's great-grandfather is busy all night shoeing the dead gentlemen's horses. Now, that's a thing that wouldn't happen in London because of their interfering ways. But Blacksmith, he lies up aloft and sleeps as quiet as a lamb. Once, when he had a bad head, he shouted down to them not to make so much noise, and in the morning he found an old guinea left on the anvil as an apology. He wears it on his watch chain now. But I must get on with my story. If I start telling you about the queer happenings at Fairfield, I'll never stop. It all came of the great storm in the spring of '97, the year that we had 2 great storms. This was the first one, and I remember it well, because I found in the morning that it had lifted the thatch of my pigsty into the widow's garden as clean as a boy's kite. When I looked over the hedge, widow, Tom Lamport's widow that was prodding for her nasturtiums with a daisy grubber. After I had watched her for a little, I went down to the Fox and Grapes to tell landlord what she had said to me. Landlord, he laughed, being a married man and at ease with the sex. "Come to that," he said, "the tempest has blowed something into my field, a kind of a ship I think it would be." I was surprised at that until he explained that it was only a ghost ship and would do no hurt to the turnips. We argued that it had been blown up from the sea at Portsmouth, and then we talked of something else. There were 2 slates down at the parsonage and a big tree in Lumley's meadow. It was a rare storm. I reckon the wind had blown our ghosts all over England. They were coming back for days afterward with foundered horses and as footsore as possible, and they were so glad to get back to Fairfield that some of them walked up the street crying like little children. Squire said that his great-grandfather's great-grandfather hadn't looked so dead beat since the Battle of Naseby, and he's an educated man. What with one thing and another, I should think it was a week before we got straight again, and then one afternoon I met the landlord on the green, and he had a worried face. "I wish you'd come and have a look at that ship in my field," he said to me. "It seems to me it's leaning real hard on the turnips. I can't bear thinking what the missus will say when she sees it." I walked down the lane with him, and, sure enough, there was a ship in the middle of his field, but such a ship as no man had seen on the water for 300 years, let alone in the middle of a turnip field. It was all painted black and covered with carvings, and there was a great bay window in the stern, for all the world like the squire's drawing-room. There was a crowd of little black cannon on deck and looking out of her portholes, and she was anchored at each end to the hard ground. I have seen the wonders of the world on picture postcards, but I have never seen anything to equal that. "She seems very solid for a ghost ship," I said, seeing that landlord was bothered. "I should say it's a betwixt and between," he answered, puzzling it over. "But it's going to spoil a matter of 50 turnips, and missus, she'll want it moved." We went up to her and touched the side, and it was as hard as a real ship. "Now there's folks in England will call that very curious," he said. Now, I don't know much about ships, but I should think that that ghost ship weighed a solid 200 tons, and it seemed to me that she had come to stay, so that I felt sorry for landlord, who was a married man. "All the horses in Fairfield won't move her out of my turnips," he said, frowning at her. Just then we heard a noise on her deck, and we looked up and saw that a man had come out of her front cabin and was looking down at us very peaceably. He was dressed in a black uniform set off with rusty gold lace, and he had a great cutlass by his side in a brass sheath. "I'm Captain Bartholomew Roberts," he said in a gentleman's voice. "Put in for recruits. I seem to have brought her rather far up the harbour." "Harbour?" cried landlord. "Why, you're 50 miles from the sea." Captain Roberts didn't turn a hair. "So much as that, is it?" he said coolly. "Well, it's of no consequence." Landlord was a bit upset at this. "I don't want to be unneighbourly," he said, "but I wish you hadn't brought your ship into my field. You see, my wife sets great store on these turnips." The captain took a pinch of snuff out of a fine gold box that he pulled out of his pocket and dusted his fingers with a silk handkerchief in a very genteel fashion. "I'm only here for a few months," he said, "but if a testimony of my esteem would pacify your good lady, I should be content." And with the words he loosed a great gold brooch from the neck of his coat and tossed it down to landlord. Landlord blushed as red as a strawberry. "I'm not denying she's fond of jewellery," he said, "but it's too much for half a sackful of turnips." Indeed, it was a handsome brooch. The captain laughed. "Tut, man," he said, "it's a forced sale, and you deserve a good price. Say no more about it." And, nodding good day to us, he turned on his heel and went into the cabin. Landlord walked back up the lane like a man with a weight off his mind. "That tempest has blowed me a bit of luck," he said. "The missus will be main pleased with that brooch. It's better than blacksmith's guinea any day." 97 was Jubilee year, the year of the second Jubilee, you remember, and we had great doings at Fairfield, so that we hadn't much time to bother about the ghost ship. Though, anyhow, it isn't our way to meddle in things that don't concern us. Landlord, he saw his tenant once or twice when he was hoeing his turnips and passed the time of day, and landlord's wife wore her new brooch to church every Sunday. But we didn't mix much with the ghosts at any time, all except an idiot lad there was in the village, and he didn't know the difference between a man and a ghost, poor innocent. On Jubilee Day, however, somebody told Captain Roberts why the church bells were ringing, and he hoisted a flag and fired off his guns like a loyal Englishman. 'Tis true the guns were shotted, and one of the round shot knocked a hole in Farmer Johnston's barn, but nobody thought much of that in such a season of rejoicing. It wasn't till our celebrations were over that we noticed that anything was wrong in Fairfield. 'Twas Shoemaker who told me first about it one morning at the Fox and Grapes. "You know my great-great-uncle," he said to me. "You mean Joshua, the quiet lad?" I answered, knowing him well. "Quiet," said Shoemaker indignantly. "Quiet you call him, coming home at 3 o'clock every morning as drunk as a magistrate and waking up the whole house with his noise." "Why, it can't be Joshua," I said, for I knew him for one of the most respectable young ghosts in the village. "Joshua it is," said Shoemaker, "and one of these nights he'll find himself out in the street if he isn't careful." This kind of talk shocked me, I can tell you, for I don't like to hear a man abusing his own family, and I could hardly believe that a steady youngster like Joshua had taken to drink. But just then in came Butcher Aylwin, in such a temper that he could hardly drink his beer. The young puppy, he kept on saying, and it was some time before Shoemaker and I found out that he was talking about his ancestor that fell at Senlac. "Drink," said Shoemaker, hopefully, for we all like company in our misfortunes, and Butcher nodded grimly. "The young noodle," he said, emptying his tankard. Well, after that I kept my ears open, and it was the same story all over the village. There was hardly a young man among all the ghosts of Fairfield who didn't roll home in the small hours of the morning, the worse for liquor. I used to wake up in the night and hear them stumble past my house, singing outrageous songs. The worst of it was that we couldn't keep the scandal to ourselves, and the folk at Greenhill began to talk of sodden Fairfield and taught their children to sing a song about us. Sodden Fairfield has no use for bread and butter, rum for breakfast, rum for dinner, rum for tea, and rum for supper. We are easygoing in our village, but we didn't like that. Of course, we soon found out where the young fellows went to get the drink, and landlord was terribly cut up that his tenant should have turned out so badly, but his wife wouldn't hear of parting with the brooch, so we couldn't give the captain notice to quit. But as time went on, things grew from bad to worse, and at all hours of the day you would see those young reprobates sleeping it off on the village green. Nearly every afternoon a ghost wagon used to jolt down to the ship with a lading of rum, and though the older ghosts seemed inclined to give the captain's hospitality the go-by, the youngsters were neither to hold nor to bind. So one afternoon, when I was taking my nap, I heard a knock at the door, and there was Parson, looking very serious, like a man with a job before him that he didn't altogether relish. "I'm going down to talk to the captain about all this drunkenness in the village, and I want you to come with me," he said, straight out. I can't say that I fancied the visit much myself, and I tried to hint to Parson that as, after all, they were only a lot of ghosts, it didn't much matter. "Dead or alive, I'm responsible for their good conduct," he said, "and I'm going to do my duty and put a stop to this continued disorder, and you are coming with me, John Simmons." So I went, Parson being a persuasive kind of man. We went down to the ship, and, as we approached her, I could see the captain tasting the air on deck. When he saw Parson, he took off his hat very politely, and I can tell you that I was relieved to find that he had a proper respect for the cloth. Parson acknowledged his salute and spoke out stoutly enough. "Sir, I should be glad to have a word with you." "Come on board, sir, come on board," said the captain, and I could tell by his voice that he knew why we were there. Parson and I climbed up an uneasy kind of ladder, and the captain took us into the great cabin at the back of the ship where the bay window was. It was the most wonderful place you ever saw in your life, all full of gold and silver plate, swords with jewelled scabbards, carved oak chairs, and great chests that looked as though they were bursting with guineas. Even Parson was surprised, and he did not shake his head very hard when the captain took down some silver cups and poured us out a drink of rum. I tasted mine, and I don't mind saying that it changed my view of things entirely. There was nothing betwixt and between about that rum, and I felt that it was ridiculous to blame the lads for drinking too much of stuff like that. It seemed to fill my veins with honey and fire. Parson put the case squarely to the captain, but I didn't listen much to what he said. I was busy sipping my drink and looking through the window at the fishes swimming to and fro over landlord's turnips. Just then it seemed the most natural thing in the world that they should be there, though afterwards, of course, I could see that that proved it was a ghost ship. But even then, I thought it was queer when I saw a drowned sailor float by in the thin air, with his hair and beard all full of bubbles. It was the first time I had seen anything quite like that at Fairfield. All the time I was regarding the wonders of the deep, Parson was telling Captain Roberts how there was no peace or rest in the village, owing to the curse of drunkenness, and what a bad example the youngsters were setting to the older ghosts. The captain listened very attentively, and put in a word only now and then about boys being boys and young men sowing their wild oats. But when Parson had finished his speech, he filled up our silver cups and said to Parson with a flourish, "I should be sorry to cause trouble anywhere where I have been made welcome, and you will be glad to hear that I put to sea tomorrow night. And now you must drink me a prosperous voyage." So we all stood up and drank the toast with honour, and that noble rum was like hot oil in my veins. After that, Captain showed us some of the curiosities he had brought back from foreign parts, and we were greatly amazed, though afterward I couldn't clearly remember what they were. And then I found myself walking across the turnips with Parson, and I was telling him of the glories of the deep that I had seen through the window of the ship. He turned on me severely. "If I were you, John Simmons," he said, "I should go straight home to bed." He has a way of putting things that wouldn't occur to an ordinary man, has Parson, and I did as he told me. Well, next day it came on to blow, and it blew harder and harder, till about 8 o'clock at night I heard a noise and looked out into the garden. I dare say you won't believe me, it seems a bit tall even to me, but the wind had lifted the thatch of my pigsty into the widow's garden a second time. I thought I wouldn't wait to hear what Widow had to say about it, so I went across the green to the Fox and Grapes, and the wind was so strong that I danced along on tiptoe like a girl at the fair. When I got to the inn, landlord had to help me shut the door. It seemed as though a dozen goats were pushing against it to come in out of the storm. "It's a powerful tempest," he said. drawing the beer. "I hear there's a chimney down at Dickory End." "It's a funny thing how these sailors know about the weather," I answered. "When Captain said he was going tonight, I was thinking it would take a capful of wind to carry the ship back to sea, and now here's more than a capful." "Oh, yes," said landlord. "It's tonight he goes, true enough, and, mind you, though he treated me handsome over the rent, I'm not sure it's a loss to the village. I don't hold with gentrice who fetch their drink from London instead of helping local traders to get their living." "But you haven't got any rum like this," I said, to draw him out. His neck grew red above his collar, and I was afraid I'd gone too far, but after a while he got his breath with a grunt. "John Simmons," he said, "if you've come down here this windy night to talk a lot of fool's talk, you've wasted a journey." Well, of course, then I had to smooth him down with praising his rum, and heaven forgive me for swearing it was better than Captain's, for the like of that rum no living lips have tasted save mine and Parsons. But somehow or other I brought landlord round, and presently we must have a glass of his best to prove its quality. "Beat that if you can," he cried, and we both raised our glasses to our mouths, only to stop halfway and look at each other in amazement, for the wind that had been howling outside like an outrageous dog had all of a sudden turned as melodious as the carol boys of a Christmas Eve. "Surely that's not my Martha," whispered landlord, Martha being his great aunt who lived in the loft overhead. We went to the door, and the wind burst it open so that the handle was driven clean into the plaster of the wall. But we didn't think about that at the time, for over our heads, sailing very comfortably through the windy stars, was the ship that had passed the summer in landlord's field. Her portholes and her bay window were blazing with lights, and there was a noise of singing and fiddling on her decks. "He's gone," shouted landlord above the storm, "and he's taken half the village with him." I could only nod in answer, not having lungs like bellows of leather. In the morning we were able to measure the strength of the storm, and over and above my pigsty there was damage enough wrought in the village to keep us busy. True it is that the children had to break down no branches for the firing that autumn, since the wind had strewn the woods with more than they could carry away. Many of our ghosts were scattered abroad, but this time very few came back, all the young men having sailed with Captain, and not only ghosts, for a poor half-witted lad was missing, and we reckoned that he had stowed himself away, or perhaps shipped as cabin boy, not knowing any better. What with the lamentations of the ghost girls and the grumblings of families who had lost ancestors, the village was upset for a while. And the funny thing was that it was the folk who had complained most of the carryings on of the youngsters who made most noise now that they were gone. I hadn't any sympathy with shoemaker or butcher who ran about saying how much they missed their lads, but it made me grieve to hear the poor bereaved girls calling their lovers by name on the village green at nightfall. It didn't seem fair to me that they should have lost their men a second time, after giving up life in order to join them, as like as not. Still, not even a spirit can be sorry forever, and after a few months we made up our mind that the folk who had sailed in the ship were never coming back, and we didn't talk about it any more. And then one day, I dare say it would be a couple of years after, when the whole business was quite forgotten, who should come traipsing along the road from Portsmouth but the daft lad who had gone away with the ship without waiting till he was dead to become a ghost. You never saw such a boy as that in all your life. He had a great rusty cutlass hanging to a string at his waist, and he was tattooed all over in fine colours, so that even his face looked like a girl's sampler. He had a handkerchief in his hand full of foreign shells and old-fashioned pieces of small money, very curious, and he walked up to the well outside his mother's house and drew himself a drink as if he had been nowhere in particular. The worst of it was that he had come back as soft-headed as he went, and, try as we might, we couldn't get anything reasonable out of him. He talked a lot of gibberish about keel-hauling and walking the plank and crimson murders, things which a decent sailor should know nothing about, so that it seemed to me that for all his manners, Captain had been more of a pirate than a gentleman mariner. But to draw sense out of that boy was as hard as picking cherries off a crab tree. One silly tale he had that he kept on drifting back to, and to hear him you would have thought that it was the only thing that happened to him in his life. "We was at anchor," he would say, "off an island called the Basket of Flowers, and the sailors had caught a lot of parrots, and we were teaching them to swear. Up and down the decks, up and down the decks, and the language they used was dreadful. Then we looked up and saw the masts of the Spanish ship outside the harbour. Outside the harbour they were, so we threw the parrots into the sea and sailed out to fight, and all the parrots were drowned in the sea, and the language they used was dreadful." That's the sort of boy he was. Nothing but silly talk of parrots when we asked him about the fighting. And we never had a chance of teaching him better, for 2 days after he ran away again and hasn't been seen since. That's my story, and I assure you that things like that are happening at Fairfield all the time. The ship has never come back, but somehow, as people grow older, they seem to think that one of these windy nights she'll come sailing in over the hedges with all the lost ghosts on board. Well, when she comes, she'll be welcome. There's one ghost lass that has never grown tired of waiting for her lad to return. Every night you'll see her out on the green, straining her poor eyes with looking for the mast lights among the stars. A faithful lass you'd call her, and I'm thinking you'd be right. Landlord's Field wasn't a penny the worse for the visit, but they do say that since then the turnips that have been grown in it have tasted of rum. End of The Ghost Ship.
Grand Dame's Ghost Story by C.D. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lee Vogler. Grand Dame's Ghost Story by C.D. I don't know whether you ever tell your children ghost stories or not. Some mothers don't, but our mother, though of German descent, was strong-minded on the ghost subject, and early taught all of her children to be fearless mentally as well as physically, and though dearly fond of hearing ghost stories, especially if they were real true ghosts, we were sadly skeptical as to there being anything of the kind that could harm. We were quite learned in ghostly lore. We knew all about doppelgangers, will-o'-the-wisp, blue lights, etc., and we could not have had a greater treat for our good behavior than for our mother to draw on her store of supernatural tales for our entertainment. The story I'm about to relate she told us one stormy night, while gathered around her chair in her own cozy sanctum before a cheerful fire. We ate nuts and apples and listened while she recited an o'er-true tale told her by her grandmother, who herself witnessed the vision. It was a fearful night. The wind sobbed and wailed around the house like lost spirits mourning their doom. The rain beat upon the casements, and the trees, writhing in the torture of the fierce blast, groaned and swayed until their tops almost swept the earth. Bright flashes of lightning pierced even through the closed shutters and heavy curtains, and the thunder had a sullen, threatening roar that made your blood creep. It was a night to make one seek to shut out all sound, draw the curtains close, stir the fire, and nestle deep in the armchair before it, with feet upon the fender, and have something cheerful to think or to talk about. But I was all alone, none in the house with me but the servants, and the servants' wing was detached from the main part of the building. I do not care to have menials near me, and I had no loved ones near. It was just such a night that Nancy Black died. What a fearful night for the soul to leave its earthly home and go out into the vast, unknown future. I spoke aloud. as, rousing from a train of thought, I drew my heavy mantle closer around me, wheeled my armchair nearer the fire, and cuddled down in it, burying my feet in the foot cushion to warm them, for I felt strangely cold. I was in the library. It was my usual sitting room, for I seldom used the parlors. What was the use? My books were my friends, and I loved best to be with them. My children dead, or married and away, the cold grand parlors always seemed gloomy and sad. The ghosts of departed pleasures haunted them, and I cared not to enter them. It was a long, wide room across from the hall of the parlors, running the whole length of the house, and was lined with shelves from floor to ceiling. My husband's father had been a bibliomaniac, and my husband had a way of leaning that way also, and the shelves held many a rare old work that was worth its weight in gold. The fire, though burning brightly, did not illume one half of the room, which, sitting in the chimney corner, I commanded a full view, and had been looking at the shadows playing on the furniture and shelves as the flames shot up, and after flickering a moment, would die out, leaving a gloom which would break away into fantastic shadows as the firelight would again shoot up. While watching the gleams of light and darkling shades, unconsciously the wailing of the storm outside attracted my attention. There seemed to be odd noises of tapping on the windows, and sobs and sighs, as though someone was entreating entrance from a fierce tumult. And as I sat there again, I thought of Nancy Black, the old schoolgirl friend who had loved me so dearly, and the night when she went forth to meet the doom appointed her. Resting my head upon my hand, I sat gazing into the fire, thinking over her strange life and stranger death, and wondering what could have become of the money and jewels that I knew she had once possessed. While sitting thus, a queer sensation crept over me. It was not fear, but a feeling as though, if I looked up, I'd see something frightful, a shiver, not like that of cold, ran from my head to my feet, and a sensation as though someone was breathing icy cold breath upon my forehead, the same feeling you would cause by holding a piece of ice to your cheek. It fluttered over my face, and finally settled around my lips, as though the unseen one was caressing me, thrilling me with horror. But I am not fearful, nervous, nor imaginative, and resolutely throwing off the dread that fell upon me, I turned round and looked up, and there, so close by my side that my hand, involuntarily thrown out, passed through her seeming form, stood Nancy Black. It was Nancy Black, and yet not Nancy Black. Her whole body had a semi-transparent appearance, just as your hand looks when you hold it between yourself and a strong light. Her clothing, apparently the same as worn in life, had a wavy, seething, flickering look like flames have, and yet did not seem to burn. "In the name of God, Nancy Black, what brought you here, and whence came you?" I exclaimed. A hollow whisper followed. "Thank you, my dear friend, for speaking to me, and oh, how deeply I thank you for thinking of me tonight. I shall have rest." "Rest?" I heard echoed, and a jeering laugh rang through the room that made her quiver at its sound. "I have been near you often, but always failed to find you in a condition where you would be in rapport before tonight. What I came here for I will tell you. Whence I came you need not know. Suffice it to say that were I happy, I would not be here on such an errand, nor on such a night. It is only when the elements are in a tumult and the winds wail and moan that we come forth. When you hear these sounds, it is the sounds of the lost you hear mourning their doom. 'Tis then they wander up and down, to and fro, their only release from their fearful home of torture and undying pain. I have come to tell you that you must go over to the old house, and in the back room I always kept locked, have the carpet taken up from before the fireplace. You will see a plank with a knot-hole in it. Remove that, and you will find what caused me to lose my soul. Have prayers said for me. for 'tis well to pray for the dead. The money and the jewels give in charity. Bury in holy ground the others you find, and pray for them and me. Ah, Jeanette, you thought your old friend, although strange and odd, pure and innocent. It is a bitter part of my punishment that I must change your thought of me. Farewell. Do not fail me, and I shall trouble you no more. But when you hear that wind howl and sweep around the house as it does tonight, know that the lost are near. It is their swift flight through space, fleeing before the scourge of memory and conscience, that causes that sound. That tomorrow you may not think you are dreaming, here is a token. And she touched the palm of my hand with her fingertips. And as you see, my child, to this day, there are 3 crimson spots in the palm of my hand that nothing will eradicate. Do not fail me, and pray for us, Jeanette, pray. And with the longing, wistful gaze and a deep, sobbing sigh, Nancy Black faded from my sight. Am I dreaming? I exclaimed, as I rose from my chair and rang the bell. When the servant entered, I bade him to attend to the fire and light the lamps, and I went through the room to see if any unusual arrangement of the furniture could have caused the appearance. But nothing was apparent, and I bade him to send my maid to attend to me in my chamber, for I could not help feeling unwilling to remain in the library any longer that evening. While making my toilet for the night, my maid said, "Have you burned your hand, madam?" Glancing hastily down, I saw 3 dark crimson spots upon the palm of my left hand. They had an odd look, seared as though touched by a red-hot iron, yet the flesh was soft, not burned, and not painful. Making some excuse for it, I did not allude to it again, and dismissed her speedily that I might reflect undisturbed over the singular occurrence. There were the marks upon my hand. I could not remove them, and they did not fade. In fact, their deep red made the rest of the palm lose its pinkish hue and look pale from strong contrast. Could I have been asleep and dreamed it all? And by any means have I done this to myself? I thought, but finally concluded that on the morrow I'd go over to Nancy Black's old residence and settle the question, and with that conclusion had to content myself until the morrow came. Nancy Black was an old friend from my girlhood who had owned large property in the town and lived all alone in a spacious stone house directly opposite my home, and who, when dying, had left me the sole legatee of her property. When morning came, I took the keys and, with my maid, went over to Nancy's house. It had never been disturbed since her death, which was sudden and somewhat singular, and the furniture remained just as she left it when taken to her last resting place. We went to the room Nancy had directed. I bade Sarah take up the carpet, and sure enough there was a plank with a knot-hole in it. So I sent her from the room and lifted the plank myself, and there, between the joints, rested a long box, the lid not fastened. Opening it, I was horrified to see 2 skeletons, those of an infant and of a woman, small in structure and delicate in frame. In a moment it flashed before me that I saw all that remained of Nancy Black's young sister, a girl of 17, who had left home somewhat mysteriously years ago, and had died while absent. At least that was the version Nancy had given of her absence, and no one had dreamed of doubting it. Her tale was so naturally told. Left orphans when Lucy was only 2 years and Nancy 18, she had devoted her life to the care of this young girl, and when she found her sister had fallen, she, in her pride of name and position, had destroyed the mother and child that her shame might not be known, and had lived all those dreary years in that house with her fearful secret. Round the box, heaped up on every side, were money and jewels, and a parchment scroll among them had written on it, "Lucy's share of our father's estate." I carried out Nancy's wishes to the letter, for I now firmly believed that she had come to me herself that night To avoid scandal resting on the dead, I took our clergyman into my confidence, and with his assistance had the remains buried quietly in consecrated ground. The money and jewels were given to the poor, and the old building I turned into a home for destitute females, and morning and night, as I kneel in prayer, I pray forgiveness to rest upon Nancy Black, and peace to her troubled soul. End of Grand Dame's Ghost Story.
He by HP Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Sames. He by H.P. Lovecraft. I saw him on a sleepless night when I was walking desperately to save my soul and my vision. My coming to New York had been a mistake, for whereas I had looked for poignant wonder and inspiration in the teeming labyrinths of ancient streets that twist endlessly from forgotten courts and squares and waterfronts to courts and squares and waterfronts equally forgotten, and in the cyclopean modern towers and pinnacles that rise blackly Babylonian under waning moons, I found instead only a sense of horror and oppression, which threatened to master, paralyze, and annihilate me. The disillusion had been gradual. Coming for the first time upon the town, I had seen it in the sunset from a bridge, majestic above its waters, its incredible peaks and pyramids rising flower-like and delicate from pools of violet mist to play with the flaming golden clouds and the first stars of evening. Then it had lighted up window by window above the shimmering tides, where lanterns nodded and glided, and deep horns bade weird harmonies, and itself become a starry firmament of dream, redolent of fairy music, and one with the marvels of Carcassonne and Samarcand and El Dorado, and all glorious and half-fabulous cities. Shortly afterward I was taken through those antique ways so dear to my fancy. Narrow, curving alleys and passages, where rows of red Georgian brick blinked with small paned dormers above pillared doorways that had looked on gilded sedans and panelled coaches, and in the first flush of realization of these long-wished things I thought I had, indeed, achieved such treasures as would make me, in time, a poet. But success and happiness were not to be. Garish daylight showed only squalor and alienage and the noxious elephantiasis of climbing, spreading stone, where the moon had hinted of loveliness and elder magic, and the throngs of people that see through the flume-like streets were squat, swarthy strangers, with hardened faces and narrow eyes, shrewd strangers without dreams and without kinship to the scenes about them, who could never mean aught to a blue-eyed man of the old folk, with the love of fair green lanes and white New England village steeples in his heart. So, instead of the poems I had hoped for, there came only a shuddering blankness and ineffable loneliness, and I saw at last a fearful truth which no one had ever dared to breathe before, the unwhisperable secret of secrets. The fact that this city of stone and stridor is not a sentient perpetuation of old New York, as London is of old London and Paris of old Paris, but that it is in fact quite dead, its sprawling body imperfectly embalmed and infested with queer animate things, which have nothing to do with it as it was in life. Upon making this discovery I ceased to sleep comfortably, though something of resigned tranquillity came back as I gradually formed the habit of keeping off the streets by day and venturing abroad only at night, when darkness calls forth what little of the past still hovers wraith-like about, and old white doorways remember the stalwart forms that once passed through them. With this mode of relief I even wrote a few poems, and still refrained from going home to my people, lest I seem to crawl back ignobly in defeat. Then, on a sleepless night's walk, I met the man. It was in a grotesque hidden courtyard of the Greenwich section, for there in my ignorance I had settled, having heard of the place as the natural home of poets and artists. The archaic lanes and houses and unexpected bits of square and court had indeed delighted me, and when I found the poets and artists to be loud-voiced pretenders, whose quaintness is tinsel, and whose lives are denial of all that pure beauty which is poetry and art, I stayed on for love of these venerable things. I fancied them as they were in their prime, when Greenwich was a placid village not yet engulfed by the town, and in the hours before dawn, when all the revellers had slunk away, I used to wander alone among their cryptical windings and brood upon the curious arcana which generations must have deposited there. This kept my soul alive, and gave me a few of those dreams and visions for which the poet, far within me, cried out. The man came upon me at about 2 one cloudy August morning, as I was threading a series of detached courtyards, now accessible only through the unlighted hallways of intervening buildings, but once forming parts of a continuous network of picturesque alleys. I had heard of them by vague rumour, and realized that they could not be upon any map of to-day, but the fact that they were forgotten only endeared them to me, so that I had sought them with twice my usual eagerness. Now that I had found them, my eagerness was again redoubled, for something in their arrangement dimly hinted that they might be only a few of many such, with dark, dumb counterparts, wedged obscurely betwixt high blank walls and deserted rear tenements, or lurking lamplessly behind archways, unbetrayed by hordes of the foreign-speaking, or guarded by furtive and uncommunicative artists whose practices do not invite publicity or the light of day. He spoke to me without invitation, noting my mood and glances as I studied certain knockered doorways above iron-railed steps, the pallid glow of traceried transoms feebly lighting my face. His own face was in shadow, and he wore a wide-brimmed hat, which somehow blended perfectly with the out-of-date cloak he affected. But I was subtly disquieted even before he addressed me. His form was very slight, thin almost to cadaverousness, and his voice proved phenomenally soft and hollow, though not particularly deep. He had, he said, noticed me several times at my wanderings, and inferred that I resembled him in loving the vestiges of former years. Would I not like the guidance of one long practised in these explorations, and possessed of local information profoundly deeper than any which an obvious newcomer could possibly have gained? As he spoke, I caught a glimpse of his face in the yellow beam from a solitary attic window. It was a noble, even a handsome, elderly countenance, and bore the marks of a lineage and refinement usual for the age and place. Yet some quality about it disturbed me almost as much as its features pleased me. Perhaps it was too white, or too expressionless, or too much out of keeping with the locality to make me feel easy or comfortable. Nevertheless, I followed him, for in those dreary days my quest for antique beauty and mystery was all that I had to keep my soul alive, and I reckoned it a fair favour of fate to fall in with one whose kindred seekings seemed to have penetrated so much farther than mine. Something in the night constrained the cloaked man to silence, and for a long hour he led me forward without needless words, making only the briefest of comments concerning ancient names and dates and changes, and directing my progress very largely by gestures as we squeezed through interstices, tiptoed through corridors, clambered over brick walls, and once crawled on hands and knees through a low arched passage of stone, whose immense length and tortuous twistings effaced at last every hint of geographical location I had managed to preserve. The things we saw were very old and marvellous, or at least they seemed so in the few straggling rays of light by which I viewed them, and I shall never forget the tottering Ionic columns and fluted pilasters and urn-headed iron fence-posts and flaring linteled windows and decorative fanlights that appeared to grow quainter and stranger the deeper we advanced into this inexhaustible maze of unknown antiquity. We met no person, and as time passed the lighted windows became fewer and fewer. The street lights we first encountered had been of oil, and of the ancient lozenge pattern. Later I noticed some with candles, and at last, after traversing a horrible unlighted court where my guide had to lead with his gloved hand through total blackness to a narrow wooden gate in a high wall, we came upon a fragment of alley lit only by lanterns in front of every seventh house. Unbelievably colonial tin lanterns, with conical tops and holes punched in the sides. This alley led steeply uphill, more steeply than I thought possible in this part of New York, and the upper end was blocked squarely by the ivy-clad wall of a private estate, beyond which I could see a pale cupola and the tops of trees waving against the vague lightness in the sky. In this wall was a small, low-arched gate of nail-studded black oak, which the man proceeded to unlock with a ponderous key. Leading me within, he steered a course into utter blackness over what seemed to be a gravel path, and finally up a flight of stone steps to the door of the house, which he unlocked and opened for me. We entered, and as we did so I grew faint from a reek of infinite mustiness, which welled out to meet us, and which must have been the fruit of unwholesome centuries of decay. My host appeared not to notice this, and in courtesy I kept silent as he piloted me up a curving stairway across a hall, and into a room whose door I heard him lock behind us. Then I saw him pull the curtains of 3 small paned windows that barely showed themselves against the lightening sky, after which he crossed to the mantel, struck flint and steel, lighted 2 candles of a candelabrum of 12 sconces, and made a gesture enjoining soft-toned speech. In this feeble radiance I saw that we were in a spacious, well-furnished and panelled library, dating from the first quarter of the 18th century, with splendid doorway pediments, a delightful Doric cornice, and a magnificently carved overmantel with scroll and urn top. Above the crowded bookshelves at intervals along the walls were well-wrought family portraits, all tarnished to an enigmatical dimness, and bearing an unmistakable likeness to the man who now motioned me to a chair beside the graceful Chippendale table. Before seating himself across the table from me, my host paused for a moment as if in embarrassment. Then, tardily removing his gloves, wide-brimmed hat and cloak, stood theatrically revealed in full mid-Georgian costume, from queued hair and neck ruffles to knee-breeches, silk hose, and the buckled shoes I had not previously noticed. Now slowly sinking into a lie-back chair, he commenced to eye me intently. Without his hat, he took on an aspect of extreme age which was scarcely visible before, and I wondered if this unperceived mark of singular longevity were not one of the sources of my original disquiet. When he spoke at length, his soft, hollow, and carefully muffled voice not infrequently quavered, and now and then I had great difficulty in following him, as I listened with a thrill of amazement and half-disavowed alarm, which grew each instant.
"You behold, sir,"
my host began,
"a man of very eccentrical habits, for whose costume no apology need be offered to one with your wit and inclinations. Reflecting upon better times, I have not scrupled to ascertain their ways and adopt their dress and manners, an indulgence which offends none, if practised without ostentation. It has been my good fortune to retain the rural seat of my ancestors, swallowed though it was by two towns, first Greenwich, which built up hither after 1800, then New York, which joined on near 1830. There were many reasons for the close keeping of this place in my family, and I have not been remiss in discharging such obligations. The squire who succeeded to it in 1768 studied certain arts and made certain discoveries, all connected with influences residing in this particular plot of ground, and eminently deserving of the strongest guarding. Some curious effects of these arts and discoveries I now propose to show you, under the strictest secrecy, and I believe I may rely on my judgment of men enough to have no distrust of either your interest or your fidelity."
He paused, but I could only nod my head. I have said that I was alarmed, yet to my soul nothing was more deadly than the material daylight world of New York, and whether this man were a harmless eccentric or a wielder of dangerous arts, I had no choice save to follow him and slake my sense of wonder on whatever he might have to offer. So I listened.
"To my ancestor,"
he softly continued,
"there appeared to reside some very remarkable qualities in the will of mankind, qualities having a little suspected dominance not only over the acts of oneself and of others, but over every variety of force and substance in nature, and over many elements and dimensions deemed more universal than nature herself. May I say that he flouted the sanctity of things as great as space and time, and that he put to strange uses the rights of certain half-breed Red Indians once encamped upon this hill. These Indians showed colour when the place was built, and were plaguily pestilent in asking to visit the grounds at the full of the moon. For years they stole over the wall each month when they could, and by stealth performed certain acts. Then, in 68, the new squire catched them at their doings, and stood still at what he saw. Thereafter he bargained with them, and exchanged the free access of his grounds for the exact inwardness of what they did, learning that their grandfathers got part of their custom from red ancestors, and part from an old Dutchman in the time of the States General. And pox on him, I'm afeard the squire must have served them monstrous bad rum, whether or not by intent, for a week after he learnt the secret. He was the only man living that knew it. You, sir, are the first outsider to be told there is a secret, and split me if I'd have risked tampering that much with the powers, had ye not been so hot after bygone things.
I shuddered as the man grew colloquial, and with familiar speech of another day. He went on.
"But you must know, sir, that what the squire got from those mongrel salvages was but a small part of the learning he came to have. He had not been to Oxford for nothing, nor talked to no account with an ancient chemist and astrologer in Paris. He was, in fine, made sensible that all the world is but the smoke of our intellects, past the bidding of the vulgar, by the wise to be puffed out and drawn in like any cloud of prime Virginia tobacco. What we want we may make about us, and what we don't want we may sweep away. I won't say that all this is wholly true in body, but 'tis sufficient true to furnish a very pretty spectacle now and then. You, I conceive, would be tickled by a better sight of certain other years than your fancy affords you. So be pleased to hold back any fright at what I design to show. Come to the window and be quiet."
My host now took my hand to draw me to one of the windows on the long side of the malodorous room, and at the first touch of his ungloved fingers I turned cold. His flesh, though dry and firm, was of the quality of ice, and I almost shrank away from his pulling. But again I thought of the emptiness and horror of reality, and bodily prepared to follow whithersoever I might be led. Once at the window, the man drew apart the yellow silk curtains and directed my stare into the blackness outside. For a moment I saw nothing save a myriad of tiny dancing lights far, far before me. Then, as if in response to an insidious motion of my host's hand, a flash of heat lightning played over the scene, and I looked out upon a sea of luxuriant foliage unpolluted, and not the sea of roofs to be expected by any normal mind. On my right the Hudson glittered wickedly, and in the distance ahead I saw the unhealthy shimmer of a vast salt marsh, constellated with nervous fireflies. The flash died, and an evil smile illumined the waxy face of the aged necromancer.
"That was before my time, before the new squire's time. Pray, let us try again."
I was faint, even fainter than the hateful modernity of that accursed city had made me.
"Good God!"
I whispered.
"Can you do that for any time?"
And he nodded and bared the black stumps of what had once been yellow fangs. I clutched at the curtains to prevent myself from falling, but he steadied me with that terrible ice-cold claw, and once more made his insidious gesture. Again the lightning flashed, but this time upon a scene not wholly strange. It was Greenwich, the Greenwich that used to be, with here and there a roof or row of houses as we see it now, yet with lovely green lanes and fields and bits of grassy common. The marsh still glittered beyond, but in the farther distance I saw the steeples of what was then all of New York, Trinity and St. Paul's, and the brick church dominating their sisters, and a faint haze of wood smoke hovering over the whole. I breathed hard, but not so much from the sight itself as from the possibilities my imagination terribly conjured up.
Dare you go far?"
I spoke with awe, and I think he shared it for a second, but the evil grin returned.
"Far? What I have seen would blast ye to a mad statue of stone. Back, back, forward, forward, look, ye puling lackwit."
And as he snarled the phrase under his breath, he gestured anew, bringing the sky to a flash more blinding than either which had come before. For full 3 seconds I could glimpse that pandemoniac sight, and in those seconds I saw a vista which will ever afterward torment me in my dreams. I saw the heavens verminous with strange flying things, and beneath them a hellish black city of giant stone terraces with impious pyramids flung savagely to the moon, and devil lights burning from unnumbered windows, and swarming loathsomely on aerial galleries I saw the yellow squint-eyed people of that city, robed horribly in orange and red, and dancing insanely to the pounding of fevered kettle-drums, the clatter of obscene crotala, and the maniacal moaning of muted horns, whose ceaseless dirges rose and fell undulantly like the waves of an unhallowed ocean of bitumen. I saw this vista, I say, and I heard, as with the mind's ear, the blasphemous Dom Daniel of cacophony which companioned it. It was the shrieking fulfilment of all the horror which that corpse city had ever stirred in my soul, and forgetting every injunction to silence, I screamed and screamed and screamed as my nerves gave way and the walls quivered about me. Then, as the flash subsided, I saw that my host was trembling too, a look of shocking fear half blotting from his face the serpent distortion of rage which my screams had excited. He tottered, clutched at the curtains as I had done before, and wriggled his head wildly like a hunted animal. God knows he had cause, for as the echoes of my screaming died away, there came another sound so hellishly suggestive that only numbed emotion kept me sane and conscious. It was the steady, stealthy creaking of the stairs beyond the locked door, as with the ascent of a barefoot or skin-shod horde, and at last the cautious, purposeful rattling of the brass latch that glowed in the feeble candlelight. The old man clawed and spat at me through the mouldy air, and barked things in his throat as he swayed with the yellow curtain that he clutched.
"The full moon, damn ye, ye yelping dog," he called them. "And they've come for me, moccasin feet, dead men. Gad sink ye, ye red devils! But I poisoned no rum o' yours. Han't I kept your pox-rotted magic safe? Ye swilled yourselves sick, curse ye, and ye must needs blame the squire. Let go, you! Unhand that latch, I've naught for ye here."
At this point 3 slow and very deliberate raps shook the panels of the door, and a white foam gathered at the mouth of the frantic magician. His fright, turning to steely despair, left room for a resurgence of his rage against me, and he staggered a step toward the table on whose edge I was steadying myself. The curtains, still clutched in his right hand as his left clawed out at me, grew taut and finally crashed down from their lofty fastenings, admitting to the room a flood of that full moonlight which the brightening sky had presaged. In those greenish beams the candles paled, and a new semblance of decay spread over the musk-reeking room, with its wormy panelling, sagging floor, battered mantel, rickety furniture, and ragged draperies. It spread over the old man, too, whether from the same source or because of his fear and vehemence, and I saw him shrivel and blacken as he lurched near and strove to rend me with vulturine talons. Only his eyes stared whole, and they glared with a propulsive, dilated incandescence, which grew as the face around them charred and dwindled. The rapping was now repeated with greater insistence, and this time bore a hint of metal. The black thing facing me had become only a head with eyes, impotently trying to wriggle across the sinking floor in my direction, and occasionally emitting feeble little spits of immortal malice. Now swift and splintering blows assailed the sickly panels, and I saw the gleam of a tomahawk as it cleft the rending wood. I did not move, for I could not, but watched dazedly as the door fell in pieces to admit a colossal, shapeless influx of inky substance, starred with shining, malevolent eyes. It poured thickly like a flood of oil bursting a rotten bulkhead, overturned a chair as it spread, and finally flowed under the table and across the room to where the blackened head with the eyes still glared at me. Round that head it closed, totally swallowing it up, and in another moment it had begun to recede, bearing away its invisible burden without touching me, and flowing again out of that black doorway, and down the unseen stairs which creaked as before, though in reverse order. Then the floor gave way at last, and I slid graspingly down into the nighted chamber below, choking with cobwebs and half swooning with terror. The green moon shining through broken windows showed me the hall door half open, and as I rose from the plaster-strewn floor and twisted myself free from the sagged ceilings, I saw sweep past it an awful torrent of blackness, with scores of baleful eyes glowing in it. It was seeking the door to the cellar, and when it found it, it vanished therein. I now felt the floor of this lower room giving, as that of the upper chamber had done, and once the crashing above had been followed by the fall past the west window of something which must have been the cupola. Now liberated for the instant from the wreckage, I rushed through the hall to the front door, and finding myself unable to open it, seized a chair and broke a window, climbing frenziedly out upon the unkempt lawn, where moonlight danced over yard-high grass and weeds. The wall was high and the gates were locked, but moving a pile of boxes in a corner, I managed to gain the top and cling to the great stone urn set there. About me in my exhaustion I could see only strange walls and windows and old gambrel roofs. The steep street of my approach was nowhere visible, and the little I did see succumbed rapidly to a mist that rolled in from the river, despite the glaring moonlight. Suddenly the urn to which I clung began to tremble, as if sharing my own lethal dizziness, and in another instant my body was plunging downward to I knew not what fate. The man who found me said that I must have crawled a long way despite my broken bones, for a trail of blood stretched off as far as he dared look. The gathering rain soon effaced this link with the scene of my ordeal, and reports could state no more than that I had appeared from a place unknown at the entrance of a little black court off Perry Street. I never sought to return to those tenebrous labyrinths, nor would I direct any sane man thither if I could. Of who or what that ancient creature was, I have no idea, but I repeat that the city is dead and full of unsuspected horrors. Whither he has gone, I do not know, but I have gone home to the pure New England lanes, up which fragrant sea winds sweep at evening. End of He by HP Lovecraft. Recording by Andy Sames.
How He Caught the Ghost by Bob Holland. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lee Vogler. How He Caught the Ghost by Bob Holland. Yes, the house is a good one, said the agent. It's in a good neighborhood, and you're getting it at almost nothing. But I think it right to tell you all about it. You are orphans, you say, and with the mother dependent on you? That makes all the more necessary that you should know. The fact is, the house is said to be haunted. The agent could not help smiling as he said it, and he was relieved to see an answering smile on the two faces before him. "Ah, you don't believe in ghosts," he went on. "Nor do I, for that matter. But somehow the reputation of the house keeps me from having a tenant long at a time. The place ought to rent for twice as much as it does. If we succeed in driving out the ghost, you will not raise the rent?" asked the boy, with a merry twinkle in his eyes. "Well, no, not this year at any rate," laughed the agent. And so the house was rented, and the slip of a girl and the tall lad, her brother, went their way. Within a week the family had moved into the house and were delighted with it. It was large and cool, with wide halls and fine stairways, and with more room than they needed. But that did not matter in the least, for they had always been cramped in small houses, suffering many discomforts, and they never could have afforded such a place as this if it had not been haunted. "Blessings on the ghost!" cried Margaret gaily as she ran about, as merry as a child. "Who would be without a ghost in the house when it brings one like this?" "And it's so near your school," said the mother, "and I used to worry so over the long walk. And David can come home to lunch now, and you don't know what a pleasure that will be." "It seems to me," David gravely explained, "that if I should meet the ghost, I would treat him with the greatest politeness and encourage him to stay. We shall not miss the room he takes, shall we? I think it would be well to set aside that room over yours, Maggie, for his ghostship's own, for we shall not need that, you know. Besides, the door doesn't shut, and he can go in and out without breaking the lock." And then they all laughed and had a great deal of fun over the ghost, which was a great joke to them. They were very tired that night and slept soundly all night long. When they met the next morning, there was more laughter about the ghost, which was shy about meeting strangers, probably, and had made no effort to introduce himself. For the next 3 days they were all hard at work, trying to bring chaos into something like order, and then it was time for the school to open, and Margaret was to begin teaching, and David inserted an advertisement in the city's papers for a maid-of-all-work who might help their mother in their absence. For 1 whole day prospective colored servants presented themselves and announced, "Is this the house where they want a work lady? No, ma'am, I ain't going to work in this house. Catch me working in no haunted house." After which they each and all departed, and others came in their stead. One was secured after a while, but no sooner had she talked across the fence with the neighbor's servant than she too departed. "Never mind, children," said Miss Craig wearily. "I would much rather do the work than be troubled in this way." So the maid-of-all-work was dismissed, and the Craig family locked the doors and went into their rooms, worn out with the day's anxieties. They had been in the house 4 days, and there had been neither sight nor sound of the ghost. The very mention of it was enough to start them all to laughing, for they were thoroughly practical people, with a fondness for inquiring into anything that seemed mysterious to them, and for understanding it thoroughly before they let it go. David was soon sleeping the sound sleep of healthy boyhood, and all was silent in the house, when Margaret stole softly into his room and laid her hand on his arm. He was not easy to waken, and several minutes had passed before he sat up in bed with an articulate murmur of surprise. "Hush," said Margaret in a whisper, with her hand on his lips. "I want you to come into my room and listen to a sound that I've been hearing for some time." "Doors creaking?" suggested David as he began to dress. "Nothing of the kind," was all she said. They walked up the stairway and along the upper hall to the door of the unused room. Something was wrong with the lock, and the door would not stay fastened, as I have said. Something that was not fear thrilled their hearts as they pushed the door further ajar and stood where they could see every foot of the vacant floor. One of their own boxes stood in the middle of the room, but aside from that, nothing was to be seen, and they looked at one another in silence. "Hold the lamp a minute, Maggie," David said at last, and then he went all over the room and looked more particularly at its emptiness and even felt the walls. "Secret panels, you know," he said with a smile, but it was a very puzzled smile indeed. "I can't see what it could have been," Margaret said as they went down the stairs. "No, I can't see either, but I'm going to see," said David. "That was a chain, and chains don't drag around by themselves, you know. A ghost could not drag a chain if he were to try." "The conventional ghost very often drags chains," said Margaret as she closed the door of her room. And then she lay awake all night and listened for the conventional ghost that dragged a chain, but it seemed that the weight of the chain must have wearied him, for he was not heard again. The mother had slept through it all, and the next morning they gave her a vivid account of the night's adventure. "Perhaps it was someone in the house," she said in alarm. There were no ghosts within the bounds of possibility so far as she was concerned, but burglars were very possible indeed. Then Margaret and David both laughed more than ever. "What fun it would be," said David, "for a burglar to get into the house and try to find something worth carrying away." So they went on to the next night, all three fully determined to spend the night in listening for the ghost and running him to earth if possible. But it was Margaret that heard the ghost after all. She had been sleeping and was suddenly startled wide awake, and there, overhead, was the sound of the chain dragging, and just as she was on the point of springing out of bed to call her brother, the chain seemed to go out of the upper room. She lay still and listened, and in a moment she heard it again. It was coming down the stairs. There was no carpet on the stairs, and she could hear the chain drop from step to step until it had come the whole way down. There it was, almost at the door of her room, and something that was strangely like fear kept her lying still, listening in horrified silence. Then it went along the hall, dragging close to the door, then further away, and back and forth for a while, and then it began dragging back up the stairs again. Step by step, she could hear it drawn over the edge of every step, and by the time it had reached the top she remembered herself and called David. Again did the brother and sister make a tour of the upper room with the lamp. Not only that, but they looked into every nook and corner of the upper part of the house, and at last came back, baffled. They had seen nothing extraordinary, and they had not heard a sound. "I'm going to see that ghost tonight," David said to his sister the next evening. "How?" "I'm going to sit up all night at the head of the stairs. Don't say anything about it to Mother. It might make her uneasy." So, after the household were all quiet, David slipped into his place at the head of the stairs and sat down to his vigil. He had placed a screen at the head of the stairway so that it hid him from view, as if a ghost cared for a screen, and established himself behind it and prepared to be as patient as he could. It seemed to him that hours so long had never been devised as those the town clocks told off that night. He bore it until midnight moderately well, because, he argued with himself, if there were any ghosts about, they would surely walk then. But they were not in a humor for walking, and still the hours rolled on without any developments. He took the fidgets and had nervous twitches all over him. At last he could endure it no longer, and had leaned his head back against the wall, and was going blissfully to sleep, when he heard a chain dragging just beyond the open door of that unused room. In spite of himself, a shiver ran down his back. There was no mistaking it. It was a real chain if he had ever heard one. More than that, it had left the room and was coming straight toward the stairs. The hall was dark, and it was impossible for him to see anything, although he strained his eyes in the direction of the sound. And even while he looked, it had passed behind the screen and was going down the stairs, dropping from step to step with a clank. Halfway down, a narrow strip of moonlight from a stair window lay directly across the steps. Whatever the thing was, it must pass through that patch of light, and David leaned forward and watched. Down it went from step to step, and presently it had slipped through the light. and was down, and a little later it came back again, through the light, and up the stairs, and back into that unused room. And then David slapped his knees jubilantly and ran down to his room and slept all the rest of the night. Next morning he was very mysterious about his discoveries of the night before. "Oh, yes, I saw the ghost," he said to Maggie. "There, don't ask so many questions. I'll tell you more about it tomorrow, maybe." And that was all the information she could get from him. It was very provoking. That day David made a purchase downtown and brought home a bulky bundle, which he hid in his own room and would not let his sister even peep at. "I'm going to try to catch a ghost tonight," he said, "and you know how it is. If I brag too much beforehand, I shall be sure to fail." He was working with something in the hall after the others had retired, but he did not sit up this time. He went to bed, and Margaret listened at his door and found that he was soon asleep. But away in the night they were all wakened by squealing that brought them to the hall in a great hurry, and there at the head of the stairs they found the huge rat trap that David had set a few hours before, and in the midst of the toils was a rat. "Why, David," exclaimed the mother, "I didn't know there was a rat in the house." And then, all at once, she saw that there was a long chain hanging from a little iron collar around the creature's neck, and she and Margaret cried together, "And this was the ghost!" Such a funny ghost when they came to think of it. This poor rat, with a nest in some hole of the broken chimney. He had been someone's pet once, perhaps. And now the households he had broken up, the nights he had disturbed, the wild sensations he had created. It made his captors laugh to think that this innocent creature had been the cause of the whole trouble. "I'll get a cage for him and take care of him for the rest of his life," said David. "We owe him so much that we can't afford to be ungrateful." The next morning he took the ghost in a cage and showed it to the agent and gave him a vivid account of the capture. "So you have a good house for about half the price, all on account of that rat," exclaimed the agent grimly. "Young man, but never mind, you deserve it. What are you working for now? $6 a week? If you ever want to change your place, suppose you come around here. I think you need a business that will give you a chance to grow." And the agent and David shook hands warmly over the cage of the ghost. End of How He Caught the Ghost.
Jerry Jarvis's Wig by Richard Harris Barham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rafe Ball. Jerry Jarvis's Wig by Richard Harris Barham. Jerry Jarvis's Wig, a legend of the Weald of Kent. The wig's the thing, the wig, the wig. Old song. "Joe," said old Jarvis, looking out of his window. It was his ground floor back. "Joe, you seem to be very hot, Joe, and you have got no wig." "Yes, sir," quoth Joseph, pausing and resting upon his spade. "It's as hot a day as ever I see, but the celery must be got in, or there'll be no autumn crop, and—" "Well, but Joe, the sun's so hot, and it shines so on your bald head, it makes one wink to look at it. You'll have a coup de soleil, Joe." "A what, sir?" "No matter. It's very hot working, and if you'll step indoors, I'll give you—" "Thank ye, your honour. A drop of beer will be very acceptable." Joe's countenance brightened amazingly. "Joe, I'll give you my old wig." The countenance of Joseph fell. His grey eye had glistened as a blessed vision of double X flitted athwart his fancy. Its glance faded again into the old, filmy, gooseberry-coloured hue as he growled in a minor key, "A wig, sir?" "Yes, Joe, a wig. The man who does not study the comfort of his dependents is an unfeeling scoundrel. You shall have my old worn-out wig." "I hope, sir, you'll give me a drop of beer to drink your honour's health in. It is very hot, and come in, Joe, and Mrs. Witherspoon shall give it to you. Heaven bless your honour, said honest Joe, striking his spade perpendicularly into the earth, and walking with more than usual alacrity towards the close-cut, quick-set hedge which separated Mr. Jarvis's garden from the high road. From the quick-set hedge aforesaid he now raised, with all due delicacy, a well-worn and somewhat dilapidated jacket, of a stuff by drapers most pseudonymously termed everlasting. Alack, alack! What is there to which tempus edax rerum will accord that epithet? In its high and palmy days it had been all of a piece, but as its master's eye now fell upon it, the expression of his countenance seemed to say, with Octavian, "Those days are gone, Floranthe." It was now, from frequent patching, a coat not unlike that of the patriarch, one of many colours. Joseph Washford inserted his wrists into the corresponding orifices of the tattered garment, and, with a steadiness of circumgyration to be acquired only by long and sufficient practice, swung it horizontally over his ears, and settled himself into it. "Confound your old jacket!" cried a voice from the other side of the hedge. "Keep it down, you rascal! Don't you see my horse is frightened at it?" "Sensible beast," apostrophised Joseph. "I've been frightened at it myself every day for the last 2 years." The gardener cast a rueful glance at its sleeve, and pursued his way to the door of the back kitchen. "Joe," said Mrs. Witherspoon, a fat, comely dame of about 45, "Joe, your master is but too good to you. He is always kind and considerate. Joe, he has desired me to give you his old wig." "And the beer, Ma'am Witherspoon?" said Washford, taking the proffered caxon, and looking at it with an expression somewhat short of rapture. "And the beer, ma'am?" "The beer, you guzzling wretch! What beer? Master said nothing about no beer. You ungrateful fellow! Has he not given you a wig?" "Why, yes, Madam Witherspoon, but then, you see, his honour said it was very hot, and I'm very dry, and—" "Go to the pump, sot!" said Mrs. Witherspoon as she slammed the back door in the face of the petitioner. Mrs. Witherspoon was of the Lady Huntingdon persuasion, and honorary assistant secretary to the Appledore branch of the Ladies' Grand Junction Water-Working Temperance Society. Joe remained for a few moments lost in mental abstraction. He looked at the door. He looked at the wig. His first thought was to throw it into the pigsty. His corruption rose, but he resisted the impulse. He got the better of Satan. The half-formed imprecation died before it reached his lips. He looked disdainfully at the wig. It had once been a comely jacy enough, of the colour of overbaked gingerbread, one of the description commonly known during the latter half of the last century by the name of a Brown George. The species, it is to be feared, is now extinct, but a few, a very few of the same description might, till very lately, be occasionally seen, rari nantes ingurgite vasto, the glorious relics of a bygone day, crowning the cerebellum of some venerated and venerable provost or judge of assize. But Mr. Jarvis's wig had one peculiarity. Unlike most of its fellows, it had a tail, cribbed and confined, indeed, by a shabby piece of faded shalloon. Washford looked at it again. He shook his bald head. The wig had certainly seen its best days. Still, it had about it something of an air of faded gentility. It was like ancient Rome, majestic in decay, and as the small ale was not to be forthcoming, why, after all, an old wig was better than nothing. Mr. Jeremiah Jarvis, of Appledore, in the Weald of Kent, was a gentleman by Act of Parliament, one of that class of gentlemen who, disdaining the bourgeois-sounding name of attorney-at-law, are, by a legal fiction, denominated solicitors. I say by a legal fiction, for surely the general tenor of the intimation received by such as enjoy the advantage of their correspondence has little in common with the idea usually attached to the term solicitation. If you don't pay my bill and costs, I'll send you to jail, is a very energetic entreaty. There are, it is true, etymologists who derive their style and title from the Latin infinitive sollicitare, to make anxious. In all probability, they are right. If this be the true etymology of his title, as it was the main end of his calling, then was Jeremiah Jarvis a worthy exemplar of the genus to which he belonged. Few persons in his time had created greater solicitude among his Majesty's lieges within the Weald. He was rich, of course. The best house in the country town is always the lawyer's, and it generally boasts a green door, stone steps, and a brass knocker. In neither of these appendages to opulence was Jeremiah deficient, but then he was so very rich. His reputed wealth, indeed, passed all the common modes of accounting for its increase. True, he was so universal a favourite that every man whose will he made was sure to leave him a legacy, that he was a sort of general assignee to all the bankruptcies within 20 miles of Appledore, was clerk to half the trusts, and treasurer to most of the rates, funds, and subscriptions in that part of the country, that he was land agent to Lord Mount Rhino, and steward to the rich Miss Tabbytail of Smerrididdle Hall, that he had been guardian to 3 young profligates, who all ran through their property, which, somehow or another, came at last into his hands at an equitable valuation. Still, his possessions were so considerable as not to be altogether accounted for, in vulgar esteem, even by these and other honourable modes of accumulation. Nor were there wanting those who conscientiously entertained a belief that a certain dark-coloured gentleman, of indifferent character, known principally by his predilection for appearing in perpetual mourning, had been through life his great friend and counsellor, and had mainly assisted in the acquirement of his revenues. That old Jerry Jarvis had sold himself to the devil was, indeed, a dogma which it were heresy to doubt in Appledore. On this head, at least, there were few schismatics in the parish. When the worthy solicitor next looked out of his ground-floor back, he smiled with much complacency at beholding Joe Washford again hard at work, in his wig, the little tail aforesaid oscillating like a pendulum in the breeze. If it be asked what could induce a gentleman whose leading principle seems to have been self-appropriation to make so magnificent a present, the answer is that Mr. Jarvis might, perhaps, have thought an occasional act of benevolence necessary or politic. He is not the only person who, having stolen a quantity of leather, has given away a pair of shoes, pour l'amour de Dieu. Perhaps he had other motives. Joe, meanwhile, worked away at the celery bed, but, truth obliges us to say, neither with the same degree of vigour or perseverance as had marked the earlier efforts of the morning. His pauses were more frequent. He rested longer on the handle of his spade, while ever and anon his eye would wander from the trench beneath him to an object not unworthy the contemplation of a natural philosopher. This was an apple-tree. Fairer fruit never tempted Eve, or any of her daughters. The bending branches groaned beneath their luxuriant freight, and, drooping to earth, seemed to ask the protecting aid of man either to support or to relieve them. The fine, rich glow of their sun-streaked clusters derived additional loveliness from the level beams of the descending day-star. An anchorite's mouth had watered at the pippins. On the precise graft of the espalier of Eden, Sanconiathon, Manetho, and Berosus are undecided. The best informed Talmudists, however, have, if we are to believe Dr. Pinner's German version, pronounced it a ribstone pippin, and a ribstone pippin tree it was that now attracted the optics and discomposed the inner man of the thirsty, patient, but perspiring gardener. The heat was still oppressive. No beer had moistened his lip, though its very name, uttered as it was in the ungracious tones of a witherspoon, had left behind a longing as intense as fruitless. His thirst seemed supernatural, when at this moment his left ear experienced a slight and tickling sensation, such as we are assured is occasionally produced by an infinitesimal dose in homeopathy. A still, small voice. It was as though a daddy longlegs were whispering in his tympanum. A small voice seemed to say, "Joe, take an apple, Joe." Honest Joseph started at the suggestion. The rich crimson of his jolly nose deepened to a purple tint in the beams of the setting sun. His very forehead was incarnadine. He raised his hand to scratch his ear. The little tortuous tail had worked its way into it. He pulled it out by the bit of shalloon and allayed the itching, then cast his eye wistfully towards the mansion where his master was sitting by the open window. Joe pursed up his parched lips into an arid whistle, and with a desperate energy struck his spade once more into the celery bed. Alack! Alack! What a piece of work is man! How short his triumphs! How frail his resolutions! From this fine and very original moral reflection, we turn, reluctantly, to record the sequel. The celery bed, alluded to as the main scene of Mr. Washford's operations, was drawn in a rectilinear direction, nearly across the whole breadth of the parallelogram that comprised the kitchen garden. Its northern extremity abutted to the hedge before mentioned. Its southern one, woe is me that it should have been so, was in fearful vicinity to the ribstone pippin tree. One branch, low bowed to earth, seemed ready to discharge its precious burden into the very trench. As Joseph stooped to insert the last plant with his dibble, an apple of more than ordinary beauty bobbed against his knuckles. "He's taking snuff, Joe," whispered the same small voice. The tail had twisted itself into its old position. "He is sneezing. Now, Joe, now!" And ere the agitated horticulturalist could recover from his surprise and alarm, the fruit was severed, and in his hand. Shrilly laughed, or seemed to laugh, that accursed little pigtail. Washford stared at once to the perpendicular. With an enfrenzied grasp, he tore the J.C. from his head, and, with that in one hand, and his ill-acquired spoil in the other, he rushed distractedly from the garden. All that night was the humble couch of the once happy gardener haunted with the most fearful visions. He was stealing apples. He was robbing hen roosts. He was altering the chalks upon the milk score. He had purloined 3 chemises from a hedge, and he awoke in the very act of cutting the throat of one of Squire Hodge's sheep. A clammy dew stood upon his temples. The cold perspiration burst from every pore. He sprang in terror from the bed. "Why, Joe, what ails thee, man?" cried the usually incurious Mrs. Washford. "What be the matter with thee? Thee hast done nothing but grunt and growl all night long, and now thee dost stare as if thee saw summat. What be's it, Joe?" A long-drawn sigh was her husband's only answer. His eye fell upon the bed. "How the devil came that here?" quoth Joseph, with a sudden recoil. "Who put that thing on my pillow?" "Why, I did, Joseph. The old nightcap is in the wash, and thee didst toss and tumble so, and kick the clothes off. I thought thee mightest catch cold, so I clapped a twig atop of thee head." And there it lay, the little sinister-looking tail impudently perked up, like an infernal gnomon on a satanic dial-plate. Larceny and ovicide shone in every hair of it. The dawn was overcast, the morning lowered, and heavily in clouds brought on the day, when Joseph Washford once more repaired to the scene of his daily labours. A sort of unpleasant consciousness flushed his countenance, and gave him an uneasy feeling as he opened the garden gate, for Joe, generally speaking, was honest as the skin between his eyebrows. His hand faltered as it pressed the latch. "Pooh-pooh, 'twas but an apple after all," said Joseph. He pushed open the wicket and found himself beneath the tempting tree. But vain now were all its fascinations. Like fairy gold seen by the morning light, its charms had faded into very nothingness. Worlds, to say nothing of apples, which in shape resemble them, would not have brought him to stretch forth an unhallowed hand again. He went steadily to his work. The day continued cloudy. Huge drops of rain fell at intervals, stamping his bald pate with spots as big as halfpence, but Joseph worked on. As the day advanced, showers fell, thick and frequent. The fresh-turned earth itself was fragrant as a bouquet. Joseph worked on, and when at last Jupiter Pluvius descended in all his majesty, soaking the ground into the consistency of a dingy pudding, he put on his party-coloured jacket and strode towards his humble home, rejoicing in his renewed integrity. 'Twas but an apple after all. Had it been an apple pie, indeed? An apple pie. The thought was a dangerous one, too dangerous to dwell on. But Joseph's better genius was at this time lord of the ascendant. He dismissed it and passed on. On arriving at his cottage, an air of bustle and confusion prevailed within, much at variance with the peaceful serenity usually observable in its economy. Mrs. Washford was in high dudgeon. Her heels clattered on the red-tiled floor, and she whisked about the house like a parched pea upon a drumhead. Her voice, generally small and low, an excellent thing in woman, was pitched at least an octave above its ordinary level. She was talking fast and furious. Something had evidently gone wrong. The mystery was soon explained. The cussed old toad of a cat had got into the dairy and licked off the cream from the only pan their single cow had filled that morning, and there she now lay, purring as in scorn. Tib, heretofore the meekest of mousers, the honestest, the least scaddle of the feline race, a cat that one would have sworn might have been trusted with untold fish. Yes, there was no denying it. Proofs were too strong against her. Yet there she lay, hardened in her iniquity, coolly licking her whiskers, and reposing quietly upon, what? Jerry Jarvis's old wig! The patience of a stoic must have yielded. It had been too much for the temperament of the man of Uz. Joseph Washford lifted his hand, that hand which had never yet been raised on Tibby, save to fondle and caress. It now descended on her devoted head in one tremendous douse. Never was a cat so astonished, so enraged. All the tiger portion of her nature rose in her soul. Instead of galloping off, hissing and sputtering, with arched back and tail erected, as any ordinary grimalkin would unquestionably have done under similar circumstances, she paused a moment, drew back on her haunches. All her energy seemed concentrated for one prodigious spring. A demoniac fire gleamed in her green and yellow eyeballs as, bounding upward, she fixed her talons firmly in each of her assailant's cheeks. Many and many a day after were sadly visible the marks of those envenomed claws. Then, dashing over his shoulder with an unearthly mew, she leapt through the open casement and was seen no more. "The devil's in the cat!" was the apostrophe of Mrs. Margaret Washford. Her husband said nothing, but thrust the old wig into his pocket and went to bathe his scratches at the pump. Day after day, night after night, 'twas all the same. Joseph Washford's life became a burden to him. His natural upright and honest mind struggled hard against the frailty of human nature. He was ever restless and uneasy. His frank, open, manly look, that blenched not from the gaze of the spectator, was no more. A sly and sinister expression had usurped the place of it. Mr. Jeremiah Jarvis had little of what the world calls taste, still less of science. Ackerman would have called him a snob, and Buckland a nincompoop. Of the Horticultural Society, its fates, its fruits, and its fiddlings, he knew nothing. Little reeked he of flowers, save cauliflowers. In these, indeed, he was a connoisseur. To their cultivation and cookery the respective talents of Joe and Madam Witherspoon had long been dedicated. But as for a bouquet, Hardham's 37 was the only one fit for a gentleman's nose. And yet, after all, Jerry Jarvis had a good-looking tulip bed. A female friend of his had married a Dutch merchant. Jerry drew the settlements. The lady paid him by a cheque on Childs, the gentleman by a present of a box of roots. Jerry put the latter in his garden. He had rather they had been shallots. Not so his neighbour, Jenkinson. He was a man of taste and of science. He was an F.R.C.E.B.S., which, as he told the vicar, implied Fellow of the Royal Cathartico-Emetico-Botanical Society, and his autograph in Sir John Frostyface's album stood next to that of the Emperor of all the Russias. Neighbour Jenkinson fell in love with the pips and petals of neighbour Jarvis's tulips. There were one or two among them of such brilliant, such surpassing beauty, the cups so well formed, the colours so defined. To be sure, Mr. Jenkinson had enough in his own garden, but then enough, says the philosopher, always means a little more than a man has got. Alas, alas! Jerry Jarvis was never known to bestow. His neighbour dared not offer to purchase from so wealthy a man, and, worse than all, Joe the gardener was incorruptible. Ay, but the wig? Joseph Washford was working away again in the blaze of the midday sun. His head looked like a copper saucepan fresh from the braziers. "Why, where's your wig, Joseph?" said the voice of his master from the well-known window. "What have you done with your wig?" The question was embarrassing. Its tail had tickled his ear till it had made it sore. Joseph had put the wig in his pocket. Mr. Jeremiah Jarvis was indignant. He liked not that his benefit should be ill appreciated by the recipient. "Hark ye, Joseph Washford," said he, "either wear my wig or let me have it again." There was no mistaking the meaning of his tones. They were resonant of indignation and disgust, of mingled grief and anger, the amalgamation of sentiment naturally produced by friendship unreturned and unrequited love. Washford's heart smote him. He felt all that was implied in his master's appeal. "It's here, your honour," said he. "I had only taken it off because we have had a smartish shower, but the sky is brightening now." The wig was replaced, and the little tortuous pigtail wriggled itself into its accustomed position. At this moment neighbour Jenkinson peeped over the hedge. "Joe Washford," said neighbour Jenkinson. "Sir, to you," was the reply. "How beautiful your tulips look after the rain." "Ah, sir, master sets no great store by them flowers," returned the gardener. "Indeed? Then, perhaps, he would have no objection to part with a few?" "Why, no. I don't think the master would like to give them, or anything else, away, sir." And Washford scratched his ear. "Joe," said Mr. Jenkinson. "Joe." The sublime, observes Longinus, is often embodied in a monosyllable. "Joe." Mr. Jenkinson said no more, but a half-crown shone from between his upraised fingers, and its poor dumb mouth spoke for him. How Joseph Washford's left ear did itch! He looked to the ground floor back. Mr. Jarvis had left the window. Mr. Jenkinson's ground plot boasted, at daybreak next morning, a splendid Semper Augustus, which was not so before, and Joseph Washford was led home much about the same time, in a most extraordinary state of civilation, from the three jolly potboys. From that hour he was the fiend's. "Facilis descensus Averni," says Virgil. It is only the first step that is attended with any difficulty, says somebody else, when speaking of the decollated martyr, St. Denis's walk with his head under his arm. The first step! Joseph Washford had taken that step. He had taken 2, 3, 4 steps, and now, from a hesitating, creeping, cat-like mode of progression, he had got into a firmer tread, an amble, a positive trot. He took the family linen to the wash. One of Madam Witherspoon's best Holland chemises was never seen after. Lost? Impossible! How could it be lost? Where could it be gone to? Who could have got it? It was her best, her very best. She should know it among 100, among 1,000. It was marked with a great W in the corner. Lost? Impossible! She would see. Alas, she never did see. The chemise, habit, erupit, evacit. It was, like the lost Pleiad, seen on earth no more. But Joseph Washford's Sunday shirt was seen, finer and fairer than ever, the pride and dulce decus of the meeting. The meeting? Aye, the meeting. Joe Washford never missed the Appledore Independent Meeting House, whether the service were in the morning or afternoon, whether the Reverend Mr. Sleandry exhorted or made way for the Reverend Mr. Tearbrain. Let who would officiate, there was Joe. As I have said before, he never missed. But other people missed. One missed an umbrella, one a pair of clogs. Farmer Johnson missed his tobacco box, Farmer Jackson his greatcoat. Miss Jackson missed her hymn book, a diamond edition, bound in maroon-coloured velvet, with gilt corners and clasps. Everything, in short, was missed, but Joe Washford. There he sat, grave, sedate, and motionless, all save that restless, troublesome, fidgety little pigtail attached to his wig, which nothing could keep quiet, or prevent from tickling and interfering with Miss Thompson's curls as she sat back to back with Joe in the adjoining pew. After the 3rd Sunday, Nancy Thompson eloped with the tall recruiting sergeant of the Connaught Rangers. The summer passed away, autumn came and went, and Christmas, jolly Christmas, that period of which we are accustomed to utter the mournful truism, "It comes but once a year," was at hand. It was a fine, bracing morning. The sun was just beginning to throw a brighter tint upon the Quaker-coloured ravine of Allstone Hill, when a medical gentleman, returning to the quiet little village of Ham Street that lies at its foot, from a farmhouse at Kingsnorth, rode briskly down the declivity. After several hours of patient attention, Mr. Moneypenny had succeeded in introducing to the notice of 7 little expectant brothers and sisters a remarkably fine child, and was now hurrying home in the sweet hope of a comfortable snooze for a couple of hours before the announcement of tea and muffins should arouse him to fresh exertion. The road at this particular spot had, even then, been cut deep below the surface of the soil, for the purpose of diminishing the abruptness of the descent, and, as either side of the superincumbent banks was clothed with a thick mantle of tangled copsewood, the passage, even by day, was sufficiently obscure, the level beams of the rising or setting sun, as they happened to enfilade the gorge, alone illuminating its recesses. A long stream of rosy light was just beginning to make its way through the vista, and Mr. Moneypenny's nose had scarcely caught and reflected its kindred ray, when the sturdiest and most active cob that ever rejoiced in the appellation of a Suffolk punch brought herself up in mid-career upon her haunches, and that with a suddenness which had almost induced her rider to describe that beautiful mathematical figure, the parabola, between her ears. Peggy, her name was Peggy, stood stock still, snorting like a stranded grampus, and alike insensible to the gentle hints afforded her by hand and heel. "Ch! Ch! Get along, Peggy!" half exclaimed, half whistled the equestrian. If ever steed said in its heart, I'll be shot if I do. It was Peggy at that moment. She planted her forelegs deep in the sandy soil, raised her stump of a tail to an elevation approaching the horizontal, protruded her nose like a pointer at a covey, and with expanded nostril continued to snuffle most egregiously. Mr. Geoffrey Gambado, the illustrious Master of the Horse to the Doge of Venice, tells us, in his far-famed treatise on the art equestrian, that the most embarrassing position in which a rider can be placed is when he wishes to go one way and his horse is determined to go another. There is, to be sure, a tertium quid, which, though it splits the difference, scarcely obviates the inconvenience. This is when the parties compromise the matter by not going any way at all. To this compromise Peggy and her soi-disant master were now reduced. They had fairly joined issue. "Budge!" quoth the doctor. "Budge not!" quoth the fiend, for nothing short of a fiend could, of a surety, inspire Peggy at such a time with such unwonted obstinacy. Moneypenny whipped and spurred. Peggy plunged and reared and kicked, and for several minutes to a superficial observer the termination of the contest might have appeared uncertain. But your profound thinker sees at a glance that, however the scales may appear to vibrate, when the question between the sexes is one of perseverance, it is quite a lost cause for the masculine gender. Peggy beat the doctor all to sticks, and when he was fairly tired of goading and thumping, maintained her position as firmly as ever. It is of no great use, and not particularly agreeable, to sit still on a cold frosty morning in January upon the outside of a brute that will neither go forwards nor backwards, so Mr. Moneypenny got off, and muttering curses both loud and deep between his chattering teeth, progressed, as near as the utmost extremity of the extended bridle would allow him, to peep among the weeds and brushwood that flanked the road, in order to discover, if possible, what it was that so exclusively attracted the instinctive attention of his Bucephalus. His curiosity was not long at fault. The sunbeam glanced partially upon some object ruddier even than itself. It was a scarlet waistcoat, the wearer of which, overcome perchance by Christmas compotation, seemed to have selected for his thrice-driven bed of down the thickest clump of the tallest and most imposing nettles, thereon to doze away the narcotic effects of superabundant juniper. This, at least, was Mr. Moneypenny's belief, or he would scarcely have uttered, at the highest pitch of his contralto, "What are you doing there, you drunken rascal? Frightening my horse!" We have already hinted, if not absolutely asserted, that Peggy was a mare, but this was no time for verbal criticism. "Get up, I say! Get up and go home, you scoundrel!" But the scoundrel and drunken rascal answered not. He moved not, nor could the prolonged shouting of the appellant, aided by significant explosions from a double-thonged whip, succeed in eliciting a reply. No motion indicated that the recumbent figure, whose outline alone was visible, was a living and breathing man. The clear, shrill tones of a ploughboy's whistle sounded at this moment from the bottom of the hill, where the broad and green expanse of Romney Marsh stretches away from its foot for many a mile, and now gleamed through the mists of morning, dotted and enamelled with its 1,000 flocks. In a few minutes his tiny figure was seen slouching up the ascent, casting a most disproportionate and ogre-like shadow before him. "Come here, Jack," quoth the doctor. "Come here, boy, lay hold of this bridle, and mind that my horse does not run away." Peggy threw up her head and snorted disdain of the insinuation. She had not the slightest intention of doing any such thing. Mr. Moneypenny, meanwhile, disencumbered of his restive nag, proceeded by manual application to arouse the sleeper. Alas! the 7 of Ephesus might sooner have been awakened from their century of somnolency. His was that dreamless sleep that knows no waking. His cares in this world were over. Vainly did Moneypenny practise his own constant precept, to be well shaken. There lay before him the lifeless body of a murdered man. The corpse lay stretched upon its back, partially concealed, as we have before said, by the nettles which had sprung up among the stumps of the half-grubbed underwood. The throat was fearfully lacerated, and the dark, deep, arterial dye of the coagulated blood showed that the carotid had been severed. There was little to denote the existence of any struggle, but as the day brightened, the sandy soil of the road exhibited an impression as of a body that had fallen on its plastic surface and had been dragged to its present position, while fresh horseshoe prints seemed to intimate that either the assassin or his victim had been mounted. The pockets of the deceased were turned out and empty. A hat and heavy-loaded whip lay at no great distance from the body. "But what have we here?" quoth Dr. Moneypenny. "What is it that the poor fellow holds so tightly in his hand?" That hand had manifestly clutched some article with all the spasmodic energy of a dying grasp. It was an old wig! Those who are fortunate enough to have seen a Cinque Port courthouse may possibly divine what that useful and most necessary edifice was some 80 years ago. Many of them seem to have undergone little alteration, and are in general of a composite order of architecture, a fanciful arrangement of brick and timber, with what Johnson would have styled interstices reticulated and decussated between intersections of lath and plaster. Its less euphonious designation in the Weald is a noggin. One half the basement story is usually of the more solid material, the other open to the street, from which it is separated only by a row of dingy columns supporting a portion of the superstructure, is paved with tiles, and sometimes does duty as a marketplace, while, in its centre, flanking the broad staircase that leads to the session-houses above, stands an ominous-looking machine of heavy perforated wood, clasped within whose stern embrace the rude forefathers of the hamlet sleep off occasionally the drowsiness produced by convivial excess in a most undignified position, an inconvenience much increased at times by some mischievous urchin who, after abstracting the shoes of the helpless détenu, amuses himself by tickling at the soles of his feet. It was in such a place, or rather in the courtroom above, that, in the year 1761, a hale, robust man, somewhat past the middle age, with a very bald pate, save where a continued tuft of coarse, wiry hair, stretching from above each ear, swelled out into a greyish-looking bush upon the occiput, held up his hand before a grave and enlightened assemblage of Dymchurch jurymen. He stood arraigned for that offence most heinous in the sight of God and man, the deliberate and cold-blooded butchery of an unoffending, unprepared fellow creature, homicidium quod nullo vidente, nullo auscultante, clam perpetratur. The victim was one Humphrey Bourne, a reputable grazier of Ivychurch, worthy and well-to-do, though, perchance, a thought too apt to indulge on a market day, when a score of ewes had brought in a reasonable profit. Some such cause had detained him longer than usual at an Ashford cattle show. He had left the town late and alone. Early in the following morning his horse was found standing at his own stable door, the saddle turned round beneath its belly, and much about the time that the corpse of its unfortunate master was discovered some 4 miles off by our friend the pharmacopolist. That poor Bourne had been robbed and murdered, there could be no question. Who, then, was the perpetrator of this atrocious deed? The unwilling hand almost refuses to trace the name of Joseph Washford. Yet so it was. Mr. Jeremiah Jarvis was himself the coroner for that division of the county of Kent known by the name of the Lath of Scray. He had not sat 2 minutes on the body before he recognised his quondam property, and started at beholding in the grasp of the victim, as torn in the death struggle from the murderer's head, his own old wig, his own perky little pigtail, tied up with a piece of shabby shalloon, now wriggling and quivering as in salutation of its ancient master. The silver buckles of the murdered man were found in Joe Washford's shoes. Broad pieces were found in Joe Washford's pockets. Joe Washford had himself been found when the hue and cry was up, hid in a corn rig at no great distance from the scene of slaughter, his pruning knife red with the evidence of his crime, the grey hairs yet stuck to the heft. For their humane administration of the laws, the lieges of this portion of the realm have long been celebrated. Here it was that merciful verdict was recorded in the case of the old lady accused of larceny. We find her not guilty, and hope she will never do so any more. Here it was that the more experienced culprit, when called upon to plead with the customary, though somewhat superfluous, inquiry as to how would he be tried, substituted for the usual reply, "By God and my country," that of "By your worship and a Dymchurch jury." Here it was. But enough. Not even a Dymchurch jury could resist such evidence, even though the gallows, i.e. the expense of erecting one, stared them, as well as the criminal, in the face. The very pigtail alone, ever at his ear. A clearer case of suadente diabolo never was made out. Had there been a doubt, its very conduct in the courthouse would have settled the question. The Reverend Joel Inglesby, umquile chaplain to the Romney bench, has left upon record that, when exhibited in evidence, together with the blood-stained knife, its twistings, its caperings, its gleeful evolutions quite flabbergasted the jury and threw all beholders into a consternation. It was remarked, too, by many in the court that the forensic wig of the recorder himself was, on that trying occasion, palpably agitated, and that its three depending, learned-looking tails lost curl at once, and slunk beneath the obscurity of the powdered collar, just as the boldest dog recoils from a rabid animal of its own species, however small and insignificant. Why prolong the painful scene? Joe Washford was tried. Joe Washford was convicted. Joe Washford was hanged. The fearful black gibbet, on which his body clanked in its chains to the midnight winds, frowns no more upon Allstone Hill. It has sunk beneath the encroaching hand of civilization. But there it might be seen late in the last century, an awful warning to all bald-pated gentlemen how they wear or accept the old wig of a special attorney. Timeo Deneos e dona ferentes. Such gifts, as we have seen, may lead to a morbid delusion, the climax of which is murder. The fate of the wig itself is somewhat doubtful. Nobody seems to have recollected, with any degree of precision, what became of it. Mr. Inglesby had heard that, when thrown into the fire by the court-keeper, after whizzing and fizzling and performing all sorts of supernatural antics and contortions, it at length whirled up the chimney with a bang that was taken for the explosion of one of the Feversham powder mills 20 miles off, while others insinuate that in the great storm which took place on the night when Mr. Jeremiah Jarvis went to his long home, wherever that may happen to be, and the whole of the marsh appeared as one broad sheet of flame, something that looked very like a fiery wig, perhaps a miniature comet, it had unquestionably a tail, was seen careering in the blaze and seeming to ride on the whirlwind and direct the storm. End of Jerry Jarvis's Wig. Recording by Rafe Ball.
My Own True Ghost Story by Rudyard Kipling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. My Own True Ghost Story by Rudyard Kipling. As I came through the desert, thus it was. As I came through the desert, the city of dreadful night. Somewhere in the other world, where there are books and pictures and plays and shop windows to look at, and thousands of men who spend their lives in building up all four, lives a gentleman who writes real stories about the real insides of people. And his name is Mr. Walter Besant. But he will insist upon treating his ghosts, he has published half a workshop full of them, with levity. He makes his ghost seers talk familiarly, and, in some cases, flirt outrageously with the phantoms. You may treat anything, from a viceroy to a vernacular paper, with levity. But you must behave reverently toward a ghost, and particularly an Indian one. There are, in this land, ghosts who take the form of fat, cold pobby horses and hide in trees near the roadside till a traveler passes. Then they drop upon his neck and remain. There are also terrible ghosts of women who have died in childbed. These wander along the pathways at dusk, or hide in the crops near a village, and call seductively. But to answer their call is death in this world and the next. Their feet are turned backward, that all sober men may recognize them. There are ghosts of little children who have been thrown into wells. These haunt well curbs and the fringes of jungles, and wail under the stars, or catch women by the wrist and beg to be taken up and carried. These and the corpse ghosts, however, are only vernacular articles, and do not attack sahibs. No native ghost has yet been authentically reported to have frightened an Englishman, but many English ghosts have scared the life out of both white and black. Nearly every other station owns a ghost. There are said to be 2 at Simla, not counting the woman who blows the bellows at Sairi Dak Bungalow on the old road. Mussoorie has a house haunted of a very lively thing. A white lady is supposed to do night watchman round a house in Lahore. Dalhousie says that one of her houses repeats on autumn evenings all the incidents of a horrible horse and precipice accident. Murree has a merry ghost, and now that she has been swept by cholera, will have room for a sorrowful one. There are officers' quarters in the Myanmar whose doors open without reason, and whose furniture is guaranteed to creak, not with the heat of June, but with the weight of invisibles who come to lounge in the chairs. Peshawar possesses houses that none will willingly rent, and there is something, not fever, wrong with a big bungalow in Allahabad. The older provinces simply bristle with haunted houses, and march phantom armies along their main thoroughfares. Some of the dock bungalows on the Grand Trunk Road have handy little cemeteries in their compound, witnesses to the changes and chances of this mortal life, in the days when men drove from Calcutta to the northwest. These bungalows are objectionable places to put up in. They are generally very old, always dirty, while the khansama is as ancient as the bungalow. He either chatters senilely or falls into the long trances of age. In both moods he is useless. If you get angry with him, he refers to some sahib dead and buried these 30 years, and says that when he was in that sahib's service, not a khansama in the province could touch him. Then he jabbers and mows and trembles and fidgets among the dishes, and you repent of your irritation. In these dock bungalows, ghosts are most likely to be found, and when found, they should be made a note of. Not long ago, it was my business to live in dock bungalows. I never inhabited the same house for 3 nights running, and grew to be learned in the breed. I lived in government-built ones with red brick walls and rail ceilings, an inventory of the furniture posted in every room, and an excited snake at the threshold to give welcome. I lived in converted ones, old houses officiating as dock bungalows, where nothing was in its proper place, and there wasn't even a fowl for dinner. I lived in second-hand palaces, where the wind blew through open-work marble tracery just as uncomfortably as through a broken pane. I lived in dock bungalows where the last entry in the visitor's book was 15 months old, and where they slashed off the curry kid's head with a sword. It was my good luck to meet all sorts of men, from sober traveling missionaries and deserters flying from British regiments, to drunken loafers who threw whiskey bottles at all who passed, and my still greater good fortune just to escape a maternity case. Seeing that a fair proportion of the tragedy of our lives out here acted itself in dock bungalows, I wondered that I had met no ghosts. A ghost that would voluntarily hang about a dock bungalow would be mad, of course, but so many men have died mad in dock bungalows that there must be a fair percentage of lunatic ghosts. In due time, I found my ghost, or ghosts, rather, for there were two of them. Up till that hour, I had sympathized with Mr. Besant's method of handling them, as shown in The Strange Case of Mr. Lovecraft and other stories. I am now in the opposition. We will call the bungalow Catmull Dock Bungalow. But that was the smallest part of the horror. A man with a sensitive hide has no right to sleep in dock bungalows. He should marry. Catmull Dock Bungalow was old and rotten and unrepaired. The floor was of worn brick, the walls were filthy, and the windows were nearly black with grime. It stood on a bypath largely used by native sub-deputy assistants of all kinds, from finance to forests. But real sahibs were rare. The Kamsama, who was nearly bent double with old age, said so. When I arrived, there was a fitful, undecided rain on the face of the land, accompanied by a restless wind, and every gust made a noise like the rattling of dry bones in the stiff toddy palms outside. The Kansama completely lost his head on my arrival. He had served a sahib once. Did I know that sahib? He gave me the name of a well-known man who has been buried for more than a quarter of a century, and showed me an ancient daguerreotype of that man in his prehistoric youth. I had seen a steel engraving of him at the head of a double volume of memoirs a month before, and I felt ancient beyond telling. The day shut in, and the Kansama went to get me food. He did not go through the pretense of calling it kana, man's victuals. He said ratub, and that means, among other things, grub, dog's rations. There was no insult in his choice of the term. He had forgotten the other word, I suppose. While he was cutting up the dead bodies of animals, I settled myself down, after exploring the dock bungalow. There were 3 rooms beside my own, which was a corner kennel, each giving into the other through dingy white doors fastened with long iron bars. The bungalow was a very solid one, but the partition walls of the rooms were almost jerry-built in their flimsiness. Every step or bang of a trunk echoed from my room down the other 3, and every footfall came back tremulously from the far walls. For this reason I shut the door. There were no lamps, only candles and long glass shades. An oil wick was set in the bathroom. For bleak, unadulterated misery, that dock bungalow was the worst of the many that I had ever set foot in. There was no fireplace, and the windows would not open, so a brazier of charcoal would have been useless. The rain and the wind splashed and gurgled and moaned round the house, and the toddy palms rattled and roared. Half a dozen jackals went through the compound singing, and a hyena stood afar off and mocked them. A hyena would convince a Sadducee of the resurrection of the dead, the worst sort of dead. Then came the ratub, a curious meal, half native and half English in composition, with the old Kansama babbling behind my chair about dead and gone English people, and the wind-blown candles playing shadow bo peep with the bed and the mosquito curtains. It was just the sort of dinner and evening to make a man think of every single one of his past sins, and of all the others that he intended to commit if he lived. Sleep, for several hundred reasons, was not easy. The lamp in the bathroom threw the most absurd shadows into the room, and the wind was beginning to talk nonsense. Just when the reasons were drowsy with blood-sucking, I heard the regular, "Let us take and heave him over," grunt of dooley-bearers in the compound. First, one dooley came in, and then a second, and then a third. I heard the doolies dumped on the ground, and the shutter in front of my door shook. "That's someone trying to come in," I said. But no one spoke, and I persuaded myself that it was the gusty wind. The shutter of the room next to mine was attacked, flung back, and the inner door opened. "That's some sub-deputy assistant," I said, "and he has brought his friends with him. Now they'll talk and spit and smoke for an hour." But there were no voices and no footsteps. No one was putting his luggage into the next room. The door shut, and I thanked Providence that I was to be left in peace. But I was curious to know where the ghoulies had gone. I got out of bed and looked into the darkness. There was never a sign of a ghoulie. Just as I was getting into bed again, I heard, in the next room, the sound that no man in his senses can possibly mistake. The whir of a billiard ball down the length of the slates when the striker is stringing for break. No other sound is like it. A minute afterward, there was another whir, and I got into bed. I was not frightened. Indeed, I was not. I was very curious to know what had become of the ghoulies. I jumped into bed for that reason. Next minute I heard the double click of a cannon, and my hair sat up. It is a mistake to say that hair stands up. The skin of the head tightens, and you can feel a faint, prickly bristling all over the scalp. That is the hair sitting up. There was a whir and a click, and both sounds could only have been made by one thing, a billiard ball. I argued the matter out at great length with myself, and the more I argued, the less probable it seemed that one bed, one table, and two chairs, all the furniture of the room next to mine, could so exactly duplicate the sounds of a game of billiards. After another cannon, a three-cushion one to judge by the whir, I argued no more. I had found my ghost and would have given worlds to have escaped from that dock bungalow. I listened, and with each listen the game grew clearer. There was whir on whir and click on click. Sometimes there was a double click and a whir and another click. Beyond any sort of doubt, people were playing billiards in the next room, and the next room was not big enough to hold a billiard table. Between the pauses of the wind, I heard the game go forward, stroke after stroke. I tried to believe that I could not hear voices, but that attempt was a failure. Do you know what fear is? Not ordinary fear of insult, injury, or death, but abject, quivering dread of something that you cannot see. Fear that dries the inside of the mouth and half of the throat. Fear that makes you sweat on the palms of the hands and gulp in order to keep the uvula at work. This is a fine fear, a great cowardice, and must be felt to be appreciated. The very improbability of billiards in a dock bungalow proved the reality of the thing. No man, drunk or sober, could imagine a game at billiards or invent the spitting crack of a screw cannon. A severe course of dock bungalows has this disadvantage. It breeds infinite credulity. If a man said to a confirmed dock bungalow haunter, "There is a corpse in the next room, and there's a mad girl in the next but one, and the woman and man on that camel have just eloped from a place 60 miles away," the hearer would not disbelieve, because he would know that nothing is too wild, grotesque, or horrible to happen in a dock bungalow. This credulity, unfortunately, extends to ghosts. A rational person, fresh from his own house, would have turned on his side and slept. I did not. So surely as I was given up as a bad carcass by the scores of things in the bed, because the bulk of my blood was in my heart, so surely did I hear every stroke of a long game at billiards, played in the echoing room behind the iron-barred door. My dominant fear was that the players might want a marker. It was an absurd fear, because creatures who could play in the dark would be above such superfluities. I only know that that was my terror, and it was real. After a long, long while, the game stopped, and the door banged. I slept because I was dead tired. Otherwise, I should have preferred to have kept awake. Not for everything in Asia would I have dropped the door bar and peered into the dark of the next room. When the morning came, I considered that I had done well and wisely, and inquired for the means of departure. "By the way, Khansamah," I said, "what were those 3 ghoulies doing in my compound in the night?" "There were no ghoulies," said the Khansamah. I went into the next room, and the daylight streamed through the open door. I was immensely brave. I would, at that hour, have played black pool with the owner of the big black pool down below. "Has this place always been a dock bungalow?" I asked. "No," said the khansamah. 10 or 20 years ago, I have forgotten how long, it was a billiard room." "A how much?" "A billiard room for the sahibs who built the railway. I was khansamah then, in the big house where all the railway sahibs lived, and I used to come across with brandy shrab. These 3 rooms were all one, and they held a big table on which the sahibs played every evening. But the sahibs are all dead now, and the railway runs, you say, nearly to Kabul." "Do you remember anything about the sahibs?" "It is long ago, but I remember that one sahib, a fat man and always angry, was playing here one night, and he said to me, 'Mango Khan, brandy pani do,' and I filled the glass, and he bent over the table to strike, and his head fell lower and lower till it hit the table, and his spectacles came off, and when we, the sahibs and I myself, ran to lift him, he was dead. I helped to carry him out. Aha, he was a strong sahib, but he is dead, and I, old Mango Khan, am still living, by your favor." That was more than enough. I had my ghost, a first-hand, authenticated article. I would write to the Society for Psychical Research. I would paralyze the empire with the news. But I would, first of all, put 80 miles of assessed cropland between myself and that dock bungalow, before nightfall. The Society might send their regular agent to investigate later on. I went into my own room and prepared to pack after noting down the facts of the case. As I smoked, I heard the game begin again, with a miss and balk this time, for the whir was a short one. The door was opened, and I could see into the room. Click, click! That was a cannon. I entered the room without fear, for there was sunlight within, and a fresh breeze without. The unseen game was going on at a tremendous rate, and well it might, when a restless little rat was running to and fro inside the dingy ceiling cloth, and a piece of loose window sash was making 50 breaks off the window bolt as it shook in the breeze. Impossible to mistake the sound of billiard balls? Impossible to mistake the whir of a ball over the slate? But I was to be excused. Even when I shut my enlightened eyes, the sound was marvelously like that of a fast game. Entered angrily the faithful partner of my sorrows, Kadir Baksh. "This bungalow is very bad and low cost. No wonder the presence was disturbed and is speckled. 3 sets of dooley bearers came to the bungalow late last night when I was sleeping outside, and said that it was their custom to rest in the rooms set apart for the English people. What honor has the khansamah? They tried to enter, but I told them to go. No wonder, if these Orias had been here, that the presence is sorely spotted. It is a shame, and the work of a dirty man." Kadir Baksh did not say that he had taken from each gang 2 annas for rent in advance, and then, beyond my earshot, had beaten them with a big green umbrella, whose use I could never before divine. But Kadir Baksh has no notions of morality. There was an interview with the khansamah, but as he promptly lost his head, wrath gave place to pity, and pity led to a long conversation, in the course of which he put the fat engineer sahib's tragic death in 3 separate stations, 2 of them 50 miles away. The 3rd shift was to Calcutta, and there the sahib died while driving a dog cart. If I had encouraged him, the khansamah would have wandered all through Bengal with his corpse. I did not go away as soon as I intended. I stayed for the night, while the wind and the rat and the sash and the window bolt played a ding-dong 150 up. Then the wind ran out and the billiard stopped, and I felt that I had ruined my one genuine, hallmarked ghost story. Had I only stopped at the proper time, I could have made anything out of it. That was the bitterest thought of all. End of My Own True Ghost Story by Rudyard Kipling. Read by Kevin Crody, Houston, Texas, June 2022.
The Mystic Bowl by Eugene Clement Dart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. A Snake Tale of India. The Mystic Bowl by Eugene Clement Dart. Mary Roy McFarland, the American builder of bridges, who reached India in the flower of his youth, and, reveling in the happiness of honeymoon times, returned to New York a few months later, a single, broken man. Out of the all-pervading jungle had come devastating vengeance, swift, silent, and merciless, exacting a life for a life. And this, which was intended to bring laughter to the hearts of men, turned in an instant to grim tragedy. Shaken to the core, they, who had sought amusement reluctantly, left Roy alone with the ghastly remains of the girl he loved, that he might weep unashamedly, and wonder, as all wondered, at the manner of her death. Nor would the mystery have been solved were it not for Hedge, the fakir, who mirrored the memory of things in the clear waters of the Mystic Bowl. Anne McFarland had followed her young husband to San Francisco, then to Jaipur, and then to Katu on the edge of the desert. She loved India, perhaps because she worshipped her husband, and he was in India. With him beside her, she would have loved any land. But the jungle filled her with apprehension and snakes with dread, nameless and unreasoning. Young people do foolish things. Roy decided to cure her of this, which seemed senseless fear, and was perhaps instinct. From the jungle, one day, came a band of natives, beating tom-toms, singing, and triumphantly dragging the sinuous shape of a cobra they had killed. Roy bought their trophy, hiding it in the long grass near the bungalow until evening came. After dark, while Anne prepared refreshments, he told his plan to the postmaster and the British lieutenant who had drifted in, as had become their custom. The dead snake rested on the couch in the bedroom. That she might not be frightened more than was necessary, they would discuss snakes and warn Anne. Then Roy would trump up some excuse and send her into the room. She would scream, no doubt. Then they would demonstrate how harmless snakes are when they are dead, and all would laugh. The two strangers readily entered into the spirit of the jest. When Anne returned, snakes formed the topic of conversation. She frowned lightly. "Please don't," she asked. "You know how I hate snakes." "Because you do not know them," returned the postmaster. "The majority of snakes fear you as much as you fear them. Barring the deadly cobra, they will strike human beings only in self-defense." "I bet," smiled the lieutenant, "that Mrs. McFarland would be frightened if she saw a dead snake." "Why, no!" exclaimed the young wife. "Dead snakes do not bite." "Still, if you suddenly came upon a dead snake, somewhere in the house, I'm certain—" "Tush! How could a dead snake come into the house?" "Excuse me, dear," broke in McFarland. "Would you mind bringing me a clean handkerchief?" Anne walked into the bedroom. The three men looked at each other, smiling and listening expectantly. To reach the little table on which rested the lamp, she had to pass the couch. She would light the lamp, turn around, and then— But she did not light the lamp. In the dark she uttered a terrifying scream. Then she suddenly appeared at the door, a tragic, swaying figure, deathly pale, her arm extended, showing two small red punctures. I have been bitten, she said. Before anyone could reach her side, she fainted. 2 hours later, she was dead. In the bedroom, the lifeless form of the snake still lay stretched on the couch, as Roy had arranged it. They removed the horrible thing, and in its place, gently, very gently, Roy and the lieutenant set down the remains of this living ray of sunshine that had been Anne McFarland. At the window, near the foot of the bed, the mosquito netting was flapping in the breeze. Mechanically, the postmaster pulled it back. For days, within the screened wall of the bungalow porch, Roy sat on his hammock, stupefied, oblivious of his surroundings, irresponsive to the sympathy of friends. She who had been everything to him was buried at the edge of the jungle she feared, the jungle that had brought her death. And now nothing mattered. A hand was softly laid on Roy's shoulder. He was conscious of dark eyes peering kindly into his own. Hodge's bland, melodious voice reached his ear. "Forgive, Sahib. You must forget. Death is part of life, a change, a becoming. Because there is birth, there is death. Aye, Sahib, she still lives. Change has come and altered the face of things, but this which is cannot cease to be. Life is an eternal becoming. Sorrow, Sahib, is an extreme, an evil, a passion that must be controlled. We must follow the middle path, Sahib, and forget." If only I knew how she died, Hodge. The snake was dead. How can a dead snake bite? The ways of the world are strange, Sahib. It seems incredible that a dead snake should bite, and yet, perchance, the soul of the snake, though this too seems impossible. But who knows? Perhaps, if you wish to learn, I can show you how it happened. Roy looked up slowly. Then, his throat parched, he asked, "How?" "It is difficult to explain, though you may understand. I have once seen a camera and was told how it worked. Pictures of objects that are before this camera registered through the lens on the film. Now, Sahib, as soon as the picture has been taken, it is on the film. Yet it cannot be seen, not until the film has been treated. Things have a memory, Sahib. All things photographed happenings, even thoughts. But the proper lens is needed for us to see, and that lens is within ourselves. If you wish, Sahib, I shall tell you what to do, and then you may learn how the dead snake struck." "What must I do?" "The room where the death passed is impregnated with the memory of this which has happened. Let us first go there." Mechanically, Roy led the way, and then watched Hodge place on the table a small bowl, a plain wooden bowl similar to those carried by Hindu holy men. This he filled with water, and turning to Roy, "Have you anything that has belonged to her?" he asked. Roy frowned. "I have her diamond ring," he said hesitantly, as, handling it with infinite care, he brought out the ring. "I shall not touch it, Sahib. Place it yourself in the bowl." Roy watched it sink, and now Hodge became the master who directed his actions. "Watch the ring, Sahib. Look at the diamond. Only at the diamond. The water is a mirror. In this mirror you will see all that has happened. Do you not see the room, dark as it was when death came? Look at the diamond, only at the diamond, Sahib." Strange drowsiness overcame Roy's senses as he stared at the stone that glimmered at the bottom of the water. Then, all at once, it seemed that the diamond, and the bowl grew and grew, and the water within the bowl encompassed the whole room, plunged in semi-darkness, as it was that night. On the couch, Roy could dimly perceive the shape of the dead snake. Faintly, as if they came from a great distance, Roy heard Hodge's words. "The window! Watch the window!" The lower corner of the mosquito netting vibrated under the empire of some exterior force. It gave way. A repulsive head appeared through the opening, the head of a cobra. Then the reptile crawled in through the window to the bed until it reached the side of the dead snake. And still, distantly, faintly, came Hodge's voice. "Its mate, Sahib, the mate of the dead snake. The cobra that was killed was dragged through the jungle, and the one that remained alive followed its scent. It has come to seek its mate, and now that it has found it dead, it will kill. Watch the door, Sahib." Anne walked in, her form silhouetted against the light in the other room. She started toward the lamp, but as she passed the couch, the cobra struck, and, apparently frightened by her scream, turned swiftly to the window and glided through the opening it had made. The end of The Mystic Bowl by Eugene Clement Dart.
The Other Side of the Hedge by E.M. Forster. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Sames. The Other Side of the Hedge by E.M. Forster. My pedometer told me that I was 25, and, though it is a shocking thing to stop walking, I was so tired that I sat down on a milestone to rest. People outstripped me, jeering as they did so, but I was too apathetic to feel resentful, and even when Miss Eliza Dimbleby, the great educationist, swept past exhorting me to persevere, I only smiled and raised my hat. At first I thought I was going to be like my brother, whom I had had to leave by the roadside a year or two round the corner. He had wasted his breath on singing, and his strength on helping others, but I had travelled more wisely, and now it was only the monotony of the highway that oppressed me, dust underfoot and brown crackling hedges on either side ever since I could remember. And I had already dropped several things. Indeed, the road behind was strewn with the things we all had dropped, and the white dust was settling down on them, so that already they looked no better than stones. My muscles were so weary that I could not even bear the weight of those things I still carried. I slid off the milestone into the road, and lay there prostrate, with my face to the great parched hedge, praying that I might give up. A little puff of air revived me. It seemed to come from the hedge, and when I opened my eyes there was a glint of light through the tangle of boughs and dead leaves. The hedge could not be as thick as usual. In my weak, morbid state I longed to force my way in and see what was on the other side. No one was in sight, or I should not have dared to try. For we of the road do not admit in conversation that there is another side at all. I yielded to the temptation, saying to myself that I would come back in a minute. The thorns scratched my face, and I had to use my arms as a shield, depending on my feet alone to push me forward. Halfway through I would have gone back, for in the passage all the things I was carrying were scraped off me, and my clothes were torn. But I was so wedged that return was impossible, and I had to wriggle blindly forward, expecting every moment that my strength would fail me, and that I should perish in the undergrowth. Suddenly cold water closed round my head, and I seemed sinking down for ever. I had fallen out of the hedge into a deep pool. I rose to the surface at last, crying for help, and I heard someone on the opposite bank laugh and say, "Another!" And then I was twitched out and laid panting on the dry ground. Even when the water was out of my eyes, I was still dazed, for I had never been in so large a space, nor seen such grass and sunshine. The blue sky was no longer a strip, and beneath it the earth had risen grandly into hills, clean, bare buttresses, with beech trees in their folds, and meadows and clear pools at their feet. But the hills were not high, and there was in the landscape a sense of human occupation, so that one might have called it a park or garden, if the woods did not imply a certain triviality and constraint. As soon as I got my breath, I turned to my rescuer and said, "Where does this place lead to?" "Nowhere, thank the Lord," said he, and laughed. He was a man of 50 or 60, just the kind of age we mistrust on the road, but there was no anxiety in his manner, and his voice was that of a boy of 18. "But it must lead somewhere," I cried, too much surprised at his answer to thank him for saving my life. "He wants to know where it leads," he shouted to some men on the hillside, and they laughed back and waved their caps. I noticed then that the pool into which I had fallen was really a moat, which bent round to the left and to the right, and that the hedge followed it continually. The hedge was green on this side, its roots showed through the clear water, and fish swam about in them, and it was wreathed over with dog-roses and traveller's joy. But it was a barrier, and in a moment I lost all pleasure in the grass, the sky, the trees, the happy men and women, and realized that the place was but a prison, for all its beauty and extent. We moved away from the boundary, and then followed a path almost parallel to it, across the meadows. I found it difficult walking, for I was always trying to outdistance my companion, and there was no advantage in doing this if the place led nowhere. I had never kept step with anyone since I left my brother. I amused him by stopping suddenly and saying disconsolately, "This is perfectly terrible. One cannot advance, one cannot progress. Now we of the road—" "Yes, I know. I was going to say we advance continually. I know. We are always learning, expanding, developing. Why, even in my short life I have seen a great deal of advance. The Transvaal War, the fiscal question, Christian Science, radium. Here, for example," I took out my pedometer, but it still marked 25, not a degree more. "Oh, it stopped. I meant to show you. It should have registered all the time I was walking with you, but it makes me only 25. "Many things don't work in here," he said. "One day a man brought in a Lee Metford, and that wouldn't work." The laws of science are universal in their application. It must be the water in the moat that has injured the machinery. In normal conditions everything works. Science and the spirit of emulation, those are the forces that have made us what we are. I had to break off and acknowledge the pleasant greetings of people whom we passed. Some of them were singing, some talking, some engaged in gardening, haymaking, or other rudimentary industries. They all seemed happy, and I might have been happy too, if I could have forgotten that the place led nowhere. I was startled by a young man who came sprinting across our path, took a little fence in fine style, and went tearing over a ploughed field till he plunged into a lake, across which he began to swim. Here was true energy, and I exclaimed, "A cross-country race! Where are the others?" "There are no others," my companion replied, and later on, when we passed some long grass from which came the voice of a girl singing exquisitely to herself, he said again, "There are no others." I was bewildered at the waste in production, and murmured to myself, "What does it all mean?" He said, "It means nothing but itself." And he repeated the words slowly, as if I were a child. "I understand," I said quietly, "but I do not agree. Every achievement is worthless unless it is a link in the chain of development, and I must not trespass on your kindness any longer. I must get back somehow to the road and have my pedometer mended." "First you must see the gates," he replied, "for we have gates, though we never use them." I yielded politely, and before long we reached the moat again, at a point where it was spanned by a bridge. Over the bridge was a big gate, as white as ivory, which was fitted into a gap in the boundary hedge. The gate opened outwards, and I exclaimed in amazement, for from it ran a road, just such a road as I had left, dusty underfoot, with brown crackling hedges on either side as far as the eye could reach. "That's my road," I cried. He shut the gate and said, "But not your part of the road. It is through this gate that humanity went out countless ages ago, when it was first seized with the desire to walk." I denied this, observing that the part of the road I myself had left was not more than 2 miles off. But with the obstinacy of his years he repeated, "It is the same road. This is the beginning, and though it seems to run straight away from us, it doubles so often that it is never far from our boundary, and sometimes touches it." He stooped down by the moat and traced on its moist margin an absurd figure like a maze. As we walked back through the meadows, I tried to convince him of his mistake. "The road sometimes doubles, to be sure, but that is part of our discipline. Who can doubt that its general tendency is onward? To what goal we know not. It may be to some mountain where we shall touch the sky. It may be over precipices into the sea. But that it goes forward, who can doubt that? It is the thought of that that makes us strive to excel, each in his own way, and gives us an impetus which is lacking with you. Now, that man who passed us, it's true that he ran well, and jumped well, and swam well. But we have men who can run better, and men who can jump better, and who can swim better. Specialization has produced results which would surprise you. Similarly, that girl—" Here I interrupted myself to exclaim, "Good gracious me! I could have sworn it was Miss Elizabeth Dimbleby over there, with her feet in the fountain." He believed it was. "Impossible! I left her on the road, and she is due to lecture this evening at Tunbridge Wells." "Why, her train leaves Cannon Street in—" "Of course, my watch has stopped like everything else. She is the last person to be here." People are always astonished at meeting each other. All kinds come through the hedge, and come at all times. When they are drawing ahead in the race, when they are lagging behind, when they are left for dead. I often stand near the boundary listening to the sounds of the road. You know what they are. And wonder if anyone will turn aside. It is my great happiness to help someone out of the moat, as I helped you, for our country fills up slowly, though it was meant for all mankind. "Mankind have other aims," I said gently, for I thought him well-meaning, "and I must join them." I bade him good evening, for the sun was declining, and I wished to be on the road by nightfall. To my alarm he caught hold of me, crying, "You are not to go yet." I tried to shake him off, for we had no interests in common, and his civility was becoming irksome to me. But for all my struggles the tiresome old man would not let go, and, as wrestling is not my speciality, I was obliged to follow him. It was true that I could have never found alone the place where I came in, and I hoped that, when I had seen the other sights about which he was worrying, he would take me back to it. But I was determined not to sleep in the country, for I mistrusted it, and the people too, for all their friendliness. Hungry though I was, I would not join them in their evening meals of milk and fruit, and when they gave me flowers, I flung them away as soon as I could do so unobserved. Already they were lying down for the night like cattle, some out on the bare hillside, others in groups under the beeches. In the light of an orange sunset I hurried on with my unwelcome guide, dead tired, faint for want of food, but murmuring indomitably, "Give me life with its struggles and victories, with its failures and hatreds, with its deep moral meaning and its unknown goal." At last we came to a place where the encircling moat was spanned by another bridge, and where another gate interrupted the line of the boundary hedge. It was different from the first gate, for it was half transparent like horn, and opened inwards. But through it, in the waning light, I saw again just such a road as I had left, monotonous, dusty, with brown crackling hedges on either side, as far as the eye could reach. I was strangely disquieted at the sight, which seemed to deprive me of all self-control. A man was passing us, returning for the night to the hills, with a scythe over his shoulder and a can of some liquid in his hand. I forgot the destiny of our race. I forgot the road that lay before my eyes, and I sprang at him, wrenched the can out of his hand, and began to drink. It was nothing stronger than beer, but in my exhausted state it overcame me in a moment. As in a dream I saw the old man shut the gate, and heard him say, "This is where your road ends, and through this gate humanity, all that is left of it, will come in to us." Though my senses were sinking into oblivion, they seemed to expand ere they reached it. They perceived the magic song of nightingales, and the odour of invisible hay, and stars piercing the fading sky. The man whose beer I had stolen lowered me down gently to sleep off its effects, and, as he did so, I saw that he was my brother. The end of The Other Side of the Hedge by E.M. Forster. Recording by Andy Sames.
The Phantom Hag by Bob Holland. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lee Vogler. The Phantom Hag by Bob Holland. The other evening in an old castle, the conversation turned upon apparitions, each one of the party telling a story. As the accounts grew more horrible, the young ladies drew closer together. "Have you ever had an adventure with a ghost?" said they to me. "Do you not know a story to make us shiver? Come, tell us something." "I am quite willing to do so," I replied. "I will tell you of an incident that happened to myself." Toward the close of the autumn of 1858, I visited one of my friends, sub-prefect of a little city in the center of France. Albert was an old companion of my youth, and I had been present at his wedding. His charming wife was full of goodness and grace. My friend wished to show me his happy home and to introduce me to his two pretty little daughters. I was feted and taken great care of. 3 days after my arrival, I knew the entire city, curiosities, old castles, ruins, etc. Every day about 4 o'clock, Albert would order the phaeton, and we would take a long ride, returning home in the evening. One evening my friend said to me, "Tomorrow we will go further than usual. I want to take you to the Black Rocks. They are curious old druidical stones on a wide and desolate plain. They will interest you. My wife has not seen them yet, so we will take her." The following day we drove out at the usual hour. Albert's wife sat by his side. I occupied the back seat alone. The weather was gray and somber that afternoon, and the journey was not very pleasant. When we arrived at the Black Rocks, the sun was setting. We got out of the phaeton, and Albert took care of the horses. We walked some little distance through the fields before reaching the great remains of the old Druid religion. Albert's wife wished to climb to the summit of the altar, and I assisted her. I can still see her graceful figure as she stood draped in a red shawl, her veil floating around her. "How beautiful it is! But does it not make you feel a little melancholy?" said she, extending her hand toward the dark horizon, which was lighted a little by the last rays of the sun. The afternoon wind blew violently and sighed through the stunted trees that grew around the stone cromliches. Not a dwelling nor human being was in sight. We hastened to get down and silently retraced our steps to the carriage. "We must hurry," said Albert. "The sky is threatening, and we shall have scarcely time to reach home before night." We carefully wrapped the robes around his wife. She tied the veil around her face, and the horses started into a rapid trot. It was growing dark. The scenery around us was bare and desolate. Clumps of fir trees here and there and furze bushes formed the only vegetation. We began to feel the cold, for the wind blew with fury, and the only sound we heard was the steady trot of horses and the sharp, clear tinkle of their bells. Suddenly I felt the heavy grasp of a hand upon my shoulder. I turned my head quickly. A horrible apparition presented itself before my eyes. In the empty place at my side sat a hideous woman. I tried to cry out. The phantom placed her fingers upon her lips to impose silence upon me. I could not utter a sound. The woman was clothed in white linen. Her head was cowled. Her face was overspread with a corpse-like pallor, and in place of her eyes were ghastly black cavities. I sat motionless, overcome by terror. The ghost suddenly stood up and leaned over the young wife. She encircled her with her arms and lowered her hideous head as if to kiss her forehead. "What a wind!" cried Madame Albert, turning precipitately toward me. "My veil is torn." As she turned, I felt the same infernal pressure on my shoulder, and the place occupied by the phantom was empty. I looked out to the right and left. The road was deserted, not an object in sight. "What a dreadful gale!" said Madame Albert. "Did you feel it? I cannot explain the terror that seized me. My veil was torn by the wind as if by an invisible hand, and I'm trembling still." "Never mind," said Albert, smiling. "Wrap yourself up, my dear. We will soon be warming ourselves by a good fire at home. I am starving." A cold perspiration covered my forehead. A shiver ran through me. My tongue clove to the roof of my mouth, and I could not articulate a sound. A sharp pain in my shoulder was the only sensible evidence that I was not the victim of a hallucination. Putting my hand on my aching shoulder, I felt a rent in the cloak that was wrapped around me. I looked at it. 5 perfectly distinct holes, visible traces of the grip of the horrible phantom. I thought for a moment that I should die, that my reason should leave me. It was, I think, the most dreadful moment of my life. Finally I became more calm. This nameless agony had lasted for some minutes. I do not think it is possible for a human being to suffer more than I did during that time. As soon as I had recovered my senses, I thought I would first tell my friends all that had passed, but hesitated, and finally did not, fearing that my story would frighten Madame Albert, and feeling sure that my friend would not believe me. The lights of the little city revived me, and gradually the oppression of terror that overwhelmed me became lighter. As soon as we reached home, Madame Albert untied her veil. It was literally in shreds. I hoped to find my clothes whole and prove to myself that it was all imagination. But no, the cloth was torn in 5 places, just where the fingers had seized my shoulder. There was no mark, however, upon my flesh, only a dull pain. I returned to Paris the next day, where I endeavored to forget the strange adventure, or at least when I thought of it, I would force myself to think of it as a hallucination. The day after my return, I received a letter from my friend Albert. It was edged with black. I opened it with a vague fear. His wife had died the day of my return. End of The Phantom Hag.
A Phantom Toe by W Bob Holland. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. A Phantom Toe by W Bob Holland. I am not a superstitious man. Far from it. But despite all my efforts to the contrary, I could not help thinking, directly I had taken a survey of my chamber, that I should never quit it without going through a strange adventure. There was something in its immense size, heaviness, and gloom that seemed to annihilate at one blow all my resolute skepticism as regards supernatural visitations. It appeared to me totally impossible to go into that room and disbelieve in ghosts. The fact is, I had incautiously partaken at supper of that favorite Dutch dish, sauerkraut, and I suppose it had disagreed with me and put strange fancies into my head. Be this as it may, I only know that after parting with my friend for the night, I gradually worked myself up into such a state of fidgetiveness that at last I wasn't sure whether I hadn't become a ghost myself. Supposing, ruminated I, supposing the landlord himself should be a practical robber, and should have taken the lock and the bolt from off this door for the purpose of entering here in the dead of night, abstracting all my property, and perhaps murdering me. I thought the dog had a very cutthroat air about him. Now, I had never had any such idea until that moment, for my host was a fat, all Dutchmen are fat, stupid-looking fellow, who I don't believe had sense enough to understand what a robbery or murder meant. But somehow or other, whenever we have anything really to annoy us, and it certainly was not pleasant to go to bed in a strange place without being able to fasten one's door, we are sure to aggravate it by myriads of chimerias of our own brain. So, on the present occasion, in the midst of 1,000 disagreeable reveries, some of the most wild absurdity, I jumped very gloomily into bed, having first put out my candle, for total darkness was far preferable to its flickering, ghostly light, which transformed rather than revealed objects, and soon fell asleep, perfectly tired out with my day's writing. How long I lay asleep I don't know, but I suddenly woke with a disagreeable dream of cutthroats, ghosts, and long winding passages in a haunted inn. An indescribable feeling, such as I have never before experienced, hung upon me. It seemed as if every nerve in my body had 100 spirits tickling it, and this was accompanied by so great a heat that, inwardly cursing my host's sauerkraut and wondering how the Dutchman could endure such poison, I was forced to sit up in bed to cool myself. The whole of the room was profoundly dark, except at one place, where the moon, falling through a crevice in the shutters, threw a straight line of about an inch or so thick upon the floor, clear, sharp, and intensely brilliant against the darkness. I leave you to conceive my horror when, upon looking at this said line of light, I saw there a naked human toe, nothing more. For the first instant I thought the vision must be some effect of moonlight, then that I was only half awake and could not see distinctly. So I rubbed my eyes 2 or 3 times and looked again. Still there was the accursed thing, plain, distinct, immovable, marble-like in its fixedness and rigidity, but in everything else horribly human. I am not an easily frightened man. No one who has traveled so much, and seen so much, and been exposed to so many dangers as I, can be. But there was something so mysterious and unusual in the appearance of this single toe, that for a short time I could not think what to be at. So I did nothing but stare at it in a state of utter bewilderment. At length, however, as the toe did not vanish under my steady gaze, I thought I might as well change my tactics, and remembering that all midnight invaders, be they thieves, ghosts, or devils, dislike nothing so much as a good noise, I shouted out in a loud voice, "Who's there?" The toe immediately disappeared in the darkness. Almost simultaneously with my words, I leapt out of bed and rushed toward the place where I had beheld the strange appearance. The next instant I ran against something and felt an iron grip round my body. After this, I have no distinct recollection of what occurred, except that a fearful surge ensued between me and my unseen opponent, that every now and then we were violently hurled to the floor, from which we always rose again in an instant, locked in a deadly embrace, that we tugged and strained and pulled and pushed, I in the convulsion and frantic energy of a fight for life, he, for by this time I had discovered that the intruder was a human being, actuated by some passion of which I was ignorant, that we whirled round and round, cheek to cheek, arm to arm, in fierce contest, until the room appeared to whiz around with us, and that at least a dozen people, my fellow traveler among them, roused, I suppose, by our repeated falls, came pouring into the room with lights, and showed me struggling with a man having nothing on but a shirt, whose long tangled hair and wild, unsettled eyes told me he was insane. And then, for the first time, I became aware that I had received, in the conflict, several gashes from a knife, which my opponent still held in his hand. To conclude my story in a few words, for I dare say all of you by this time are getting very tired, it turned out that my midnight visitor was a madman, who was being conveyed to a lunatic asylum at the Hague, and that he and his keeper had been obliged to stop at Delft on their way. The poor fellow had contrived during the night to escape from his keeper, who had carelessly forgotten to lock the door of his chamber, and with that irresistible desire to shed blood peculiar to many insane people, had possessed himself of a pocket-knife belonging to the man who had charge of him, entered my room, which was most likely the only one in the house unfastened, and was probably meditating the final stroke when I saw his toe in the moonlight, and the rest of his body being hidden in the shade. After this terrible freak of his, he was watched with much greater strictness, but I ought to observe, as some excuse for the keeper's negligence, that this was the first act of violence he had ever attempted. The end of A Phantom Toe by W. Bob Holland.
The Rocking Horse Winner by D.H. Lawrence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Rocking Horse Winner by D.H. Lawrence. There was a woman who was beautiful, who started with all the advantages, yet she had no luck. She married for love, and the love turned to dust. She had bonny children, yet she felt they had been thrust upon her, and she could not love them. They looked at her coldly as if they were finding fault with her, and hurriedly she felt she must cover up some fault in herself. Yet what it was that she must cover up she never knew. Nevertheless, when her children were present, she always felt the center of her heart go hard. This troubled her, and in her manner she was all the more gentle and anxious for her children, as if she loved them very much. Only she herself knew that at the center of her heart was a hard little place that could not feel love. No, not for anybody. Everybody else said of her, "She is such a good mother, she adores her children." Only she herself and her children themselves knew it was not so. They read it in each other's eyes. There were a boy and 2 little girls. They lived in a pleasant house with a garden, and they had discreet servants and felt themselves superior to anyone in the neighborhood. Although they lived in style, they felt always an anxiety in the house. There was never enough money. The mother had a small income, and the father had a small income, but not nearly enough for the social position which they had to keep up. The father went into town to some office, but though he had good prospects, these prospects never materialized. There was always the grinding sense of the shortage of money, though the style was always kept up. At last the mother said, "I will see if I can't make something." But she did not know where to begin. She racked her brains and tried this thing and the other, but could not find anything successful. The failure made deep lines come into her face. Her children were growing up. They would have to go to school. There must be more money. There must be more money. The father, who was always very handsome and expensive in his tastes, seemed as if he never would be able to do anything worth doing. And the mother, who had a great belief in herself, did not succeed any better, and her tastes were just as expensive. And so the house came to be haunted by the unspoken phrase, "There must be more money. There must be more money." The children could hear it all the time, though nobody said it aloud. They heard it at Christmas, when the expensive and splendid toys filled the nursery. Behind the shining modern rocking horse, behind the smart doll's house, a voice would start whispering, "There must be more money. There must be more money." And the children would stop playing to listen for a moment. They would look into each other's eyes to see if they had all heard. And each one saw in the eyes of the other 2 that they too had heard. "There must be more money. There must be more money." It came whispering from the springs of the still swaying rocking horse, and even the horse, bending his wooden, champing head, heard it. The big doll, sitting so pink and smirking in her new pram, could hear it quite plainly, and seemed to be smirking all the more self-consciously because of it. The foolish puppy, too, that took the place of the teddy bear, he was looking so extraordinarily foolish, for no other reason but that he heard the secret whisper all over the house, "There must be more money." Yet nobody ever said it aloud. The whisper was everywhere, and therefore no one spoke it, just as no one ever says, "We are breathing," in spite of the fact that breath is coming and going all the time.
"Mother," said the boy Paul one day, "why don't we keep a car of our own? Why do we always use Uncle's, or else a taxi?"
"Because we're the poor members of the family," said the mother.
"But why are we, Mother?"
"Well, I suppose," she said slowly and bitterly, "it's because your father has no luck." The boy was silent for some time.
"Is luck money, Mother?"
he asked rather timidly. "No, Paul, not quite. It's what causes you to have money."
"Oh,"
said Paul vaguely.
"I thought when Uncle Oscar said filthy lucre it meant money."
"Filthy lucre does mean money," said the mother, "but it's lucre, not luck."
"Oh," said the boy, "then what is luck, Mother?"
"It's what causes you to have money. If you're lucky, you have money. That's why it's better to be born lucky than rich. If you're rich, you may lose your money. But if you're lucky, you will always get more money."
"Oh, well, you? And is Father not lucky?"
"Very unlucky, I should say," she said bitterly. The boy watched her with unsure eyes. Why? He asked. I don't know. Nobody ever knows why one person is lucky and another unlucky. Don't they? Nobody at all? Does nobody know? Perhaps God, but he never tells. He ought to, then. And aren't you lucky either, Mother? I can't be if I married an unlucky husband. But by yourself, aren't you? I used to think I was before I was married. Now I think I am very unlucky indeed. Why? Well, never mind. Perhaps I'm not really, she said. The child looked at her to see if she meant it, but he saw by the lines of her mouth that she was only trying to hide something from him. Well, anyhow, he said stoutly, I'm a lucky person. Why? Said his mother with a sudden laugh. He stared at her. He didn't even know why he had said it. God told me, he asserted, brazening it out. I hope he did, dear, she said again with a laugh, but rather bitter. He did, Mother. Excellent, said the mother, using one of her husband's exclamations. The boy saw she did not believe him, or rather that she paid no attention to his assertion. This angered him somewhat, and made him want to compel her attention. He went off by himself vaguely, in a childish way, seeking for the clue to luck. Absorbed, taking no heed of other people, he went about with a sort of stealth, seeking inwardly for luck. He wanted luck. He wanted it. He wanted it. When the two girls were playing dolls in the nursery, he would sit on the big rocking horse, charging madly into space, with a frenzy that made the little girls peer at him uneasily. Wildly the horse careered. The waving, dark hair of the boy tossed. His eyes had a strange glare in them. The little girls dared not speak to him. When he had ridden to the end of his mad little journey, he climbed down and stood in front of his rocking horse, staring fixedly into its lowered face. Its red mouth was slightly open. Its big eye was wide and glassy and bright. Now, he would silently command the snorting steed. Now take me to where there is luck. Now take me. And he would slash the horse on the neck with the little whip he had asked Uncle Oscar for. He knew the horse could take him to where there was luck, if only he forced it. So he would mount again and start on his furious ride, hoping at last to get there. He knew he could get there. You'll break your horse, Paul, said the nurse. He's always riding like that. I wish he'd leave off, said his elder sister Joan. But he only glared down on them in silence. Nurse gave him up. She could make nothing of him. Anyhow, he was growing beyond her. One day his mother and his Uncle Oscar came in when he was on one of his furious rides. He did not speak to them. Hello, you young jockey, riding a winner, said his uncle. Aren't you growing too big for a rocking horse? You're not a very little boy any longer, you know, said his mother. But Paul only gave a blue glare from his big, rather close-set eyes. He would speak to nobody when he was in full tilt. His mother watched him with an anxious expression on her face. At last he suddenly stopped forcing his horse into the mechanical gallop and slid down. Well, I got there, he announced fiercely, his blue eyes still flaring, his sturdy long legs straddling apart. Where did you get to? Asked his mother. Where I wanted to go to, he flared back at her. That's right, son, said Uncle Oscar. Don't you stop till you get there. What's the horse's name? He doesn't have a name, said the boy. Gets on without all right? Asked the uncle. Well, he has different names. He was called Sansovino last week. Sansovino, eh? Won the Ascot. How did you know his name? He always talks about horse races with Bassett, said Joan. The uncle was delighted to find that his small nephew was posted with all the racing news. Bassett, the young gardener who had been wounded in the left foot in the war and had got his present job through Oscar Cresswell, whose Batman he had been, was a perfect blade of the turf. He lived in the racing events, and the small boy lived with him. Oscar Cresswell got it all from Bassett. Master Pole comes and asks me, so I can't do more than tell him, sir, said Bassett, his face terribly serious, as if he were speaking of religious matters. And does he ever put anything on a horse he fancies? Well, I don't want to give him away. He's a young sport, a fine sport, sir. Would you mind asking him himself? He sort of takes a pleasure in it, and perhaps he'd feel I was giving him away, sir, if you don't mind. Bassett was serious as a church. The uncle went back to the nephew and took him off for a ride in the car. Say, Paul, old man, do you ever put anything on a horse? The uncle asked. The boy watched the handsome man closely. Why, do you think I oughtn't to? He parried. Not a bit of it. I thought perhaps you might give me a tip for the Lincoln. The car sped on into the country, going down to Uncle Oscar's place in Hampshire. Honor bright? Said the nephew. Honor bright, son, said the uncle. Well then, Daffodil. Daffodil? I doubt it, sonny. What about Mirza? I only know the winner, said the boy. That's Daffodil. Daffodil, eh? There was a pause. Daffodil was an obscure horse, comparatively. Uncle. Yes, son? You won't let it go any further, will you? I promised Bassett. Bassett be damned, old man. What's he got to do with it? We're partners. We've been partners from the first. Uncle, he lent me my first 5 shillings, which I lost. I promised him honor bright. It was only between me and him, only you gave me the 10-shilling note I started winning with, so I thought you were lucky. You won't let it go any further, will you? The boy gazed at his uncle from those big, hot blue eyes, set rather close together. The uncle stirred and laughed uneasily. Right you are, son. I'll keep your tip private. Daffodil, eh? How much are you putting on him? I'll accept 20 pounds, said the boy. I keep that in reserve. The uncle thought it was a good joke. You keep 20 pounds in reserve, do you, young romancer? What are you betting, then? I'm betting 300, said the boy gravely. But it's between you and me, Uncle Oscar. Honor bright? The uncle burst into a roar of laughter. It's between you and me, all right, you young Nat Gould, he said, laughing. But where's your 300? Bassett keeps it for me. We're partners. You are you? And what is Bassett putting on Daffodil? He won't go quite as high as I do, I expect. Perhaps he'll go 150. What, pennies? Laughed the uncle. Pounds, said the child with a surprised look at his uncle. Bassett keeps a bigger reserve than I do. Between wonder and amusement, Uncle Oscar was silent. He pursued the matter no further, but he determined to take his nephew with him to the Lincoln races. Now, son, he said, I'm putting 20 on Mirza, and I'll put 5 for you on any horse you fancy. What's your pick? Daffodil, Uncle. No, not the 5 on Daffodil. I should if it was my own 5, said the child. Good, right you are. A 5 for me and a 5 for you on Daffodil. The child had never been to a race meeting before, and his eyes were blue fire. He pursed his mouth tight and watched. A Frenchman just in front had put his money on Lancelot. Wild with excitement, he flayed his arms up and down, yelling, Lancelot! Lancelot! in his French accent. Daffodil came in first, Lancelot second, Mirza third. The child, flushed and with eyes blazing, was curiously serene. His uncle brought him 5 5-pound notes, 4 to 1. What am I to do with these? He cried, waving them before the boy's eyes. I suppose we'll talk to Bassett, said the boy. I expect I have 1,500 now, and 20 in reserve, and this 20. His uncle studied him for some moments. Look here, son, he said. You're not serious about Bassett and that 1,500, are you? Yes, I am. But it's between you and me, Uncle. Honor bright. Honor bright, all right, son, but I must talk to Bassett. If you'd like to be a partner, Uncle, with Bassett and me, we could all be partners. Only you'd have to promise, honor bright, Uncle, not to let it go beyond us 3. Bassett and I are lucky, and you must be lucky, because it was your 10 shillings I started with. Uncle Oscar took both Bassett and Paul into Richmond Park for an afternoon, and there they talked. It's like this, you see, sir, Bassett said. Master Paul would get me talking about racing events, spinning yarns, you know, sir. And he was always keen on knowing if I'd made or if I'd lost. It's about a year since now that I put 5 shillings on Blush of Dawa for him, and we lost. Then the luck turned with that 10 shillings he had from you, and we put it on Singhalese. And since that time, it's been pretty steady, all things considering. What do you say, Master Paul? We're all right when we're sure, said Paul. It's when we're not quite sure that we go down. Oh, but we're careful then, said Bassett. But what are you sure? Smiled Uncle Oscar. It's Master Paul, sir, said Bassett in a secret religious voice. It's as if he had it from heaven, like Daffodil now, for the Lincoln. That was as sure as eggs.
Did you put anything on Daffodil?
Asked Oscar Cresswell.
Yes, sir. I made my bet.
And my nephew? Bassett was obstinately silent, looking at Paul. I made 1,200, didn't I, Bassett? I told Uncle I was putting 300 on Daffodil. That's right, said Bassett, nodding. But where's the money? Asked the uncle.
I keep it safe locked up, sir. Master Paul, he can have it any minute he likes to ask for it.
What, 1,500 pounds?
And 20. And 40, that is, with the 20 he made on the course.
It's amazing, said the uncle.
If Master Paul offers you to be partners, sir, I would if I were you. If you'll excuse me, said Bassett. Oscar Cresswell thought about it.
I'll see the money, he said.
They drove home again, and sure enough, Bassett came round to the garden house with 1,500 pounds in notes. The 20 pounds reserve was left with Joe Glee in the turf commission deposit.
You see, it's all right, Uncle, when I'm sure. Then we go strong for all we're worth, don't we, Bassett? We do that, Master Paul.
And when are you sure? Said the uncle, laughing.
Oh, well, sometimes I'm absolutely sure, like about Daffodil, said the boy. And sometimes I have an idea, and sometimes I haven't even an idea, do I, Bassett? Then we're careful, because we mostly go down.
You do you? And when you're sure, like about Daffodil, what makes you sure, sonny?
Oh, well, I don't know, said the boy uneasily. I'm sure you know, Uncle, that's all. It's as if he had it from heaven, sir, Bassett reiterated.
I should say so, said the uncle.
But he became a partner, and when the ledger was coming on, Paul was sure about Lively Spark, which was a quite inconsiderable horse. The boy insisted on putting 1,000 on the horse. Bassett went for 500, and Oscar Cresswell 200. Lively Spark came in first, and the betting had been 10-1 against him. Paul had made 10,000.
You see, he said, I was absolutely sure of him.
Even Oscar Cresswell had cleared 2,000.
Look here, son, he said. This sort of thing makes me nervous.
It needn't, Uncle. Perhaps I shan't be sure again for a long time.
But what are you going to do with your money? Asked the uncle.
Of course, said the boy. I started it for Mother. She said she had no luck because Father is unlucky. So I thought if I was lucky, it might stop whispering.
What might stop whispering?
Our house. I hate our house for whispering.
What does it whisper?
Why, the boy fidgeted. Why, I don't know. But it's always short of money, you know, Uncle?
I know it, son, I know it.
You know people send Mother writs, don't you, Uncle?
I'm afraid I do, said the uncle.
And then the house whispers like people laughing at you behind your back. It's awful, that is. I thought if I was lucky...
You might stop it,
added the uncle. The boy watched him with big blue eyes that had an uncanny cold fire in them, and he said never a word.
Well then, said the uncle, what are we doing?
I shouldn't like Mother to know I was lucky, said the boy.
Why not, son?
She'd stop me.
I don't think she would.
Oh? And the boy writhed in an odd way. I don't want her to know, Uncle.
All right, son, we'll manage it without her knowing.
They managed it very easily. Paul, at the other's suggestion, handed over 5,000 pounds to his uncle, who deposited it with the family lawyer, who was then to inform Paul's mother that a relative had put 5,000 pounds into his hands, which sum was to be paid out 1,000 pounds at a time on the mother's birthday for the next 5 years.
So she'll have a birthday present of 1,000 pounds for 5 successive years, said Uncle Oscar. I hope it won't make it all the harder for her later.
Paul's mother had her birthday in November. The house had been whispering worse than ever lately, and even in spite of his luck, Paul could not bear up against it. He was very anxious to see the effect of the birthday letter telling his mother about the 1,000 pounds. When there were no visitors, Paul now took his meals with his parents, as he was beyond the nursery control. His mother went into town nearly every day. She had discovered that she had an odd knack of sketching furs and dress materials, so she worked secretly in the studio of a friend who was the chief artist for the leading drapers. She drew the figures of ladies in furs and ladies in silk and sequins for the newspaper advertisements. This young woman artist earned several £1,000s a year, but Paul's mother only made several hundreds, and she was again dissatisfied. She so wanted to be first in something, and she did not succeed, even in making sketches for drapery advertisements. She was down to breakfast on the morning of her birthday. Paul watched her face as she read her letters. He knew the lawyer's letter. As his mother read it, Her face hardened and became more expressionless. Then a cold, determined look came on her mouth. She hid the letter under the pile of others and said not a word about it. "Didn't you have anything nice in the post for your birthday, Mother?" said Paul. "Quite moderately nice," she said, her voice cold and distant. She went away to town without saying more. But in the afternoon Uncle Oscar appeared. He said Paul's mother had had a long interview with the lawyer, asking if the whole 5,000 could not be advanced at once, as she was in debt. "What do you think, Uncle?" said the boy. "I leave it to you, son." "Oh, let her have it, then. We can get some more with the other," said the boy. "A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush, laddie," said Uncle Oscar. "But I'm sure to know for the Grand National, or the Lincoln, or else the Derby. I'm sure to know for one of them," said Paul. So Uncle Oscar signed the agreement, and Paul's mother touched the whole 5,000. Then something very curious happened. The voices in the house suddenly went mad, like a chorus of frogs on a spring evening. There were certain new furnishings, and Paul had a tutor. He was really going to Eton, his father's school, in the following autumn. There were flowers in the winter and a blossoming of the luxury Paul's mother had been used to. And yet the voices in the house, behind the sprays of mimosa and almond blossom, and from under the piles of iridescent cushions, simply trilled and screamed in a sort of ecstasy. "There must be more money! Oh, there must be more money! Oh, now! There must be more money! More than ever! More than ever!" It frightened Paul terribly. He studied away at his Latin and Greek with his tutors, but his intense hours were spent with Bassett. The Grand National had gone by. He had not known, and had lost 100 pounds. Summer was at hand. He was in agony for the Lincoln. But even for the Lincoln he didn't know, and he lost 50 pounds. He became wild-eyed and strange, as if something were going to explode in him. "Let it alone, son. Don't you bother about it," urged Uncle Oscar. But it was as if the boy couldn't really hear what his uncle was saying. "I've got to know for the Derby! I've got to know for the Derby!" the child reiterated, his big blue eyes blazing with a sort of madness. His mother noticed how overwrought he was. "You'd better go to the seaside. Wouldn't you like to go now to the seaside instead of waiting? I think you'd better," she said, looking down at him anxiously, her heart curiously heavy because of him. But the child lifted his uncanny blue eyes. "I couldn't possibly go before the Derby, Mother," he said. "I couldn't possibly." "Why not?" she said, her voice becoming heavy when she was opposed. "Why not? You can still go from the seaside to see the Derby with your Uncle Oscar, if that's what you wish. No need for you to wait here. Besides, I think you care too much about these races. It's a bad sign. My family has been a gambling family, and you won't know till you grow up how much damage it has done. But it has done damage. I shall have to send Bassett away, and ask Uncle Oscar not to talk racing to you, unless you promise to be reasonable about it. Go away to the seaside and forget it. You're all nerves." "I'll do what you like, Mother, so long as you don't send me away till after the Derby," the boy said. "Send you away from where? Just from this house?" "Yes," he said, gazing at her. "Why, you curious child, what makes you care about this house so much suddenly? I never knew you loved it." He gazed at her without speaking. He had a secret within a secret, something he had not divulged even to Bassett or to his Uncle Oscar. But his mother, after standing undecided and a little bit sullen for some moments, said, "Very well, then. Don't go to the seaside till after the Derby if you don't wish it. But promise me you won't let your nerves go to pieces. Promise you won't think so much about horse racing and events, as you call them." "Oh, no," said the boy casually. "I won't think much about them, Mother. You needn't worry. I wouldn't worry, Mother, if I were you." "If you were me and I were you," said his mother, "I wonder what we should do." "But you know you needn't worry, Mother, don't you?" the boy repeated. "I should be awfully glad to know it," she said wearily. "Oh, well, you can, you know. I mean, you ought to know you needn't worry," he insisted. "Ought I? Then I'll see about it," she said. Paul's secret of secrets was his wooden horse, that which had no name. Since he was emancipated from a nursery and a nursery governess, he had had his rocking horse removed to his own bedroom at the top of the house. "Surely you're too big for a rocking horse," his mother had remonstrated. "Well, you see, Mother, till I can have a real horse, I like to have some sort of animal about," had been his quaint answer. "Do you feel he keeps you company?" she laughed. "Oh, yes, he's very good. He always keeps me company when I'm there," said Paul. So the horse, rather shabby, stood in an arrested prance in the boy's bedroom. The Derby was drawing near, and the boy grew more and more tense. He hardly heard what was spoken to him. He was very frail, and his eyes were really uncanny. His mother had sudden strange seizures of uneasiness about him. Sometimes for half an hour she would feel a sudden anxiety about him that was almost anguish. She wanted to rush to him at once and know he was safe. 2 nights before the Derby, she was at a big party in town when one of her rushes of anxiety about her boy, her firstborn, gripped her heart till she could hardly speak. She fought with the feeling, might and main, for she believed in common sense, but it was too strong. She had to leave the dance and go downstairs to telephone to the country. The children's nursery governess was terribly surprised and startled at being rung up in the night. "Are the children all right, Miss Wilmot?" "Oh, yes, they're quite all right." "Master Paul, is he all right?" "He went to bed as right as a trivet. Shall I run up and look at him?" "No," said Paul's mother reluctantly. "No, don't trouble. It's all right. Don't sit up. We shall be home fairly soon." She did not want her son's privacy intruded upon. "Very good," said the governess. It was about 1 o'clock when Paul's mother and father drove up to their house. All was still. Paul's mother went to her room and slipped off her white fur cloak. She had told her maid not to wait up for her. She heard her husband downstairs mixing a whiskey and soda, and then because of the strange anxiety at her heart she stole upstairs to her son's room. Noiselessly she went along the upper corridor. Was there a faint noise? What was it? She stood with arrested muscles outside his door, listening. There was a strange, heavy, and yet not loud noise. Her heart stood still. It was a soundless noise, yet rushing and powerful, something huge, in violent, hushed motion. What was it? What in God's name was it? She ought to know. She felt that she knew the noise. She knew what it was. Yet she could not place it. She couldn't say what it was, and on it went, like a madness. Softly, frozen with anxiety and fear, she turned the door handle. The room was dark. Yet in the space near the window she heard and saw something plunging to and fro. She gazed in fear and amazement. Then suddenly she switched on the light and saw her son, in his green pajamas, madly surging on his rocking horse. The blazing of light suddenly lit him up as he urged the wooden horse, and lit her up as she stood, blonde in her dress of pale green and crystal, in the doorway. "Paul!" she cried. "Whatever are you doing?" "It's Malabar!" he screamed in a powerful, strange voice. "It's Malabar!" His eyes blazed at her for one strange and senseless second as he ceased urging his wooden horse. Then he fell with a crash to the ground, and she, all her tormented motherhood flooding upon her, rushed to gather him up. But he was unconscious, and unconscious he remained with some brain fever. He talked and tossed, and his mother sat stonily by his side. "Malamar! It's Malamar! Bassett! Bassett! I know! It's Malamar!" So the child cried, trying to get up and urge the rocking horse that gave him his inspiration. "What does he mean by Malabar?" asked the heart-frozen mother. "I don't know," said the father stonily. "What does he mean by Malabar?" she asked her brother Oscar. "It's one of the horses running for the Derby," was the answer. And in spite of himself, Oscar Cresswell spoke to Bassett, and himself put 1,000 on Malabar at 14-1. The 3rd day of the illness was critical. They were watching for a change. The boy, with his rather long curly hair, was tossing ceaselessly on the pillow. He neither slept nor regained consciousness, and his eyes were like blue stones. His mother sat feeling her heart had gone, turned actually into a stone. In the evening Oscar Cresswell did not come, but Bassett sent a message saying, could he come up for 1 moment, just 1 moment? Paul's mother was very angry at the intrusion, but on second thoughts she agreed. The boy was the same. Perhaps Bassett might bring him to consciousness. The gardener, a shortish fellow with a little brown mustache and sharp little brown eyes, tiptoed into the room, touched his imaginary cap to Paul's mother, and stole to the bedside, staring with glittering smallish eyes at the tossing, dying child.
"Master," he whispered. "Master Paul, Malabar came in first all right, a clean win. I did as you told me. You've made over 70,000 pounds, you have. You've got over 80,000. Malabar came in all right, Master Paul." "Malabar! Malabar! Did I say Malabar, Mother? Did I say Malabar? Do you think I'm lucky, Mother? I knew Malabar, didn't I? Over 80,000 pounds. I call that lucky, don't you, Mother? Over 80,000 pounds. I knew. Didn't I know I knew? Malabar came in all right. If I ride my horse till I'm sure, then I tell you, Bassett, you can go as high as you like. Did you go for all you were worth, Bassett?" "I went 1,000 on it, Master Paul." "I never told you, Mother, that if I can ride my horse and get there, then I'm absolutely sure. Oh, absolutely. Mother, did I ever tell you I am lucky?" "No, you never did," said the mother. But the boy died in the night. And even as he lay dead, his mother heard her brother's voice saying to her, "My God, Hester, you're 80-odd thousand to the good, and a poor devil of a son to the bad. But poor devil, he's best gone out of a life where he rides his rocking horse to find a winner." End of The Rocking Horse Winner by D.H. Lawrence.
The Second Generation by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Rimniak. The Second Generation by Algernon Blackwood. Sometimes, in a moment of sharp experience, comes that vivid flash of insight that makes a platitude suddenly seem a revelation. Its full content is abruptly realized. 10 years is a long time, yes, he thought, as he walked up the drive to the great Kensington house, where she still lived. 10 years, long enough at any rate, for her to have married and for her husband to have died. More than that he had not heard, in the outlandish places where life had cast him in the interval. He wondered whether there had been any children. All manner of thoughts and questions, confused a little, passed across his mind. He was well-to-do now, though probably his entire capital did not amount to her income for a single year. He glanced at the huge, forbidding mansion, yet that pride was false, which had made of poverty an insuperable obstacle. He saw it now. He had learned values in his long exile. But he was still ridiculously timid. This confusion of thought, of mental images rather, was due to a kind of fear, since worship ever is akin to awe. He was nervous as a boy going up for a viva voce, and with the excitement was also that unconquerable sinking, that horrid shrinking sensation that excessive shyness brings. Why in the world had he come? Why had he telegraphed the very day after his arrival in England? Why had he not sent a tentative, tactful letter, feeling his way a little? Very slowly he walked up the drive, feeling that if a reasonable chance of escape presented itself, he would almost take it. But all the windows stared so hard at him that retreat was really impossible now. And though no faces were visible behind the curtains, all had seen him, possibly she herself. His heart beat absurdly at the extravagant suggestion. Yet it was odd. He felt so certain of being seen and that someone watched him. He reached the wide stone steps that were clean as marble and shrank from the mark his boots must make upon their spotlessness. In desperation, then, before he could change his mind, he touched the bell. But he did not hear it ring. Mercifully, that irrevocable sound must have paralyzed him altogether. If no one came to answer, he might still leave a card in the letter box and slip away. Oh, how utterly he despised himself for such a thought. A man of 30 with such a chicken heart was not fit to protect a child, much less a woman. And he recalled with a little stab of pain that the man she married had been noted for his courage, his determined action, his inflexible firmness in various public situations, head and shoulders above lesser men. What presumption on his own part ever to dream! He remembered, too, with no apparent reason in particular, that this man had a grown-up son already, by a former marriage. And still no one came to open that huge, contemptuous door with its so menacing, so hostile air. His back was to it as he carelessly twirled his umbrella, but he felt its sneering expression behind him while it looked him up and down. It seemed to push him away. The entire mansion focused its message through that stern portal. Little timid men are not welcomed here. How well he remembered the house! How often in years gone by had he not stood and waited just like this, trembling with delight and anticipation, yet terrified lest the bell should be answered and the great door actually swung wide. Then, as now, he would have run, had he dared. He was still afraid. His worship was so deep. But in all these years of exile in wild places, farming, mining, working for the position he had at last attained, her face and the memory of her gracious presence had been his comfort and support, his only consolation, though never his actual joy. There was so little foundation for it all, yet her smile and the words she had spoken to him from time to time in friendly conversation had clung, inspired, kept him going, for he knew them all by heart. And more than once in foolish optimistic moods, he had imagined, greatly daring, that she possibly had meant more. He touched the bell a second time with the point of his umbrella. He meant to go in, carelessly as it were, saying as lightly as might be, "Oh, I'm back in England again, if you haven't quite forgotten my existence. I could not forego the pleasure of saying how do you do, and hearing that you are well," and the rest, then presently bow himself easily out into the old loneliness again. But he would at least have seen her. He would have heard her voice and looked into her gentle amber eyes. He would have touched her hand. She might even ask him to come in another day and see her. He had rehearsed it all 100 times, as certain feeble temperaments do rehearse such scenes. And he came rather well out of that rehearsal, though always with an aching heart, the old great yearnings unfulfilled. All the way across the Atlantic he had thought about it, though with lessening confidence as the time drew near. The very night of his arrival in London he wrote, then tearing up the letter after sleeping over it, he had telegraphed next morning, asking if she would be in. He signed his surname, such a very common name, alas, but surely she would know, and her reply, "Please call 4:30, struck him as rather oddly worded, yet here he was. There was a rattle of the big doorknob, that aggressive, hostile knob that thrust out at him insolently like a fist of bronze. He started, angry with himself for doing so, but the door did not open. He became suddenly conscious of the wilds he had lived in for so long. His clothes were hardly fashionable, his voice probably had a twang in it, and he used tricks of speech that must betray the rough life so recently left. What would she think of him now? He looked much older, too. And how brusque it was to have telegraphed like that. He felt awkward, gauche, tongue-tied, hot and cold by turns. The sentences, so carefully rehearsed, fled beyond recovery. Good heavens, the door was open. It had been open for some minutes. It moved noiselessly on big hinges. He acted automatically. He heard himself asking if her ladyship was at home, though his voice was nearly inaudible. The next moment he was standing in the great dim hall, so poignantly familiar, and the remembered perfume almost made him sway. He did not hear the door close, but he knew. He was caught. The butler betrayed an instant's surprise, or was it overwrought imagination again when he gave his name? It seemed to him, though, only later did he grasp the significance of that curious intuition, that the man had expected another caller instead. The man took his card respectfully and disappeared. These flunkies were so marvelously trained. He was too long accustomed to straight question and straight answer, but here in the old country, privacy was jealousy guarded with such careful ritual. And almost immediately the butler returned, still expressionless, and showed him into the large drawing-room on the ground floor that he knew so well. Tea was on the table, tea for one. He felt puzzled. "If you will have tea first, sir, her ladyship will see you afterwards," was what he heard. And though his breath came thickly, he asked the question that forced itself out. Before he knew what he was saying, he asked, "Is she ill?" "Oh, no, her ladyship is quite well, thank you, sir." "If you will have tea first, sir, her ladyship will see you afterwards." The horrid formula was repeated, word for word. He sank into an armchair and mechanically poured out his own tea. What he felt he did not exactly know. It seemed so unusual, so utterly unexpected, so unnecessary, too. Was it a special attention, or was it merely casual? That it could mean anything else did not occur to him. How was she busy? Occupied? Not here to give him tea? He could not understand it. It seemed such a farce having tea alone like this. It was like waiting for an audience. It was like a doctor's or dentist's room. He felt bewildered, ill at ease, cheap. But after 10 years in primitive lands, perhaps London usages had changed in some extraordinary manner. He recalled his first amazement at the motor omnibuses, taxicabs, and electric tubes. All were new. London was otherwise than when he left it. Piccadilly and the Marble Arch themselves had altered, and with his reflection a shade more confidence stole in. She knew that he was there, and presently she would come in and speak with him, explaining everything by the mere fact of her delicious presence. He was ready for the ordeal. He would see her and drop out again. It was worth all manner of pain, even mortification. He was in her house, drinking her tea, sitting in a chair she used herself perhaps, only he would never dare to say a word or make a sign that might betray his changeless secret. He still felt the boyish worshipper, worshipping in dumbness, from a distance, one of a group of many others like himself. Their dreams had faded. His had continued. That was the difference. Memories tore and raced and poured upon him. How sweet and gentle she had always been to him. He used to wonder sometimes. Once, he remembered, he had rehearsed a declaration, but while rehearsing the big man had come in and captured her, though he had only read the definite news long after by chance in an Arizona paper. He gulped his tea down. His heart alternately leaped and stood still. A sort of numbness held him most of that dreadful interval, and no clear thought came at all. Every 10 seconds his head turned towards the door that rattled, seemed to move, yet never opened. But at any moment now it must open, and he would be in her very presence, breathing the same air with her. He would see her, charge himself with her beauty once more to the brim, and then go out again into the wilderness of life, without her, and not for a mere 10 years, but for always. She was so utterly beyond his reach. He felt like a backwoodsman. He was a backwoodsman. For one thing, only was he duly prepared, though he thought about it little enough, she would, of course, have changed. The photograph he owned, cut from an illustrated paper, was not true now. It might even be a little shock, perhaps. He must remember that. 10 years cannot pass over a woman without... Before he knew it, the door was open, and she was advancing quietly towards him across the thick carpet that deadened the sound. With both hands outstretched she came, and with the sweetest welcoming smile upon her parted lips he had seen in any human face. Her eyes were soft with joy. His whole heart leaped within him. For the instant he saw her, it all flashed clear as sunlight, that she knew and understood. She had always known, had always understood. Speech came easily to him in a flood, had he needed it, but he did not need it. It was all so adorably easy, simple, natural, and true. He just took her hands, those welcoming, outstretched hands, in both of his own, and led her to the nearest sofa. He was not even surprised at himself. Inevitably, out of the depths of truth, this meeting came about, and he uttered a little foolish commonplace because he feared the huge revulsion that his sudden glory brought, and loved to taste it slowly. "So you live here still?" "Here and here," she answered softly, touching his heart and then her own. "I am attached to this house, too, because you used to come and see me here, and because it was here I waited for so long for you, and still wait. I shall never leave it, unless you change. You see, we live together here." He said nothing. He leaned forward to take and hold her. The abrupt knowledge of it all somehow did not seem abrupt. It was as though he had known it always, and the complete disclosure did not seem disclosure either. Rather as though she told him something he had inexplicably left unrealized, yet not forgotten. He felt absolutely master of himself, yet in a curious sense outside of himself at the same time. His arms were already open when she gently held her hands up to prevent. He heard a faint sound outside the door. "But you are free!" he cried, his great passion breaking out and flooding him, yet most oddly well controlled. "And I—" She interrupted him in the softest, quietest whisper he had ever heard. "You are not free, as I am free, not yet." The sound outside came suddenly closer. It was a step. There was a faint click on the handle of the door. In a flash then came the dreadful shock that overwhelmed him, the abrupt realization of the truth that was somehow horrible, that time, all these years, had left no mark upon her, and that she had not changed. Her face was as young as when he saw her last. With it there came cold and darkness into the great room. He shivered with cold, but an alien, unaccountable cold. Some great shadow dropped upon the entire earth, and though but a second could have passed before the handle actually turned, and the other person entered, it seemed to him like several minutes. He heard her saying this amazing thing that was question, answer, and forgiveness all in one. This, at least, he divined before the ghastly interruption came. "But, George, if you had only spoken—" With ice in his blood he heard the butler saying that her ladyship would be pleased to see him if he had finished his tea, and would be so good as to bring the papers and documents upstairs with him. He had just sufficient control of certain muscles to stand upright and murmur that he would come. He rose from a sofa that held no one but himself. All at once he staggered. He really did not know exactly what happened, or how he managed to stammer out the medley of excuses and semi-explanations that battered their way through his brain, and issued somehow indefinite words from his lips. Somehow or other he accomplished it. The sudden attack, the faintness, the collapse. He vaguely remembered afterwards, with amazement too, the savity of the butler as he suggested telephoning for a doctor, and then he just managed to forbid it, refusing the offered glass of brandy as well. Remembered contriving to stumble into the taxicab and give his hotel address with a final explanation that he would call another day and bring the papers. It was quite clear that his telegram had been attributed to someone else, someone with papers, perhaps a solicitor or architect. His name was such an ordinary one. There were so many Smiths. It was clear that she whom he had come to see and had seen no longer lived here in the flesh. And just as he left the hall, he had the vision, mere fleeting glimpse it was, of a tall, slim, girlish figure on the stairs, asking if anything was wrong, and realized vaguely through his atrocious pain that she was, of course, the wife of the son who had inherited. End of the second generation. Recording by Linda Rimniak.
The Shunned House by HP Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, go to LibriVox.org. The Shunned House by H.P. Lovecraft. From even the greatest of horrors, irony is seldom absent. Sometimes enters directly into the composition of the events, while sometimes it relates only to their fortuitous position among persons and places. The latter sort is splendidly exemplified by a case in the ancient city of Providence, where in the late 40s Edgar Allan Poe used to sojourn often during his unsuccessful wooing of the gifted poetess, Mrs. Whitman. Poe generally stopped at the Mansion House in Benefit Street, the renamed Golden Ball Inn, whose roof has sheltered Washington, Jefferson, and Lafayette, and his favorite walk led northward along the same street to Mrs. Whitman's home in the neighboring hillside churchyard of St. John's, whose hidden expanse of 18th-century gravestones had for him a peculiar fascination. Now the irony is this. In this walk, so many times repeated, the world's greatest master of the terrible and the bizarre was obliged to pass a particular house on the eastern side of the street, a dingy, antiquated structure perched on the abruptly rising side hill, with a great unkempt yard dating from a time when the region was partly open country. It does not appear that he ever wrote or spoke of it, nor is there any evidence that he even noticed it. And yet that house, to the two persons in possession of certain information, equals or outranks in horror the wildest fantasy of the genius who so often passed it unknowingly, and stands starkly leering as a symbol of all that is unutterably hideous. The house was, and for that matter still is, of a kind to attract the attention of the curious. Originally a farm or semi-farm building, it followed the average New England colonial lines of the middle 18th century, the prosperous peaked roof sort with 2 stories and dormerless attic, with the Georgian doorway and interior paneling dictated by the progress of taste at that time. It faced south, with one gable end buried to the lower windows in the eastward rising hill, and the other exposed to the foundations toward the street. Its construction, over a century and a half ago, had followed the grading and straightening of the road in that especial vicinity, for Benefit Street, at first called Back Street, was laid out as a lane winding amongst the graveyards of the first settlers, and straightened only with the removal of the bodies to the north bare of the ground made it decently possible to cut through the old family plots. At the start, the western wall had lain some 20 feet up a precipitous lawn from the roadway, but a widening of the street at about the time of the Revolution sheared off most of the intervening space, exposing the foundation so that a brick basement wall had to be made, giving the deep cellar a street frontage with door and one window above ground, close to the new line of public travel. When the sidewalk was laid out a century ago, the last of the intervening space was removed, and Poe in his walks must have seen only a sheer ascent of dull gray brick flush with the sidewalk and surmounted at a height of 10 feet by the antique shingled bulk of the house proper. The farm-like ground extended back very deeply up the hill, almost to Wheaton Street. The space south of the house, abutting on Benefit Street, was of course greatly above the existing sidewalk level, forming a terrace bounded by a high bank wall of damp mossy stone, pierced by a steep flight of narrow steps which led inward between canyon-like surfaces to the upper region of mangy lawn, roomy brick walls, and neglected gardens whose dismantled cement urns, rusted kettles fallen from tripods of knotty sticks, and similar paraphernalia set off the weather-beaten front door with its broken fanlight, rotting ionic pilasters, and wormy triangular pediment. What I heard in my youth about the Shunned House was merely that people died there in alarmingly great numbers. That, I was told, was why the original owners had moved out some 20 years after building the place. It was plainly unhealthy, perhaps because of the dampness and fungus growths in the cellar, the general sickish smell, the drafts to the hallways, or the quality of the well and pump water. These things were bad enough, and these were all that gained belief among the persons whom I knew. Only the notebooks of my antiquarian uncle, Dr. Leo Whipple, revealed to me at length the darker, vaguer surmises which formed an undercurrent of folklore among old-time servants and humble folk, surmises which never traveled far, and which were largely forgotten when Providence grew to be a metropolis with a shifting modern population. The general fact is that the house was never regarded by the solid part of the community as in any real sense haunted. There were no widespread tales of rattling chains, cold currents of air, extinguished lights, or faces at the window. Extremists sometimes said the house was unlucky, but that is as far as even they went. What was really beyond dispute is that a frightful proportion of persons died there, or more accurately, had died there, since after some peculiar happenings over 60 years ago, the building had become deserted through the sheer impossibility of renting it. These persons were not all cut off suddenly by any one cause. Rather did it seem that their vitality was insidiously sapped, so that each one died the sooner from whatever tendency to weakness he may have naturally had. And those who did not die displayed in varying degree a type of anemia or consumption, and sometimes a decline in the mental facilities, which spoke ill for the salubriousness of the building. Neighboring houses, it must be added, seemed entirely free from the noxious quality. This much I knew before my insistent questioning led my uncle to show me the notes which finally embarked us both in our hideous investigation. In my childhood the Shunned house was vacant, with barren, gnarled, and terrible old trees long, queerly pale grass, nightmarishly misshapen weeds in the high terraced yard where birds never lingered. We boys used to overrun the place, and I can still recall my youthful terror not only at the morbid strangeness of the sinister vegetation, but the eldritch atmosphere and odor of the dilapidated house whose unlocked front door was often entered in quest of shutters. The small pane windows were largely broken, and a nameless air of desolation hung round the precarious paneling, shaky interior shutters, peeling wallpaper, falling plaster, rickety staircases, and such fragments of battered furniture as still remained. The dust and cobwebs added their touch of the fearful, and brave indeed was the boy who had voluntarily ascended the ladder to the attic, a vast raftered length lighted only by small blinking windows in the gable ends, and filled with a massed wreckage of chests, chairs, and spinning wheels which infinite years of deposit had shrouded and festooned into monstrous and hellish shapes. But after all, the attic was not the most terrible part of the house. It was the dank, humid cellar which somehow exerted the strongest repulsion on us, even though it was wholly above ground on the street side, with only a thin door and window-pierced brick wall to separate it from the busy sidewalk. We scarcely knew whether to haunt it in spectral fascination, or to shun it for the sake of our souls and our sanity. For one thing, the bad odor of the house was strongest there, and for another thing, we did not like the white fungus growths which occasionally sprang up in rainy summer weather from the hard earth floor. Those fungi, grotesquely like the vegetation of the yard outside, were truly horrible in their outlines, detestable parodies of toadstools and Indian pipes, whose like we had never seen in any other situation. They rotted quickly, and at one stage became slightly phosphorescent, so that nocturnal passers-by sometimes spoke of witch fires glowing behind the broken panes of the fainter spreading windows. We never, even in our wildest Halloween moods, visited this cellar by night, but in some of our daytime visits could detect the phosphorescence, especially when the day was dark and wet. There was also a subtler thing that we often thought we detected, a very strange thing which was, however, merely suggestive at most. I referred to a sort of cloudy whitish pattern on the dirt floor, a vague shifting deposit of mold or niter which we sometimes thought we could trace amidst the sparse fungus growths in the huge fireplace of the basement kitchen. Once in a while it struck us that this patch bore an uncanny resemblance to a doubled-up human figure, though generally no such kinship existed, and often there was no whitish deposit whatever. On a certain rainy afternoon, when this illusion seemed phenomenally strong, and when, in addition, I had fancied I had glimpsed a kind of thin, yellowish, shimmering exhalation rising from the nitrous pattern towards the yawning fireplace, I spoke to my uncle about the matter. He smiled at this odd conceit, but it seemed that his smile was tinged with reminiscence. Later I heard that a similar notion entered into some of the wild ancient tales of the common folk, a notion likewise lured into ghoulish, wolfish shapes taken by smoke from the great chimney, and queer contours assumed by certain of the sinuous tree roots that thrust their way into the cellar through the loose foundation stones. 2. Not till my adult years did my uncle set before me the notes and data which he had collected concerning the Shunned house. Dr. Whipple was a sane, conservative physician of the old school. For all his interest in the place, was not eager to encourage young thoughts toward the abnormal. His own view, postulating simply a building and location of markedly unsanitary qualities, had nothing to do with abnormality, but he realized that the very picturesqueness which aroused his own interest would in a boy's fanciful mind take on all manner of gruesome, imaginative associations. The doctor was a bachelor, a white-haired, clean-shaven, old-fashioned gentleman, and a local historian of note who had often broken a lance with such controversial guardians of tradition as Sidney S. Ryder and Thomas W. Bicknell. He lived with one manservant in a Georgian homestead with knocker and iron-railed steps, balanced eerily on the steep ascent of North Court Street beside the ancient brick court and colony house where his grandfather, a cousin of that celebrated privateersman Captain Whipple, who burnt His Majesty's armed schooner Gaspee in 1772, had voted in the legislature on May 4th, 1776, for the independence of the Rhode Island colony. Around him, in the damp, low-ceiled library, the musty white paneling, heavy carved overmantel, and small-paned, vine-shaded windows were the relics and records of his ancient family, among which were many dubious allusions to the Shunned house in Benefit Street. That pest spot lies not far distant, for Benefit runs ledgewise just above the courthouse on the precipitous hill up which the first settlement climbed. When, in the end, my insistent pestering and maturing years evoked from my uncle the hoarded lore I sought, there lay before me a strange enough chronicle. Long-winded, statistical, and drearily genealogical as some of the matter was, there ran through it a continuous thread of brooding, tenacious horror and preternatural malevolence which impressed me even more than it impressed the good doctor. Separate events fitted together uncannily, and seemingly irrelevant details held mines of hideous possibilities. A new and burning curiosity grew in me, compared to which my boyish curiosity was feeble and inchoate. The first revelation led to an exhaustive research, and finally to that shuddering quest which proved so disastrous to myself and mine. For at the last my uncle insisted on joining the search I had commenced, and after a certain night in that house he did not come away with me. I am lonely without that gentle soul whose long years are filled only with honor, virtue, good taste, benevolence, and learning. I have reared a marble urn to his memory in St. John's churchyard, the place that Poe loved, the hidden grove of giant willows on the hill, where tombs and headstones huddle quietly between the hoary bulk of the church and the houses and bank walls of Benefit Street. The history of the house, opening amidst a maze of dates, revealed no trace of the sinister either about its construction or about the prosperous and honorable family who built it. Yet from the first a taint of calamity, soon increased to boding significance, was apparent. My uncle's carefully compiled record began at the building of the structure in 1763, and followed the theme with an unusual amount of detail. The Shunned house, it seems, was first inhabited by William Harris and his wife Rhoby Dexter, with their children Elkanah, born in 1755, Abigail, born in 1757, William Jr., born in 1759, and Ruth, born in 1761. Harris was a substantial merchant and seaman in the West India trade, connected with the firm of Obadiah Brown and his nephews. After Brown's death in 1761, the new firm of Nicholas Brown and Company made him master of the brig Prudence, Providence built, of 120 tons, thus enabling him to erect the new homestead he had desired ever since his marriage. The site he had chosen, a recently straightened part of the new and fashionable back street, which ran along the side of the hill above crowded Cheapside, was all that could be wished, and the building did justice to the location. It was the best that moderate means could afford, and Harris hastened to move in before the birth of a fifth child which the family expected. That child, a boy, came in December, but was stillborn. Nor was any child to be born alive in that house for a century and a half. The next April, sickness occurred among the children, and Abigail and Ruth died before the month was over. Dr. Job Ives diagnosed the trouble as some infantile fever, though others declared it as more of a mere wasting away or decline. It seemed, in any event, to be contagious, for Hannah Bowen, one of the two servants, died of it in the following June. Eli Liddison, the other servant, constantly complained of weakness, and would have returned to his father's farm in Rehoboth, but for a sudden attachment for a meditable Bierce, who was hired to succeed Hannah. He died the next year, a sad year indeed, since it marked the death of William Harris himself, enfeebled as he was by the climate of Martinique, where his occupation had kept him for considerable periods during the preceding decade. The widowed Rhoby Harris never recovered from the shock of her husband's death, and the passing of her firstborn Elkanah 2 years later was the final blow to her reason. In 1768 she fell victim to a mild form of insanity, and was thereafter confined to the upper part of the house, her elder maiden sister, Mercy Dexter, having moved in to take charge of the family. Mercy was a plain, raw-boned woman of great strength, but her health visibly declined from the time of her advent. She was greatly devoted to her unfortunate sister, and had an especial affection for her only surviving nephew, William, who from a sturdy infant had become a sickly, spindling lad. In this year the servant Mehetabel died, and the other servant, Preserved Smith, left without coherent explanation, or at least with only some wild tales and a complaint they disliked the smell of the place. For a time Mercy could secure no more help, since the 7 deaths in case of madness, all occurring within 5 years' space, had begun to set in motion the body of fireside rumor which later became so bizarre. Ultimately, however, she obtained new servants from out of town, Anne White, a morose woman from that part of North Kingstown now set off as a township of Exeter, and a capable Boston man named Zenas Lowe. It was Anne White who first gave definite shape to the sinister idle talk. Mercy should have known better than to hire anyone from the Mooseneck Hill country, for the remote bed of backwoods was then, as now, a seat of the most uncomfortable superstitions. As lately as 1892, an Exeter community exhumed a dead body and ceremoniously burnt its heart in order to prevent certain alleged visitations injurious to the public health and peace, and one may imagine the point of view of the same section in 1768. Anne's tongue was perniciously active, and within a few months Mercy discharged her, filling her place with a faithful and amiable Amazon from Newport, Maria Robbins. Meanwhile, poor Rhoby Harris, in her madness, gave voice to dreams and imaginings of the most hideous sort. At times her screams became insupportable, and for long periods she would utter shrieking horrors which necessitated her son's temporary residence with his cousin, Peleg Harris, in Presbyterian Lane near the new college building. The boy would seem to improve after these visits, and had Mercy been as wise as she was well-meaning, she would have let him live permanently with Peleg. Just what Mrs. Harris cried out in her fits of violence, tradition hesitates to say, or rather presents such extravagant accounts that they nullify themselves through sheer absurdity. Certainly it sounds absurd to hear that a woman educated only in the rudiments of French often shouted for hours in a coarse and idiomatic form of that language, or that the same person, alone and guarded, complained wildly of a staring thing which bit and chewed at her. In 1772 the servant Zenas died, and when Mrs. Harris heard of it she laughed with a shocking delight utterly foreign to her. The next year she herself died, and was laid to rest in the North Burial Ground beside her husband. Upon the outbreak of trouble with Great Britain in 1775, William Harris, despite a scant 16 years and feeble constitution, managed to enlist in the Army of Observation under General Greene, and from that time on enjoyed a steady rise in health and prestige. In 1780, as a captain in the Rhode Island forces in New Jersey under Colonel Engle, he met and married Phoebe Hetfield of Elizabethtown, who he brought to Providence upon his honorable discharge in the following year. The young soldier's return was not a thing of unmitigated happiness. The house, it is true, was still in good condition, and the street had been widened and changed in name from Back Street to Benefit Street. But Mercy Exeter's once robust frame had undergone a sad and curious decay, so that she was now a stooped and pathetic figure with hollow voice and disconcerting pallor qualities, shared to a singular degree by the one remaining servant, Maria. In the autumn of 1782, Phoebe Harris gave birth to a stillborn daughter, and on the 15th of the next May, Mercy Dexter took leave of a useful, austere, and virtuous life. William Harris, at last thoroughly convinced of the radically unhealthful nature of his abode, now took steps toward quitting it and closing it forever. Securing temporary quarters for himself and his wife at the newly opened Golden Ball Inn, he arranged for the building of a new and finer house in Westminster Street, in the growing part of the town across the Great Bridge. There, in 1785, his son Doutet was born, and there the family dwelt till the encroachments of commerce drove them back across the river and over the hill to Angle Street, in the newer East Side residence district, where the late Archer Harris built his sumptuous but hideous French-roofed mansion in 1876. William and Phoebe both succumbed to the yellow fever epidemic of 1797, but Doutet was brought up by his cousin Rathbone Harris, Peleg's son. Rathbone was a practical man, and rented the Benefit Street house despite William's wish to keep it vacant. He considered it an obligation to his ward to make the most of all the boy's property, nor did he concern himself with the deaths and illnesses which caused so many changes of tenants, or the steadily growing aversion with which the house was generally regarded. It's likely that he felt only vexation when, in 1804, the town council ordered him to fumigate the place with sulphur, tar, and gum camphor on account of the much-discussed deaths of 4 persons, presumably caused by a then diminishing fever epidemic. They said the place had a febrile smell. Doutet himself thought little of the house, for he grew up to be a privateersman and served with distinction on the Vigilant under Captain Cahoon in the War of 1812. He returned unharmed, married in 1814, and became a father on that memorable night of September 23, 1815, when a great gale drove the waters of the bay over half the town, and floated a tall sloop up Westminster Street so that its masts almost tapped the Harris windows in symbolic affirmation that the new boy, Welcome, was a seaman's son. Welcome did not survive his father, but lived to perish gloriously at Fredericksburg in 1862. Neither he nor his son Archer knew of the Shunned house as other than a nuisance almost impossible to rent, perhaps on account of the mustiness and sickly odor of unkempt old age. Indeed, it never was rented after a series of deaths culminating in 1861, which the excitement of the war tended to throw into obscurity. Carrington Harris, last of the male line, knew it only as a deserted and somewhat picturesque center of legend until I told him my experience. He had meant to tear it down and build an apartment house on the site, but after my account had decided to let it stand, install plumbing, and rent it. Nor has he yet had any difficulty in obtaining tenants. The horror was gone. Part 3. It may well be imagined how powerfully I was affected by the annals of the Harrises. In this continuous record there seemed to me to brood a persistent evil beyond anything in nature as I had known it, an evil clearly connected with the house, and not with the family. This impression was confirmed by my uncle's less systemic array of miscellaneous data, legends transcribed from the servant gossip, cuttings from the papers, copies of death certificates by fellow physicians, and the like. All of this material I cannot hope to give, for my uncle was a tireless antiquarian and very deeply interested in the Shunned house, but I may refer to several dominant points which are noticed by their occurrence through many reports from diverse sources. For example, the servant gossip was practically unanimous in attributing to the fungus and malodorous cellar of the house a vast supremacy and evil influence. There had been servants, and white especially, who would not use the cellar kitchen, and at least 3 well-defined legends bore upon the queer, quasi-human or diabolic outlines assumed by tree roots and patches of mold in that region. These latter narratives interested me profoundly, on account of what I had seen in my boyhood, but I felt that most of the significance had in each case been largely obscured by additions from the common stock of local ghost lore. Anne White, with her exorcist superstition, had promulgated the most extravagant and at the same time most consistent tale, alleging that there must lie buried beneath the house one of those vampires, the dead who retain their bodily form and live on the blood or breath of the living, whose hideous legions send their preying shapes or spirits abroad by night. To destroy a vampire, one must, the grandmothers say, exhume it and burn its heart, or at least drive a stake through that organ, and Anne's dogged insistence on a search under the cellar had been prominent in bringing about her discharge. Her tales, however, commanded a wide audience, and were the more readily accepted because the house indeed stood on land once used for burial purposes. To me, their interest depended less on this circumstance than on the peculiarly appropriate way in which they dovetailed with certain other things. The complaint of the departing servant Preservate Smith, who had preceded Anne and never heard of her, that something sucked his breath at night, the death certificates of the fever victims of 1804, issued by Dr. Chad Hopkins, and showing the 4 deceased persons all unaccountably lacking in blood, and the obscure passages of poor Roby Harris's ravings, where she complained of the sharp teeth of the glassy-eyed, half-visible presence. Free from unwarranted superstition though I am, these things produced in me an odd sensation, which was intensified by a pair of widely separated newspaper cuttings relating to deaths in the Shunned house, one from the Providence Gazette and Country Journal of April 12, 1815, and the other from the Daily Transcript and Chronicle of October 27, 1845, each of which detailed an appallingly grisly circumstance whose duplication was remarkable. It seems that in both instances the dying person, in 1815 a gentle old lady named Stafford, and in 1845 a schoolteacher of middle age named Eleazar Durfee, became transfigured in a horrible way, glaring glassily and attempting to bite the throat of the attending physician. Even more puzzling, though, was the final case which put an end to the renting of the house, a series of anemia deaths preceded by progressive madnesses wherein the patient would craftily attempt the lives of his relatives by incisions in the neck or wrist. This was in 1860 and 1861, when my uncle had just begun his medical practice, and before leaving for the front he heard much of it from his elder professional colleagues. The really inexplicable thing was the way in which the victims, ignorant people, for the ill-smelling and widely shunned house could not be rented to no others, would babble maledictions in French, a language they could not possibly have studied to any extent. It made one think of poor Roby Harris nearly a century before, and so moved my uncle that he commenced collecting historical data on the house after listening, some time subsequent to his return from the war, to the first-hand account of Doctors Chase and Whitmarsh. Indeed, I could see that my uncle had thought deeply on this subject, and that he was glad of my own interest, an open-minded and sympathetic interest which enabled him to discuss with me matters at which others would merely have laughed. His fancy had not gone so far as mine, but he felt that the place was rare in its imaginative potentialities, and worthy of note as an inspiration in the field of the grotesque and the macabre. For my part, I was disposed to take the whole subject with profound seriousness, and began at once not only to review the evidence, but to accumulate as much more as I could. I talked with the elderly Archer Harris, then owner of the house, many times before his death in 1916, and obtained of him and his still surviving maiden sister Alice an authentic corroboration of all the family data my uncle had collected. When, however, I asked them what connection with France or its language the house could have, they confessed themselves as frankly baffled and ignorant as I, Archer knew nothing, and all that Miss Harris could say was that an old allusion her grandfather, Dutay Harris, had heard of might have shed a little light. The old seaman, who had survived his son Welcome's death in battle by 2 years, had not himself known the legend, but recalled that his earliest nurse, the ancient Maria Robbins, seemed darkly aware of something that might have lent a weird significance to the French raving of Roby Harris, which he had so often heard during the last days of that hapless woman. Maria had been at the Shunned house from 1769 till the removal of the family in 1783, and had seen Mercy Dexter die. Once she hinted to the child Dutay of a somewhat peculiar circumstance in Mercy's last moments, but he had soon forgotten all about it save that it was something peculiar. The granddaughter, moreover, recalled even this much with difficulty. She and her brother were not so much interested in the house as was Archer's son Carrington, the present owner, with whom I had talked after my experience. Having exhausted the Harris family of all the information it could furnish, I turned my attention to early town records and deeds with a zeal more penetrating than that which my uncle had occasionally shown in the same work. What I wished was a comprehensive history of the site from its very settlement in 1636, or even before, if any Narragansett Indian legend could be unearthed to supply the data. I found, at the start, that the land had been part of the long strip of home lot granted originally to John Throckmorton, one of many similar strips beginning at the town street beside the river and extending up over the hill to a line roughly corresponding with the modern Hope Street. The Throckmorton lot had later, of course, been much subdivided, and I became very assiduous in tracing that section through which Back or Benefit Street was later run. It had, as rumor indeed said, been the Throckmorton graveyard, but as I examined the records more carefully, I found that the graves had all been transferred at an early date to the North Burial Ground on the Pawtucket West Road. Then suddenly I came, by a rare piece of chance, since it was not in the main body of records and might easily have been missed, upon something which aroused my keenest eagerness, fitting in as if it did with several of the queerest phases of the affair. It was a record of a lease, in 1697, of a small tract of ground to an Etienne Roulet and wife. At last the French element had appeared, that and another deeper element of horror which the name conjured up from the darkest recesses of my weird and heterogeneous reading, and I feverishly studied the plotting of the locality as it had been before the cutting through and partial straightening of Back Street between 1747 and 1758. I found what I had half expected, that where the Shunned house now stood the Roulets had laid out their graveyard behind a one-story and attic cottage, and that no record of any transfer of graves existed. The document, indeed, ended in much confusion, and I was forced to ransack both the Rhode Island Historical Society and Shepley Library before I could find a local door which the name of Etienne Roulet would unlock. In the end I did find something of such vague but monstrous import that I set about at once to examine the cellar of the Shunned house itself with a new and excited minuteness. The Roulets, it seemed, had come in 1696 from East Greenwich down the west shore of Narragansett Bay. They were Huguenots from Cod, and had encountered much opposition before the Providence selectmen allowed them to settle in the town. Unpopularity had dogged them at East Greenwich, whether they had come in 1686 after the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, and rumors said that the cause of dislike extended beyond mere racial and national prejudice, or the land disputes which involved other French settlers with the English in rivalries which not even Governor Ambrose could quell. But their ardent Protestantism, too ardent, some whispered, and their evident distress when virtually driven from the village down the bay, had moved the sympathy of the town fathers. Here the strangers had been granted a haven, and the swarthy Etienne Roulet, less apt at agriculture than at reading queer books and drawing queer diagrams, was given a clerical post in the warehouse at Pardon Tillinghast Wharf, far south in Town Street. There had, however, been a riot of some sort later on, perhaps 40 years later, after old Roulet's death, and no one seemed to hear of the family after that. For a century and more, it appeared, the Roulets had been well remembered and frequently discussed as vivid incidents in the quiet life of a New England seaport. Etienne's son Paul, a surly fellow whose erratic conduct had probably provoked the riot which wiped out the family, was particularly a source of speculation, and though Providence never shared the witchcraft panics of her Puritan neighbors, it was freely intimated by old wives that his prayers were neither uttered at the proper time nor directed toward the proper object. All this had undoubtedly formed the basis of the legend known by old Maria Roberts. What relation it had to the French ravings of Roby Harris and other inhabitants of the Shunned house, imagination or future discovery alone could determine. I wondered how many of those who had known the legends realized that additional link with the terrible which my wider reading had given me, that ominous item in the annals of morbid horror which tells of the creature Jacques Roulet of Cod, who in 1598 was condemned to death as a demoniac, but afterwards saved from the stake by the Paris Parliament and shut in a madhouse. He had been found covered with blood and shreds of flesh in a wood, shortly after the killing and rending of a boy by a pair of wolves. One wolf was seen to lope away unhurt. Surely a pretty hearthside tale, with a queer significance as to name and place, but I decided that the province gossips could not have generally known of it. Had they known, the coincidence of names would have brought some drastic and frightened action indeed. Might not its limited whisperings have precipitated the final riot which erased the relays from the town? I now visited the accursed place with increased frequency, studying the unwholesome vegetation of the garden, examining all the walls of the building, and poring over every inch of the earthen cellar floor. Finally, with Carrington Harris's permission, I fitted a key to the disused door opening from the cellar directly upon Benefit Street, preferring to have a more immediate access to the outside world than the dark stairs, ground-floor hall, and front door could give. There, where morbidity lurked most thickly, I searched and poked during long afternoons when the sunlight filtered in through the cobwebbed above-ground windows, and a sense of security glowed from the unlocked door which placed me only a few feet from the placid sidewalk outside. Nothing new rewarded my efforts, only the same depressing mustiness and faint suggestions of noxious odors and nitrous outlines on the floor, and I fancied that many pedestrians might have watched me curiously through the broken panes. At length, upon suggestion of my uncle's, I decided to try the spot nocturnally, and one stormy midnight ran the beams of an electric torch over the moldy floor with its uncanny shapes and distorted, half-phosphorescent fungi. The place had dispirited me curiously that evening, and I was almost prepared when I saw, or thought I saw, amidst the whitish deposits a particularly sharp definition of the huddled form I had suspected from boyhood. Its clearness was astonishing and unprecedented. As I watched, I seemed to see again the thin, yellowish, shimmering exhalation which had startled me on that rainy afternoon so many years before. Above the anthropomorphic patch of mold by the fireplace it rose, a subtle, sickish, almost luminous vapor which as it hung trembling in the dampness seemed to develop vague and shocking suggestions of form, gradually trailing off into nebulous decay and passing up into the blackness of the great chimney with a fetor in its wake. It was truly horrible, and the more so to me because of what I knew of the spot. Refusing to flee, I watched it fade, and as I watched I felt that it was in turn watching me greedily with eyes more imaginable than visible. When I told my uncle about it, he was greatly aroused, and after a tense hour of reflection, arrived at a definite and drastic decision. Weighing in his mind the importance of the matter and the significance of our relation to it, he insisted that we both test, and if possible destroy, the horror of the house by a joint night or nights of aggressive vigil in that musty and fungus-cursed cellar. Part 4. On Wednesday, June 25th, 1919, after a proper notification of Carrington Harris, which did not include surmises as to what we expected to find, my uncle and I conveyed to the Shunned house 2 camp chairs and a folding camp cot, together with some great scientific mechanism of greater weight and intricacy. They were placed in the cellar during the day, screening the windows with paper and planning to return in the evening for our first vigil. We had locked the door from the cellar to the ground floor, and having a key to the outside cellar door, were prepared to leave our expensive and delicate apparatus, which we had obtained secretly and at great cost, as many days as our vigils might be protracted. It was our design to sit up together till very late, and then watch singly till dawn in 2-hour stretches, myself first, and then my companion, the inactive member, resting on the cot. The natural leadership with which my uncle procured the instruments from the laboratories of Brown University and the Cranston Street Armory, and instinctively assumed direction of our venture, was a marvelous commentary on the potential vitality and resilience of a man of 81. Elliot Whipple had lived according to the hygienic laws he had preached as a physician, and but for what happened later would be here in full vigor today. Only 2 persons suspected what did happen, Carrington Harris and myself. I had to tell Harris because he owned the house and deserved to know what had gone out of it. Then, too, he had spoken to him in advance of our quest, and had felt after my uncle's going that he would understand and assist me in some vitally necessary public explanations. He turned very pale, but agreed to help me, and decided that it would now be safe to rent the house. To declare that we were not nervous on that rainy night of watching would be an exaggeration both gross and ridiculous. We were not, as I have said, in any sense childlessly superstitious, but scientific study and reflection had taught us that the known universe of 3 dimensions embraces the merest fraction of the whole cosmos of substance and energy. In this case, an overwhelming preponderance of evidence from numerous authentic sources pointed to the tenacious existence of certain forces of great power, and so far as the human point of view is concerned, exceptional malignancy. To say that we actually believed in vampires or werewolves would be a carelessly inclusive statement. Rather must it be said that we were not prepared to deny the possibility of certain unfamiliar and unclassified modifications of vital force and attenuated matter, existing very infrequently in three-dimensional space because of its more intimate connection with other spatial units, yet close enough to the boundary of our own to furnish us occasional manifestations which we, for lack of a proper vantage point, may never hope to understand. In short, it seemed to my uncle and me that an incontrovertible array of facts pointed to some lingering influence in the Shunned house, traceable to one or another of the ill-favored French settlers of 2 centuries before, and still operative through rare and unknown laws of atomic and electronic motion, that the family of Roulet had possessed an abnormal affinity for outer circles of entity, dark spheres which for normal folk only hold repulsion and terror, their recorded history seemed to prove. Had not, then, the rise of those bygone 1730s set moving certain kinetic patterns in the morbid brain of one or more of them, notably the sinister Paul Roulet, which obscurely survived the bodies murdered and buried by the mob, and continued to function in some multiple dimension space on the original lines of force determined by a frantic hatred of the encroaching community? Such a thing was surely not a physical or biochemical impossibility in the light of the newer science, which includes the theories of relativity and interatomic action. One might easily imagine an alien nucleus of substance or energy, formless or otherwise, kept alive by imperceptible or immaterial subtractions from the life force or bodily tissue and fluids of other and more palpably living things, into which it penetrates and with whose fabric it sometimes completely merges itself. It might be actively hostile, or it might be dictated merely by blind motives of self-preservation. In any case, such a monster must of necessity be in our scheme of things an anomaly and an intruder, whose extirpation forms a primary duty with every man not an enemy to the world's life, health, and sanity. What baffled us was our utter ignorance of the aspect in which we might encounter the thing. No sane person had ever seen it, and few had ever felt it definitely. It might be pure energy, a form ethereal and outside the realm of substance, or it might be partly material, some unknown and equivocal mass of plasticity, capable of changing at will to nebulous approximations of the solid, liquid, gaseous, or tenuously unparticled states. The anthropomorphic patch of mold on the floor, the form of the yellowish vapor, and the curvature of the tree roots in some of the old tales, all argued at least a remote and reminiscent connection with the human shape, but how representative or permanent that similarity might be, none could say with any kind of certainty. We devised 2 weapons to fight it, a large and specially fitted Crookes tube operated by powerful storage batteries and provided with peculiar screens and reflectors, in case it proved intangible and opposable only by vigorously destructive ether radiations, and a pair of military flamethrowers of the sort used in the World War, in case it proved partly material and susceptible of mechanical destruction, for like the superstitious Exeter rustics, we were prepared to burn the thing's heart out if heart existed to burn. All this aggressive mechanism we set in the cellar in positions carefully arranged with reference to the cotton chairs, and to the spot before the fireplace where the mold had taken strange shapes. That suggestive patch, by the way, was only faintly visible when we placed our furniture and instruments, and when we returned that evening for the actual vigil. For a moment I half doubted that I had ever seen it in the more definitely limbed form, but then I thought of the legends. Our cellar vigil began at 10 p.m. daylight saving time, and as it continued we found no promise of pertinent developments. A weak, filtered glow from the rain-harassed street lamps outside, and a feeble phosphorescence from the detestable fungi within, showed the dripping stone of the walls, from which all traces of whitewash had vanished, the dank, fetid, and mildew-tainted hard earth floor with its obscene fungi, the rotting remains of what had been stools, chairs, and tables, and other more shapeless furniture, the heavy planks and massive beams of the ground floor overhead, the decrepit plank door leading to bins and chambers beneath other parts of the house, the crumbling stone staircase with ruined wooden handrail, and the crude, cavernous fireplace of blackened brick where rusted iron fragments revealed the past presence of hokes, andirons, spit, crane, and a door to the Dutch oven. These things, and our austere cotton camp chairs, and the heavy and intricate destructive machinery we had brought. We had, as in my own former explorations, left the door to the street unlocked, so that a direct and practical path of escape might lie open in case of manifestations beyond our power to deal with. It was our idea that our continued nocturnal presence would call forth whatever malign entity lurked there, and that being prepared, we could dispose of the thing with one or the other of our provided means as soon as we had recognized and observed it sufficiently. How long might be required to evoke and extinguish the thing, we had no notion. It occurred to us, too, that our adventure was far from safe, for in what strength the thing might appear no one could tell. but we deemed the game worth the hazard, and embarked on it alone and unhesitatingly, conscious that the seeking of outside aid would only expose us to ridicule and perhaps defeat our entire purpose. Such was our frame of mind as we talked, far into the night, till my uncle's growing drowsiness made me remind him to lie down for his 2 hours' sleep. Something like fear chilled me as I sat there in the small hours alone. I say alone, for one who sits by a sleeper is indeed alone, perhaps more alone than he can realize. My uncle breathed heavily, his deep inhalations and exhalations accompanied by the rain outside, and punctuated by another nerve-wracking sound of distant dripping water within, for the house was repulsively damp even in dry weather, and in this storm positively swamp-like. I studied the loose, antique masonry of the walls and the fungus light and the feeble rays which stole in from the street through the screened window, and once, when the noisome atmosphere of the place seemed about to sicken me, I opened the door and looked up and down the street, feasting my eyes on familiar sights and my nostrils on wholesome air. Still nothing occurred to reward my watching, and I yawned repeatedly, fatigue getting the better of apprehension. Then the stirring of my uncle in his sleep attracted my notice. He had turned restlessly on the cot several times during the latter half of the first hour, but now he was breathing with unusual irregularity, occasionally heaving a sigh which held more than a few of the qualities of a choking man. I turned my electric flashlight on him and found his face averted, so rising and crossing the other side of the cot, I again flashed the light to see if he had seemed in any pain. What I saw unnerved me most surprisingly, considering its relative triviality. It must have been merely the association of any odd circumstance with the sinister nature of our location and mission, for surely the circumstance was not in itself frightful or unnatural. It was merely that my uncle's facial expression, disturbed no doubt by the strange dreams which our situation prompted, betrayed considerable agitation, seemed not at all characteristic of him. His habitual expression was one of kindly and well-bred calm, whereas now a variety of motions seemed struggling within him. I think, on the whole, that it was this variety which chiefly disturbed me. My uncle, as he gasped and tossed in increasing perturbation, and with eyes that had now started open, seemed not one but many men, and suggested a curious quality of alienage from himself. All at once he commenced to mutter, and I did not like the look of his mouth and teeth as he spoke. The words were at first indistinguishable, and then, with a tremendous start, I recognized something about them which filled me with icy fear till I recalled the breadth of my uncle's education and the interminable translations he had made from anthropological and antiquarian articles in the Revue des Deux Mondes, for the venerable Eliot was muttering in French, and the few phrases I could distinguish seemed connected with the darkest myths he had ever adapted from the famous Paris magazine. Suddenly a perspiration broke out on the sleeper's forehead, and he leapt abruptly up, half awake. The jumble of French changed to a cry in English, and the hoarse voice shouted excitedly, "My breath! My breath!" Then the awakening became complete, and with the subsidence of facial expression to the normal state, my uncle seized my hand and began to relate a dream whose nucleus of significance I could only surmise with a kind of awe. He had, he said, floated off from a very ordinary series of dream pictures into a scene whose strangeness was related to nothing he had ever read. It was of this world, and yet none of it, a shadowy geometrical confusion in which could be seen elements of familiar things in most unfamiliar and perturbing combinations. There was a suggestion of queerly disordered pictures superimposed one upon another, an arrangement in which the essentials of time as well as of space seemed dissolved and mixed in the most illogical fashion. Once my uncle thought he lay in a carefully dug-open pit, with a crowd of angry faces framed by straggling locks and three-cornered hats frowning down upon him. Again he seemed to be in the interior of a house, an old house apparently, but the details and inhabitants were constantly changing, and he could never be certain of the faces or the furniture, or even the room itself, since doors and windows seemed to be in just as great a state of flux as the presumably more mobile objects. It was queer. Damnably queer. My uncle spoke almost sheepishly, as if half expecting not to be believed, when he declared that the strange faces many had unmistakably borne the features of the Harris family, and all the while there was a personal sensation of choking, as if some pervasive presence had spread itself through his body and sought to possess itself of his vital processes. I shuddered at the thought of those vital processes, worn as they were by 81 years of continuous functioning, in conflict with unknown forces of which the youngest and strongest system might well be afraid, but in another moment reflected that dreams are only dreams, and that these uncomfortable visions could be, at most, no more than my uncle's reaction to the investigations and expectations which had lately filled our minds to the exclusion of all else. Conversation, also, soon tended to dispel my sense of strangeness, and in time I yielded to my yawns and took my turn at slumber. My uncle seemed now very wakeful, and welcomed this period of watching, even though the nightmare had aroused him far ahead of his allotted 2 hours. Sleep seized me quickly, and I was at once haunted with dreams of the most disturbing kind. I felt, in my visions, a cosmic and abysmal aloneness, with hostilities surging from all sides upon some prisoner where I lay confined. I seemed bound and gagged, and taunted by the echoing yells of distant multitudes who thirsted for my blood. My uncle's face came to me with less pleasant association than in waking hours, and I recall many futile struggles and attempts to scream. It was not a pleasant sleep, and for a second I was not sorry for the echoing shriek which clove through the barriers of dream and flung me to a sharp and startled awakeness in which every actual object before my eyes stood out with more than natural clearness and reality. Part 5. I had been lying with my face away from my uncle's chair, so that in the sudden flash of awakening I saw only the door to the street, the window, and the wall and floor and ceiling toward the north of the room, all photographed with morbid vividness on my brain in a light brighter than the glow of the fungi or the rays from the street outside. It was not a strong or even a fairly strong light, certainly not nearly strong enough to read an average book by, but it cast a shadow of myself on the cot on the floor, and had a yellowish penetrating force that hinted at things more potent than luminosity. This I perceived with unhealthy sharpness, despite the fact that two of my other senses were violently assailed. For on my ears rang the reverberations of that shocking scream, while my nostrils revolted at the stench which filled the place. My mind, as alert as my senses, recognized the gravely unusual, and almost automatically I leapt up and turned about to grasp the destructive instruments which we had left trained on the mouldy spot before the fireplace. As I turned, I dreaded what I was to see, for the scream had been in my uncle's voice, and I knew not against what menace I should have to defend him and myself. Yet after all, the sight was worse than I had dreaded. There are horrors beyond horrors, and this was one of those nuclei of all dreamable hideousness which the cosmos saves to blast an accursed and unhappy few. Out of the fungus-ridden earth steamed up a vaporous corpse-light, yellow and diseased, which bubbled and lapped to a gigantic height in vague outlines half human and half monstrous, through which I could see the chimney and fireplace beyond. It was all eyes, wolfish and mocking, and the rugose insect-like head dissolved at the top to a thin stream of mist which curled putridly about and finally vanished up the chimney. I say that I saw this thing, but it is only in conscious retrospection that I ever definitely traced its damnable approach to form. At the time, it was to me only a seething, dimly phosphorescent cloud of fungus loathsomeness, enveloping and dissolving to an abhorrent plasticity the one object on which all my attention was focused. That object was my uncle, the venerable Elihu Whipple, who with blackening and decaying features leered and gibbered at me, and reached out dripping claws to rend me in the fury which his horror had brought. It was a sense of routine which kept me from going mad. I had drilled myself in preparation for the crucial moment, and blind training saved me. Recognizing the bubbling evil as no substance reachable by matter or material chemistry, and therefore ignoring the flamethrower which loomed on my left, I threw on the current of the Crookes tube apparatus and focused toward that scene of immortal blasphemousness, the strongest ether radiations which man's art can arouse from the space and fluids of nature. There was a bluish haze and a frenzied sputtering, and the yellowish phosphorescence grew dimmer to my eyes. But I saw the dimness was only that of contrast, and that the waves from the machine had no effect whatsoever. Then, in the midst of that demoniac spectacle, I saw fresh horror which brought cries to my lips and sent me fumbling and staggering toward the unlocked door to the quiet street, careless of what abnormal terrors I loosed upon the world, or what thoughts or judgments of men I brought down upon my head. In that dim blend of blue and yellow, the form of my uncle had commenced a nauseous liquefaction whose essence eludes all description, in which there played across his vanishing face such changes of identity as only madness can conceive. He was at once a devil and a multitude, a charnel house and a pageant, lit by the mixed and uncertain beams that gelatinous face assumed a dozen, a score, 100 aspects, grinning as it sank to the ground on a body that melted like tallow, and the caricatured likeness of legions strange and yet not strange. I saw the features of the harassed line, masculine and feminine, adult and infantile, and other features old and young, coarse and refined, familiar and unfamiliar. For a second there flashed a degraded counterfeit of a miniature of poor, mad Roby Harris that I had seen in the School of Design Museum, and another time I thought I caught the raw-boned image of Mercy Dexter as I recalled her from a painting in Carrington Harris's house. It was frightful beyond conception, toward the last, when a curious blend of servant and baby visages flickered close to the fungus floor where a pool of greenish grease was spreading. It seemed as though the shifting features fought against themselves and strove to form contours like those of my uncle's kindly face. I like to think that he existed at that moment, and that he tried to bid me farewell. It Seems to me I hiccuped a farewell from my own parched throat as I lurched out into the street, a thin stream of grease following me through the door to the rain-drenched sidewalk. The rest is shadowy and monstrous. There was no one in the soaking street, and in all the world there was no one I dared tell. I walked aimlessly south past College Hill and the Athenaeum, down Hopkins Street and over the bridge to the business section where tall buildings seemed to guard me as modern material things guard the world from ancient and unwholesome wonder. Then gray dawn unfolded wetly from the east, silhouetting the archaic hill and its venerable steeples and beckoning me to the place where my terrible work was still unfinished. And in the end I went, wet, hatless, and dazed in the morning light, and entered that awful door in Benefit Street which I had left ajar, and which still swung cryptically in full sight of the early householders to whom I dare not speak. The grease was gone, for the mouldy floor was porous, and in front of the fireplace was no vestige of the giant doubled-up form traced in niter. I looked at the cot, the chairs, the instruments, my neglected hat, and the yellowed straw hat of my uncle. Dazedness was uppermost, and I could scarcely recall what was dream and what was reality. Then thought trickled back, and I knew that I had witnessed things more horrible than I had dreamed. Sitting down, I tried to conjecture as nearly as sanity would let me just what had happened, and how I might end the horror, if indeed it had been real. Matter it seemed not to be, nor ether, nor anything else conceivable by mortal mind. What, then, but some exotic emanation, some vampirish vapor such as Exeter rustics tells of as lurking certain churchyards? This, I felt, was the clue, and again I looked at the floor before the fireplace where the mold and niter had taken strange forms. In 10 minutes my mind was made up, and taking my hat I set out for home, where I bathed, ate, and gave by telephone an order for a pickaxe, a spade, a military gas mask, and 6 carboys of sulphuric acid, all to be delivered the next morning at the cellar door of the Shunned house in Benefit Street. After that I tried to sleep, and failing, passed the hours in reading and the composition of inane verses to counteract my mood. At 11 a.m. the next day I commenced digging. It was sunny weather, and I was glad of that. I was still alone, for as much as I feared the unknown horror I sought, there was more fear in the thought of telling anybody. Later I told Harris only through sheer necessity, and because he had heard odd tales from old people which disposed him ever so little toward belief. As I turned up the stinking black earth in front of the fireplace, my spade caused a viscous yellow ichor to ooze from the white fungi which it severed. I trembled at the dubious thoughts of what I might uncover. Some secrets of inner earth are not good for mankind, and this seemed to me one of them. My hand shook perceptibly, but still I delved, after a while standing in the large hole I had made. With the deepening of the hole, which was about 6 feet square, the evil smell increased, and I lost all doubt of my intimate contact with the hellish thing whose emanations had cursed the house for over a century and a half. I wondered what it would look like, what its form and substance would be, and how big it might have waxed through long ages of life-sucking. At length I climbed out of the hole and dispersed the heaped-up dirt, then arranging the great carboys of acid around it near 2 sides, so that when necessary I might empty them all down the aperture in quick succession. After that I dumped earth only along the other 2 sides, working more slowly and donning my gas mask as the smell grew. I was nearly unnerved in my proximity to a nameless thing at the bottom of a pit. Suddenly my spade struck something softer than earth. I shuddered and made a motion as if to climb out of the hole, which was now as deep as my neck. Then courage returned, and I scraped away more dirt in the light of the electric torch I had provided. The surface I uncovered was fishy and glassy, a kind of semi-putrid congealed jelly with suggestions of translucency. I scraped further and saw that it had form. There was a rift where a part of the substance was folded over. The exposed area was huge and roughly cylindrical, like a mammoth soft blue-white stovepipe doubled in 2, its largest part some 2 feet in diameter. Still more I scraped, and then abruptly I leapt out of the hole and away from the filthy thing, frantically unstopping and tilting the heavy carboys and precipitating their corrosive contents one after another down the charnel gulf and upon the unthinkable abnormality whose tightened elbow I had seen. The blinding maelstrom of greenish-yellow vapor which surged tempestuously up from that hole as the floods of acid descended will never leave my memory. All along the hill people tell of the yellow day, when virulent and horrible fumes arose from the factory waste dumped in the Providence River, but I know how mistaken they are as to the source. They tell, too, of the hideous roar which at the same time came from some disordered water pipe or gas main underground, but again I could correct them if I dared. It was unspeakably shocking, and I do not see how I lived through it. I did faint after emptying the 4th carboy, which I had to handle after the fumes had begun to penetrate my mask, but when I recovered I saw that the hole was emitting no fresh vapors. The The 2 remaining carboys I emptied down without particular result, and after a time I felt it safe to shovel the earth back into the pit. It was twilight before I was done, but fear had gone out of the place. The dampness was less fetid, and all the strange fungi had withered to a kind of harmless greyish powder which blew ash-like along the floor. One of earth's nethermost terrors had perished forever, and if there be a hell, it had received at last the demon soul of an unhallowed thing. And as I patted down the last spadeful of mold, I shed the first of the many tears with which I have paid unaffected tribute to my beloved uncle's memory. The next spring, no more pale grass and strange weeds came up in the Shunned house's terraced garden, and shortly afterward Carrington Harris rented the place. It is still spectral, but its strangeness fascinates me, and I shall find mixed with my relief a queer regret when it is torn down to make way for a tawdry shop or vulgar apartment building. The barren old trees in the yard have begun to bear small, sweet apples, and last year the birds nested in their gnarled boughs. End of The Shunned House by HP Lovecraft.
Spurs by Tod Robbins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Spurs by Tod Robbins. The story of Jacques Courbet, the dwarf of Copo's circus, and Jean-Marie, bareback rider. Jacques Courbet was a romanticist. He measured only 28 inches from the soles of his diminutive feet to the crown of his head, but there were times as he rode into the arena on his gallant charge St. Eustache, when he felt himself a doughty knight of old about to do battle for his lady. What matter that St. Eustache was not a gallant charger except in his master's imagination? Not even a pony, indeed, but a large dog of a nondescript breed, with the long snout and upstanding ears of a wolf. What matter that Monsieur Courbet's entrance was invariably greeted with shouts of derisive laughter and bombardment of banana skins and orange peels? What matter that he had no lady, and that his daring deeds were severely curtailed to a mimicry of the bareback riders who preceded him? What mattered all these things to the tiny man who lived in dreams, and who resolutely closed his shoe-button eyes to the drab realities of life? The dwarf had no friends among the other freaks in Copo's circus. They considered him ill-tempered and egotistical, and he loathed them for their acceptance of things as they were. Imagination was the armor that protected him from the curious glances of a cruel, gaping world, from the stinging lash of ridicule, from the bombardments of banana skins and orange peels. Without it he must have shriveled up and died. But these others, they had no armor except their own thick hides. The door that opened on the kingdom of imagination was closed and locked to them, and although they did not wish to open this door, although they did not miss what lay beyond it, they resented and mistrusted anyone who possessed the key. Now it came about, after many humiliating performances in the arena made palatable only by dreams, that love entered the circus tent and beckoned commandingly to Monsieur Jacques Courbet. In an instant the dwarf was engulfed in a sea of wild, tumultuous passion. Mademoiselle Jean-Marie was a daring bareback rider. It made Monsieur Jacques Courbet's tiny heart stand still to see her that first night of her appearance in the arena, performing brilliantly on the broad back of her aged mare Sappho. She was a tall blonde woman of the Amazon type. She had big round eyes of baby blue, which held no spark of her avaricious peasant soul, carmine lips and cheeks, large white teeth which flashed continually in a smile, and hands which, when doubled up, were nearly the size of the dwarf's head. Her partner in the act was Simon Lafleur, the Romeo of the circus tent, a swarthy, Herculean young man with bull-black eyes and hair that glistened with grease like the back of Salon, the trained seal. From that first performance, Monsieur Jacques Courbet loved Mademoiselle Jean-Marie. All his tiny body was shaken with longing for her. Her buxom charms, so generously revealed in tights and spangles, made him flush and cast down his eyes. The familiarities allowed to Simon Lafleur during the course of their act, the bodily acrobatic contacts of the two performers, made the dwarf's blood boil. Mounted on St. Eustache, awaiting his turn at the entrance, he would grind his teeth in impotent rage to see Simon circling round and round the ring, standing proudly on the back of Sappho and holding Mademoiselle Jean-Marie in an ecstatic embrace, while she kicked one shapely, bespangled leg skyward.
"Ah, the dog," Monsieur Jacques Courbet would mutter. "Some day I shall teach this hulking stable-boy his place. Marjoie, I will clip his ears for him."
St. Eustache did not share his master's admiration for Mademoiselle Jean-Marie. From the first he evinced his heart detestation for her by low growls and a ferocious display of long, sharp fangs. It was little consolation for the dwarf to know that St. Eustache showed still more marked signs of rage when Simon Lafleur approached him. It pained Monsieur Jacques Courbet to think that his gallant charger, his sole companion, his bedfellow, should not also love and admire the splendid giantess, who each night risked life and limb before the awed populace. Often, when they were alone together, he would chide St. Eustache on his churlishness.
"Ah, you devil of a dog," the dwarf would cry, "why must you always growl and show your ugly teeth when the lovely Jean-Marie condescends to notice you? Have you no feelings under your tough hide? Curse, she is an angel, and you snarl at her. Do you not remember how I found you, a starving puppy in the Paris gutter? And now you must threaten the hand of my princess. So this is your gratitude, great hairy pig."
2. Monsieur Jacques Courbet had one living relative, not a dwarf like himself, but a fine figure of a man, a prosperous farmer, living just outside the town of Roubaix. The elder Courbet had never married, and so one day when he was found dead from heart failure, his tiny nephew, for whom it must be confessed the farmer had always felt an instinctive aversion, fell heir to a comfortable property. When the tidings were brought to him, the dwarf threw both arms about the shaggy neck of St. Eustache and cried out,
"Ah, now we can retire, marry, and settle down, old friend. I am worth many times my weight in gold."
That evening, as Mademoiselle Jean-Marie was changing her gaudy costume after the performance, a light tap sounded on the door.
"Enter,"
she called, believing it to be Simon Lafleur, who had promised to take her that evening to the sign of the Wild Boar for a glass of white wine to wash the sawdust out of her throat.
"Enter, mon chéri."
The door swung slowly open, and in stepped Monsieur Jacques Courbet, very proud and upright, in the silks and laces of a courtier, with a tiny gold-hilted sword swinging at his hip. Up he came, his shoe-button eyes all a-glitter to see the more than partially revealed charms of his robust lady. Up he came to within a yard of where she sat, and down on one knee he went, and pressed his lips to her red-slippered foot.
"Oh, most beautiful and daring lady,"
he cried in a voice as shrill as a pin scratching on a window-pane.
"Will you not take mercy on the unfortunate Jacques Courbet? He is hungry for your smiles. He is starving for your lips. All night long he tosses on his couch and dreams of Jean-Marie." "What play-acting is this, my brave little fellow?" she asked, bending down with the smile of an ogress. "Has Simon Lafleur sent you to tease me?" "May the Black Plague have Simon!"
the dwarf cried, his eyes seeming to flash blue sparks.
"I am not play-acting. It is only too true that I love you, mademoiselle, that I wish to make you my lady, and now that I have a fortune, now that—"
He broke off suddenly, and his face drew up in angry wrinkles, till it resembled a withered apple.
"What is this, mademoiselle?"
he said in a low, droning tone of a hornet about to sting.
"Do you laugh at my love? I warn you, mademoiselle, do not laugh at Jacques Courbet."
Mademoiselle Jean-Marie's large, florid face had turned purple from suppressed merriment. Her lips twitched at the corners. It was all she could do not to burst out into a roar of laughter. Why, the ridiculous little mannequin was serious in his love-making. This pocket-sized edition of a courtier was proposing marriage to her. He, this splinter of a fellow, wished to make her his wife. Why, she could carry him about on her shoulder like a trained marmoset. What a joke this was! What a colossal, corset-creaking joke! Wait till she told Simon Lafleur. She could fairly see him throw back his sleek head, open his mouth to its widest dimensions, and shake with silent laughter. But she must not laugh, not now. First, she must listen to everything the dwarf had to say, and draw all the sweetness out of this bonbon of humor before she crushed it under the heel of ridicule.
"I am not laughing, Monsieur Courbet," she managed to say. "You have taken me by surprise. I never even guessed." "That is well, mademoiselle," the dwarf broke in. "I do not tolerate laughter. In the arena I am paid to make laughter, but these others pay to laugh at me. I always make people pay to laugh at me." "But do I understand you aright, Monsieur Courbet? Are you proposing an honorable marriage?"
The dwarf rested his hand lightly on his heart and bowed.
Yes, mademoiselle. An honourable marriage and the wherewithal to keep the wolf from the door. A week ago my uncle died and left me a large estate. We shall have a servant to wait on our wants, a horse and carriage, food and wine of the best, and leisure to amuse ourselves. And you? Why, you will be a fine lady. I will clothe that beautiful big body of yours with silks and laces. You will be as happy, mademoiselle, as a cherry tree in June.
The dark blood slowly receded from Mademoiselle Jean-Marie's full cheeks. Her lips no longer twitched at the corners. Her eyes had narrowed slightly. She had been a bareback rider for years, and she was wary of it. The life of the circus tent had lost its tinsel. She loved the dashing Simon Lafleur, but she knew well enough that this Romeo in tights would never espouse a dowerless girl. The dwarf's words had woven themselves into a rich mental tapestry. She saw herself a proud lady, ruling over a country estate, and later welcoming Simon Lafleur with all the luxuries that were so near his heart. Simon would be overjoyed to marry into a country estate. And these pygmies were a puny lot. They died young. She would do nothing to hasten the end of Jacques Courbet. No, she would be kindness itself to the poor little fellow, but on the other hand, she would not lose her beauty mourning for him.
Nothing that you wish shall be withheld from you, as long as you love me, mademoiselle, the dwarf continued. Your answer?
Mademoiselle Jean-Marie bent forward, and with a single movement of her powerful arms, raised Monsieur Jacques Courbet and placed him on her knee. For an ecstatic instant she held him thus, as if he were a large French doll, with his tiny sword cocked coquettishly out behind. Then she implanted on his cheek a huge kiss that covered his entire face from chin to brow.
I am yours,
she muttered, pressing him to her ample bosom.
From the first I loved you, Monsieur Jacques Courbet.
3. The wedding of Mademoiselle Jean-Marie was celebrated in the town of Roubaix, where Copo's circus had taken up its temporary quarters. Following the ceremony, a feast was served in one of the tents, which was attended by a whole galaxy of celebrities. The bridegroom, his dark little face flushed with happiness and wine, sat at the head of the board. His chin was just above the tablecloth, so that his head looked like a large orange that had rolled off the fruit dish. Immediately beneath his dangling feet, St. Eustache, who had more than once evinced by deep growls his disapproval of the proceedings, now worried a bone with quick, sly glances from time to time at the plump legs of his new mistress. Papa Copo was on the dwarf's right, his large round face as red and benevolent as a harvest moon. Next him sat Griffo, the giraffe boy, who was covered with spots, and whose neck was so long that he looked down on all the rest, including even Monsieur Hercule Hippo, the giant. The rest of the company included Mademoiselle Lupa, who had sharp white teeth of an incredible length, and who growled when she tried to talk, the tiresome Monsieur Gerjongle, who insisted on juggling fruit, plates, and knives, although the whole company was heartily sick of his tricks, Mademoiselle Sampson, with her trained baby boa constrictors coiled about her neck and peeping out timidly one above each ear, Simon Lafleur, and a score of others. The bareback rider had laughed silently and almost continually ever since Jean-Marie had told him of her engagement over a glass of white wine at the sign of the Wild Boar. Now he sat next to her in his crimson tights with his black hair brushed back from his forehead, and so glistening with grease that it reflected the lights overhead like a burnished helmet. From time to time he tossed off a brimming goblet of Burgundy, nudged the bride in the ribs with his elbow, and threw back his sleek head in another silent outburst of laughter.
"And you are sure that you will not forget me, Simon?" she whispered. "It may be some time before I can get the little ape's money."
"Forget you, Eugene?" he muttered. "By all the dancing devils in Champagne, never! I will wait as patiently as Job till you have fed that mouse some poisoned cheese. But what will you do with him in the meantime, Eugene? You must allow him no liberties. I grind my teeth to think of you in his arms."
The bride smiled and regarded her diminutive husband with an appraising glance. What an atom of a man, and yet life might linger in his bones for a long time to come. Monsieur Jacques Courbet had allowed himself only one glass of wine, and yet he was far gone in intoxication. His tiny face was suffused with blood, and he stared at Simon Lafleur belligerently. Did he suspect the truth?
"Your husband is flushed with wine," the bareback rider whispered. "Ma foi, madame, later he may knock you about. Possibly he is a dangerous fellow in his cups. Should he maltreat you, Eugene, do not forget that you have a protector in Simon Lafleur."
"You clown!"
Jean-Marie rolled her large eyes roguishly, and laid her hand for an instant on the bareback rider's knee.
Simon, I could crack his skull between my finger and thumb like this hickory nut. She paused to illustrate her example, and then added reflectively, and perhaps I shall do that very thing, if he attempts any familiarities. Ugh, the little ape turns my stomach. By now the wedding guests were beginning to show the effects of their potations. This was especially marked in the case of Monsieur Jacques Courbet's associates in the sideshow. Griffo, the giraffe boy, had closed his large brown eyes and was swaying his small head languidly above the assembly, while a slightly supercilious expression drew his lips down at the corners. Monsieur Hercule Hippo, swollen out by his libations to even more colossal proportions, was repeating over and over, "I tell you I am not like other men. When I walk, the earth trembles." Mademoiselle Lupa, her hairy upper lip lifted above her long white teeth, was gnawing at a bone, growling unintelligible phrases to herself, and shooting savage, suspicious glances at her companions. Monsieur Jejongle's hands had grown unsteady, and as he insisted on juggling the knives and plates of each new course, broken bits of crockery littered the floor. Madame Sampson, uncoiling her necklace of baby boa constrictors, was feeding them lumps of sugar soaked in rum. Monsieur Jacques Courbet had finished his second glass of wine, and was surveying the whispering Simon Lafleur through narrowed eyes. There can be no genial companionship among great egotists who have drunk too much. Each one of these human oddities thought that he or she alone was responsible for the crowds that daily gathered at Copo's circus. So now, heated with the good Burgundy, they were not slow in asserting themselves. Their separate egos rattled angrily together like so many pebbles in a bag. Here was gunpowder which needed only a spark. "I am a very big man," Hippo said sleepily. "Women love me. The pretty little creatures leave their pygmy husbands, so that they may come and stare at Hercule Hippo of Copo's circus. Ha! And when they return home, they laugh at other men always. You may kiss me again when you grow up, they tell their sweethearts."
"Fat bullock, here is one woman who has no love for you,"
cried Mademoiselle Lupa, glaring sidewise at the giant over her bone.
"That great carcass of yours is only so much food gone to waste. You have cheated the butcher, my friend. Fool women do not come to see you. As well might they stare at the cattle being led through the street. Ah, no, they come from far and near to see one of their own sex who is not a cat."
"Quite right," cried Papa Copo in a conciliatory tone, smiling and rubbing his hands together. "Not a cat, mademoiselle, but a wolf. Ah, you have a sense of humor. How droll."
"I have a sense of humor," Mademoiselle Lupa agreed, returning to her bone, "and also sharp teeth. Let the erring hen not stray too near." "You, Monsieur Hippo and Mademoiselle Lupa, are both wrong," said a voice which seemed to come from the roof. "Surely it is none other than me whom the people come to stare at." All raised their eyes to the supercilious face of Griffo, the giraffe boy, which swayed slowly from side to side on its long pipe-stem neck. It was he who had spoken, although his eyes were still closed. "Of all the colossal impudence," cried the matronly Madame Sampson. "As if my little dears had nothing to say on the subject."
She picked up the two baby boa constrictors, which lay in drunken slumber on her lap, and shook them like whips at the wedding guests.
"Papa Copo knows only too well that it is on account of these little charmers, Mark Antony and Cleopatra, that the sideshow is so well attended."
The circus owner, thus directly appealed to, frowned in perplexity. He felt himself in a quandary. These freaks of his were difficult to handle. Why had he been fool enough to come to Monsieur Jacques Courbet's wedding feast? Whatever he said would be used against him. As Papa Copo hesitated, his round red face wreathed in ingratiating smiles, the long-deferred spark suddenly alighted in the powder. It all came about on account of the carelessness of Monsieur Jejongle, who had become engrossed in the conversation, and wished to put in a word for himself. Absent-mindedly juggling two heavy plates and a spoon, he said in a petulant tone,
"You all appear to forget me."
Scarcely were the words out of his mouth when one of the heavy plates descended with a crash on the thick skull of Monsieur Hippo, and Monsieur Jejongle was instantly remembered. Indeed, he was more than remembered, for the giant, already irritated to the boiling point by Mademoiselle Lupa's insults, at this new affront, struck out savagely past her and knocked the juggler head over heels under the table. Mademoiselle Lupa, always quick-tempered, and especially so when her attention was focused on a juicy chicken bone, evidently considered her dinner companion's conduct far from decorous, and promptly inserted her sharp teeth in the offending hand that had administered the blow.
Monsieur Hippo, squealing from rage and pain like a wounded elephant, bounded to his feet, overturning the table. Pandemonium followed. Every freak's hands, teeth, feet were turning against the others. Above the shouts, screams, growls, and hisses of the combat, Papa Copo's voice could be heard bellowing for peace.
"Ah, my children, this is no way to behave. Calm yourselves, I pray you. Mademoiselle Lupa, remember that you are a lady as well as a wolf."
There was no doubt that Monsieur Jacques Courbet would have suffered most in this undignified fracas, had it not been for Saint Eustache, who had stationed himself over his tiny master, and who now drove off all would-be assailants. As it was, Griffo, the unfortunate giraffe boy, was the most defenseless, and therefore became the victim. His small round head swayed back and forth to blows like a punching bag. He was bitten by Mademoiselle Lupin, buffeted by Monsieur Hippo, kicked by Monsieur Jajongle, clawed by Madame Sampson, and nearly strangled by both the baby boa constrictors, which had wound themselves about his neck like hangman's nooses. Undoubtedly he would have fallen a victim to circumstances, and would have never left the banquet board alive had it not been for Simon Lafleur, the bride, and half a dozen of her acrobatic friends, whom Papa Copo had implored to restore peace. Roaring with laughter, they sprang forward and tore the combatants apart. Monsieur Jacques Courbet was found sitting grimly under a fold of the tablecloth. He held a broken bottle of wine in one hand. The dwarf was very drunk, and in a towering rage. As Simon Lafleur approached with one of his silent laughs, Monsieur Jacques Courbet hurled the bottle at his head.
"Ah, the little wasp!" the bareback rider cried, picking up the dwarf by his waistband. "Here is your fine husband, Jean. Take him away before he does me some mischief. Parbleu, he is a bloodthirsty fellow in his cups."
The bride approached, her blonde face crimson from wine and laughter. Now that she was safely married to a country estate, she took no more pains to conceal her true feelings.
"Oh, la la!" she cried, seizing the struggling dwarf and holding him forcibly on her shoulder. "What a temper the little ape has! Well, we shall spink it out of him before long."
"Let me down!"
Monsieur Jacques Courbet screamed in a paroxysm of fury.
"You will regret this, madame! Let me down, I say!"
But the stalwart bride shook her head.
"No, no, my little one," she laughed. "You cannot escape your wife so easily. What, you would fly from my arms before the honeymoon?"
"Let me down!" he cried again. "Can't you see that they are laughing at me?"
"And why should they not laugh, my little ape? Let them laugh if they will, but I will not put you down. No, I will carry you thus, perched on my shoulder, to the farm. It will set a precedent which brides of the future may find a certain difficulty in following."
"But the farm is quite a distance from here, my Jean," said Simon Lafleur. "You are as strong as an ox, and he is only a marmoset. Still, I will wager a bottle of Burgundy that you will set him down by the roadside."
"Done, Simon," the bride cried with a flash of her strong white teeth. "You shall lose your wager, for I swear that I could carry my little ape from one end of France to the other."
Monsieur Jacques Courbet no longer struggled. He now sat bolt upright on his bride's broad shoulder. From the flaming peaks of blind passion he had fallen into an abyss of cold fury. His love was dead, but some quite alien emotion was rearing an evil head from its ashes.
"So, madame, you could carry me from one end of France to the other,"
he droned in a monotonous undertone.
"From one end of France to the other. I will remember that always, madame."
"Come," cried the bride suddenly. "I am off. Do you and the other Simon follow to see me win my wager?"
They all trooped out of the tent. A full moon rode the heavens and showed the road, lying as white and straight through the meadows as the part in Simon Lafleur's black, oily hair. The bride, still holding the diminutive bridegroom on her shoulder, burst out in a song as she strode forward. The wedding guests followed them. Some walked none too steadily. Griffo, the giraffe boy, staggered pitifully on his long, thin legs. Papa Copo alone remained behind.
"What a strange world,"
he muttered, standing in the tent door and following them with his round blue eyes.
"Ah, these children of mine are difficult at times. Very difficult."
4. A year had rolled by since the marriage of Mademoiselle Jean-Marie and Monsieur Jacques Courbet. Copo's circus had once more taken up its quarters in the town of Roubaix. For more than a week the country people for miles around had flocked to the sideshow to get a peep at Griffo, the giraffe boy, Monsieur Hercule Hippo, the giant, Mademoiselle Lupa, the wolf lady, Madame Sampson with her baby boa constrictors, and Monsieur Jajongle, the famous juggler. Each was still firmly convinced that he or she alone was responsible for the popularity of the circus. Simon LaFleur sat in his lodgings at the sign of the Wild Boar. He wore nothing but red tights. His powerful torso, stripped to the waist, glistened with oil. He was kneading his biceps tenderly with some strong-smelling fluid. Suddenly there came a sound of heavy, laborious footsteps on the stairs, and Simon LaFleur looked up. His rather gloomy expression lifted, giving place to the brilliant smile which had won for him the hearts of so many lady acrobats.
"Ah, this is Marcel," he told himself. "Or perhaps it is Rose, the English girl. Or yet again, little Francesca, although she walks more lightly. Well, no matter, whoever it is, I will welcome her."
But now the lagging, heavy footfalls were in the hall, and a moment later they came to a halt outside the door. There was a timid knock. Simon LaFleur's brilliant smile broadened.
"Perhaps some new admirer who needs encouragement," he told himself, but aloud he said, "Enter, mademoiselle."
The door swung slowly open and revealed the visitor. She was a tall, gaunt woman dressed like a peasant. The wind had blown her hair into her eyes. Now she raised a large, toil-worn hand, brushed it back across her forehead, and looked long and attentively at the bareback rider.
"You do not remember me?"
she said at length. 2 lines of perplexity appeared above Simon LaFleur's Roman nose, and he slowly shook his head. He, who had known so many women in his time, was now at a loss. Was it a fair question to ask a man who was no longer a boy, and who had lived? Women change so in a brief time. Now this bag of bones, which seemed to be held together by the rags she wore, might at one time have appeared desirable to him. Parbleu, fate was a conjurer. She waved her wand, and beautiful women were transformed into hags, jewels into pebbles, silks and laces into hempen cords. The brave fellow who danced tonight at the prince's ball might tomorrow dance more lightly on the gallows tree. The thing was to live and die with a full belly, to digest all that one could. That was life.
"You do not remember me,"
she said again. Simon LaFleur once more shook his sleek black head.
"I have a poor memory for faces, madame," he said politely. "It is my misfortune when there are such beautiful faces."
"Ah, but you should have remembered, Simon,"
the woman cried, a sob rising in her throat.
"We were very close together, you and I. Do you not remember Jean-Marie?"
"Jean-Marie!" the bareback rider cried. "Jean-Marie, who married a marmoset in the country estate? Don't tell me, madame, that you—"
He broke off and stared at her open-mouthed. His sharp black eyes wandered from the wisps of wet, straggling hair down her gaunt person till they rested at last on her thick cowhide boots encrusted with layer on layer of mud and dust from the countryside.
"It is impossible," he said at last.
"It is indeed Jean-Marie," the woman answered. "Or what is left of her. Ah, Simon, what a life he has led me. I have been merely a beast of burden. There are no ignominies which he has not made me suffer."
"To whom do you refer?" Simon LaFleur demanded. "Surely you cannot mean that pocket edition husband of yours. That dwarf, Jacques Courbet."
"Ah, but I do, Simon. Alas, he has broken me."
"He? That toothpick of a man?"
the bareback rider cried with one of his silent laughs.
"Why, it is impossible. As you once said yourself, Jean, you could crack his skull between finger and thumb like a hickory nut."
"So I thought once. Ah, but I did not know him then, Simon. Because he was small, I thought I could do with him as I liked. It seemed to me that I was marrying a mannequin. I will play Punch and Judy with this little fellow, I said to myself. Simon, you may imagine my surprise when he began playing Punch and Judy with me."
"But I do not understand, Jean. Surely at any time you could have slapped him into obedience."
"Perhaps," she assented warily, "had it not been for Saint Eustache. From the first, that wolf-dog of his hated me. If I so much as answered his master back, he would show his teeth. Once at the beginning, when I raised my hand to cuff Jacques Courbet, he sprang up my throat and would have torn me limb from limb, had not the dwarf called him off. I was a strong woman, but even then I was no match for a wolf."
"There was poison, was there not?" Simon LaFleur suggested.
"Ah, yes, I too thought of poison, but it was of no avail. Saint Eustache would eat nothing that I gave him, and the dwarf forced me to taste first of all food that was placed before him and his dog. Unless I myself wished to die, there was no way of poisoning either of them."
"My poor girl," the bareback rider said pityingly. "I begin to understand, but sit down and tell me everything. This is a revelation to me after seeing you stalking homeward so triumphantly with your bridegroom on your shoulder. You must begin at the beginning.
It was just because I carried him thus on my shoulder that I have had to suffer so cruelly, she said, seating herself on the only other chair the room afforded. He has never forgiven me the insult which he says I put upon him. Do you remember how I boasted that I could carry him from one end of France to the other?
I remember. Well, Jean?
Well, Simon, the little demon has figured out the exact distance in leagues. Each morning, rain or shine, we sally out of the house, he on my back, the wolf dog at my heels, and I tramp along the dusty roads till my knees tremble underneath me from fatigue. If I so much as slacken my pace, if I falter, he goads me with his cruel little golden spurs, while at the same time Saint Eustache nips my ankles. When we return home, he strikes so many leagues off a score, which he says is the number of leagues from one end of France to the other. Not half that distance has been covered, and I am no longer a strong woman, Simon. Look at these shoes. She held up one of her feet for his inspection. The sole of the cowhide boot which encased it had been worn through, and Simon LaFleur caught a glimpse of bruised flesh caked with the mire of the highway. "This is the third pair that I have had," she continued hoarsely. "Now he tells me that the price of shoe leather is too high, and that I shall have to finish my pilgrimage barefooted."
"But why do you put up with all this, Jean?" Simon LaFleur asked angrily. "You who have a carriage, and a servant should not walk at all."
"At first there was a carriage and a servant," she said, wiping the tears from her eyes with the back of her hand. "But they did not last a week. He sent a servant about his business and sold the carriage at the nearby fair. Now there is no one but me to wait on him and his dog."
"But the neighbors," LaFleur persisted. "Surely you could appeal to them."
"We have no near neighbors, for the farm is quite isolated. I would have run away many months ago if I could have escaped unnoticed. But they keep a continual watch on me. Once I tried, but I hadn't traveled more than a league before the wolf dog was snapping at my ankles. He drove me back to their farm, and the following day I was compelled to carry the little fiend till I fell from sheer exhaustion."
"But tonight you got away?"
"Yes," she said with a quick frightened glance at the door. "Tonight I slipped out, while they were both sleeping, and came here to you. I knew that you would protect me, Simon, because of what we have been to each other. Get Papa Copo to take me back in the circus, and I will work my fingers to the bone. Save me, Simon." Jean-Marie could no longer suppress her sobs. They rose in her throat, choking her, making her incapable of further speech.
"Calm yourself, Jean," Simon LaFleur said soothingly. "I will do what I can for you. I shall have a talk with Papa Copo tomorrow. Of course, you are no longer the same woman that you were a year ago. You have aged since then, but perhaps our good Papa Copo could find you something to do."
He broke off and eyed her intently. She had stiffened in the chair, and her face, even under its coat of grime, had gone a sickly white.
"What troubles you, Jean?"
he asked a trifle breathlessly. "Hush," she said with a finger to her lips. "Listen." 5. Simon LaFleur could hear nothing but the tapping of the rain on the roof and the sighing of the wind through the trees. An unusual silence seemed to pervade the sign of the wild boar. "Now, don't you hear it?" she cried with an inarticulate gasp. "Simon, it is in the house. It is on the stairs." At last the bareback rider's less sensitive ears caught the sound his companion had heard a full minute before. It was a steady pit-pat, pit-pat on the stairs, hard to dissociate from the drip of the rain from the eaves, but each instant it came nearer and grew more distinct. "Oh, save me, Simon, save me!" Jean-Marie cried, throwing herself at his feet and clasping him about the knees. "Save me! It is St. Eustache!"
"Nonsense, woman!" the bareback rider said angrily, but nevertheless he rose. "There are other dogs in the world. On the second landing there is a blind fellow. Who owns a dog? Perhaps it is he you hear."
No, I know St. Eustace's step. My God, if you had lived with him for a year, you would know it too. Close the door and lock it."
"That I will not," Simon LaFleur said contemptuously. "Do you think I am frightened so easily? If it is the wolf dog, so much the worse for him. It will not be the first cur that I have choked to death with these two hands."
Pit-pat, pit-pat. It was on the second landing. Pit-pat, pit-pat. Now it was in the corridor and coming fast. Pit-pat, pit-pat. All at once it stopped. There was a moment's breathless silence, and then into the room trotted St. Eustache. Monsieur Jacques Courbet sat astride the dog's broad back, as he had so often done in the circus ring. He held a tiny drawn sword, and his shoe-button eyes seemed to reflect its steely glitter. Simon Lafleur made an involuntary step backward. He had been prepared for St. Eustache, but not for the wolf-dog's master. The dwarf brought the dog to a halt in the middle of the room, and took in at a single glance the prostrate figure of Jean Marie. St. Eustache, too, seemed to take silent note of it. The stiff hair on his back rose up. He showed his long white fangs hungrily, and his eyes glowed like 2 live coals.
"So I find you thus, madame," Monsieur Jacques Courbet said at last. "It is fortunate that I have a charger here."
He patted St. Eustache on the dog's shaggy neck.
"Who can scent out my enemies, as well as hunt them down in the open. Without him I might have had some difficulty in discovering you. Well, the little game is up. I find you with your lover."
"Simon Lafleur is not my lover," she sobbed. "I have not seen him once since I married you until tonight, I swear it."
"Once is enough," the dwarf said grimly. "The impudent stable boy must be chastised."
"Oh, spare him,"
Jean Marie implored.
"Do not harm him, I beg of you. It is not his fault that I came.
But at this point Simon Lafleur drowned her out in a roar of laughter. He roared, patting his hands on his hips.
"You would chastise me, eh? Nom d'un chien! Don't try your circus tricks on me. Why, hopple my thumb, you who ride on a dog's back like a flea. Out of this room before I squash you. Begone, melt, fade away."
He paused, expanded his barrel-like chest, puffed out his cheeks, and blew a great breath at the dwarf.
"Blow away, insect," he bellowed, "lest I put my heel on you."
Monsieur Jacques Courbet was unmoved by this torrent of abuse. He sat very upright on St. Eustache's back, his tiny sword resting on his tiny shoulder.
"Are you done?" he said at last, when the bareback rider had run dry of invectives. "Very well, monsieur. Prepare to receive cavalry."
He paused for an instant, then added in a high, clear voice,
"Get him, St. Eustache."
The dog crouched, and at almost the same moment sprang at Simon Lafleur. The bareback rider had no time to avoid him and his tiny rider. Almost instantaneously the 3 of them had come to death grips. Never in the history of warfare was there a stranger combat than this at the sign of the Wild Boar. Legend has it that the knights of King Arthur's Round Table rode out to do battle with giants, but surely never one rode such a valiant steed as St. Eustache. Here was a charger who bit and tore, and whose cruel white fangs were soon turned to crimson. It was a gory business. Simon Lafleur, strong man as he was bowled over by the wolf-dog's unexpected leap. St. Eustache's clashing jaws closed on his right arm and crushed it to the bone. A moment later the dwarf, still clinging to his dog's back, thrust the point of his tiny sword into the body of the prostrate bareback rider. Simon Lafleur struggled valiantly, but all to no purpose. Now he felt the fetid breath of the dog fanning his neck, and the wasp-like sting of the dwarf's blade, which this time found a mortal spot. A convulsive tremor shook him, and he rolled over on his back. The circus Romeo was dead. Monsieur Jacques Courbet cleansed his sword on a kerchief of lace, dismounted, and approached Jean Marie. She was still crouching on the floor, her eyes closed, her head held tightly between both hands. The dwarf touched her imperiously on the broad shoulder which had so often carried him.
"Madame," he said, "we can now return home. You must be more careful hereafter. Marjoie, it is an ungentlemanly business cutting the throats of stable boys."
She rose to her feet, like a large trained animal at the word of command.
"You wish to be carried?"
she said between livid lips.
"Ah, that is true, madame," he murmured. "I was forgetting our little wager. From one end of France to the other, eh? Ah, yes. Well, you ought to be congratulated, madame. You have covered nearly half the distance."
"Nearly half the distance,"
she repeated in a lifeless voice.
"Yes, madame,"
Monsieur Jacques Courbet continued.
I fancy that you will be quite a docile wife by the time you have done. He paused, and then added reflectively, It is truly remarkable how speedily one can ride the devil out of a woman with spurs. Papa Copo had been spending a convivial evening at the sign of the Wild Boar. As he stepped out into the street, he saw 3 familiar figures preceding him, a tall woman, a tiny man, and a large dog with upstanding ears. The woman carried the man on her shoulder. The dog trotted at her heels. The circus owner came to a halt and stared after them. His round eyes were full of childish astonishment.
Can it be?
He murmured.
Yes, it is. 3 old friends, and so Jean-Marie still carries him. Ah, but she should not poke fun at Monsieur Jacques Courbet. He is so sensitive. But alas, they are the kind that are always henpecked.
End of Spurs by Tod Robbins.
Traumerei by Charles Beaumont. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Traumerei by Charles Beaumont. At the sound, Henry Ritchie's hand jerked. Most of the martini sloshed over his robe. He jumped up, swabbed furiously at the spots. God damn it! Hank! His wife slammed her book together. Well, what do you expect? That confounded buzzer is a perfectly natural, normal buzzer. You're just terribly upset, dear. No, Mr. Ritchie said. I am not just terribly upset, dear. For 7 years I've been listening to that banshee's wail every time someone wants in. Well, I'm through. Either it goes... All right, Mrs. Ritchie said. You don't have to make a production out of it. Well, what? Mr. Ritchie sighed ponderously, glared at his wife, set what was left of the martini down on the table, and went to the door. He slipped the chain. Be this the master of the halfway house? Mr. Ritchie opened the door. Max, what the devil are you doing up at this hour? A large man, well built, in his 40s, walked in, smiling. I could ask you the same question, he said, flinging his hat and scarf in the direction of the chair. But I'm far too thoughtful. They went back into the living room. Mrs. Ritchie looked up, frowned. Oh, swell, she said. Dandy. All we need now is a bridge 4. Ruth's just terribly upset, Mr. Ritchie said. Well, the large man said, it's nice to see unanimity in this house for once, anyway. Hi, Ruth. He walked over to the bar and found the martini mix and drained the jar's contents into a glass. Then he drained the glass. Take it easy. Max Kaplan turned to face his hosts. He looked quite a bit older than usual. The grin wasn't boyish now. Dear folksies, he said, when I die, I don't want to see any full bottles around. Oh, ha, that's just so very deliriously funny, Mrs. Ritchie said. She was massaging her temples. I'm glad to see her ladyship amused. Kaplan followed Mr. Ritchie's gaze. Hickory-dickory-dock. The mice look up at the clock. Oh, shut up. Oops, sorry. The big man mixed up a new batch silently, then refilled the 3 glasses. He sat down. The clock's tick, a deep, sharp bass sound, got louder and louder in the room. Kaplan rested his head on the couch arm. Less than an hour, he said. Not even an hour. I knew it. Mrs. Ritchie stood up. I knew it the minute you walked in. We're not nervous enough. Oh, no. Now we've got to listen to the great city editor and his news behind the news. Very well. Kaplan rose shakily. He was drunk. It showed now. Well, if I'm not welcome here, then I shall go elsewhere to breathe my last. Never mind, Mrs. Ritchie said. Sit down. I've had a stomach full of this wake. If you two insist on sitting here until X hour like a couple of ghouls, well, that's your business. I'm going to bed, and to sleep. What a woman, Kaplan muttered, polishing off the martini. Nerves of chilled steel. Mrs. Ritchie looked at her husband for a moment. Then she said, Good night, dear, and started for the door. See you in the morning, Mr. Ritchie said. Get a good sleep. Then Max Kaplan giggled. Yeah, a real good sleep. Mrs. Ritchie left the room. The big man fumbled for a cigarette. He glanced at the clock. Hank, for Christ's sake. Henry Ritchie sighed and slumped into a chair. I tried, Max. Did you? Did you try? I mean, with everything? With everything. Might as well face it, the boy's going to burn right on schedule. Kaplan opened his mouth. Forget it. The governor isn't about to issue a commutation. With the public's blood up the way it is, he knows what it would mean to his vote. We were stupid even to try. Lousy vultures. Ritchie shrugged. They're hungry, Max. You forget, there hasn't been an execution in this state for over 2 years. They're hungry. So a poor dumb kid's going to fry alive in order for them to get their kicks? Wait a second now. Don't get carried away. This same poor dumb kid is the boy who killed George Sanderson in cold blood, and then raped his wife not too very long ago. If I recall, your word for him then was brutal murderer. That was the paper. This is you and me. Well, get that accusatory look off your face. Murder and rape, those are stiff reps to beat, pal. You did it with Beatty. You got him off, Kaplan reminded his friend. Luck. Public mood. Beatty was an old man, feeble. Look, Max, why don't you stop beating around the bush? Okay, Kaplan said slowly. They let me in this afternoon. I talked with him again. Ritchie nodded. And? Hank, I'm telling you, it gives me the creeps. I swear it does. What did he tell you? Kaplan puffed on his cigarette nervously, keeping his eyes on the clock. He was lying down when I went in, curled up tight, trying to sleep. Go on. When he heard me, he came to. Kaplan, he said, you've got to make them believe me. You've got to make them understand. His eyes got real big then, and, Hank, I'm scared. Of what? I don't know. Just him, maybe. I'm not sure. He's carrying the same line? Yeah, but worse this time. More intense somehow. Ritchie tried to keep the smile. He remembered all right, much too well. The whole story was crazy, normally enough to get the kid off with a life sentence in the criminally insane ward. But it was a little too crazy, so the psychiatrist wouldn't buy it. Can't get his words out of my mind, Kaplan was saying. His eyes were closed. Mister, tell them. If they kill me, you'll all die. This whole world of yours will die. Because, Ritchie remembered, you don't exist, any of you, except in my mind. Don't you see? I'm asleep and dreaming all of this. You, your wives, your children, it's all part of my dream. And when you kill me, then I'll wake up, and that will be the end of you. Well, Ritchie said, it's original. Kaplan shook his head. Come on, Max, snap out of it. You act like you've never listened to a lunatic before. People have been predicting the end of the world since the year 1. Sure, I know. You don't have to patronize me. It's just that, well, Who is this particular lunatic anyway? We don't know any more about him than the day he was caught. Even the name we had to make up. Who is he? Where'd he come from? What's his home? My home? A world of eternities, an eternity of worlds. I must destroy, hurt, kill before I wake, always. And then once more I must sleep. Always, always. Look, there's 100 vagrants in every city, just like our boy. No name, no friends, no relatives. Then he doesn't seem in the least odd to you? Is that it? Is that what you're telling me? So he's odd. I've never met a murderer that wasn't. Richie recalled the lean, hairless face, the expressionless eyes, the slender, youthful body that moved in strange, hesitant jerks, the halting voice. The clock bonged the quarter hour, 15 to 12. Max Kaplan wiped the perspiration from his forehead. And besides, Richie said, somewhat too loudly, it's plain ridiculous. He says, what? We're a dream he's having, right? Okay, then what about our parents? And their parents? Everybody who never heard of the kid. First thing I thought of, and you know his answer. Richie snorted. Well, think it over, for God's sake. He said every dream is a complete unit in itself. Haven't you ever had nightmares about people you've never seen before? Yes, I suppose, but all right, even though they were projections of your subconscious, or whatever the hell it's called, they were complete, weren't they? Going somewhere, doing something, all on their own? Richie was silent. Where were they going? What were they doing? See, the kid says every dream, even ours, builds its own whole world, complete, with a past and, as long as you stay asleep, a future. Nonsense! What about us, when we sleep and dream? Or is the period when we're unconscious the time he's up and around? And keep in mind that everybody doesn't sleep at the same time. You're missing the point, Hank. I said it was complete, didn't I? And isn't sleeping part of the pattern? Have another drink, Max, you're slipping. What will you wake up to? My home. You would not understand. Then what? Then I sleep again and dream another world. Why did you kill George Sanderson? It is my eternal destiny to kill and suffer punishment. Why? Why? In my world, I committed a crime. It is the punishment of my world, its destiny. Then try this one on for size, Richie said. That kid's frozen stiff with fear. Since he's going to have to wake up no matter what, then why not sit back and enjoy it? Kaplan's eyes widened. Hank, how soundly do you sleep? What's that got to do with it? I mean, do you ever dream? Of course. Ever get hold of a particularly vivid one? Falling down stairs like, being tortured, anything like that? Richie pulled at his drink. Sure you have. Kaplan gazed steadily at the clock. Almost midnight. Then try to remember, in that kind of dream, isn't it true that the pleasure or pain you feel is almost as real as if you were actually experiencing it? I remember once I had a nightmare about my old man. He caught me in the basement with a cigarette. I was 8 or 9, I guess. He took down my pants and started after me with his belt. Hank, that hurt. Bad. It really hurt. So what's the point? In my dream, I tried to get away from my old man. He chased me all over the basement. Well, it's the same with the kid, except his dream is 100 times more vivid. That's all. He knows he'll feel that electric chair, Feel the jolts frying into him. Feel the death boiling up in his throat, just as much as if he were honest to God sitting there. Kaplan stopped talking. The two men sat quietly, watching the clock's visible progress. Then Ritchie leapt up and stalked over to the bar again. "Doggone it, Max," he called. "You're getting me fidgety now." "Don't kid me," Kaplan said. "You've been fidgety on your own for quite a while. I don't know how you ever made the grade as a criminal lawyer. You don't know the first thing about lying." Ritchie didn't answer. He poured the drink slowly. "Look at you and Ruth, screaming at each other. And then there was the other tip-off. The way you defended the kid. Brilliant, masterful. You'd never have done that for a common, open and shut little killer." "Max," Ritchie said, "you're nuts. Tell you what, at exactly 12:01, I'm going to take you out for the biggest, juiciest, rarest steak you have ever seen. On me. Then we'll get loaded and fall all over ourselves laughing." Ritchie fought away the sudden picture of steak, rare steak, with the blood spurting out, sizzling on an electric stove. The clock began to strike. Henry Ritchie and Max Kaplan stood very still. He uncoiled. The dry pop of hardened joints jabbed wakefulness into him, until finally the 20-foot-long shell lay straight upon the streaming rocks. He opened his eyes, all of them, one by one. Across the bubbling pools, far away, past the white stone geysers, he could see them coming, many of them, swiftly, giant slithering things with many arms and many legs. He tried to move, but the rock grew over him, and he could not move. By looking around, he could see the cliff's edge, and he remembered the 1,000 bottomless pits below. Gradually, the rest formed, and he remembered all. He turned to the largest creature. "Did you tell them?" He knew it would be a horrible punishment, worse than the last. The burning, far worse. Fingers began to unhinge the thick shell, peel it away from him, leaving the viscous white tenderness bare to the heat and pain. "Tell them! Make them understand this is only a dream I'm having." They took the prisoner to the precipice, lingered a moment to give him a view of the dizziness and sucking things far below. Then nervous hands pressed him forward into space. He did not wake for a long time. The end of Traumerei by Charles Beaumont.
When I Was Dead by Vincent O'Sullivan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by C.T. Nesby. When I Was Dead by Vincent O'Sullivan. That was the worst of Ravenel Hall. The passages were long and gloomy. The rooms were musty and dull. Even the pictures were somber and their subjects dire. On an autumn evening, when the wind soughed and wailed through the trees in the park, and the dead leaves whistled and chattered, while the rain clamored at the windows, small wonder that the folks with gentle nerves went astraying in their wits. An acute nervous system is a grievous burden on the deck of a yacht under sunlit skies. At Ravenel, the chain of nerves was prone to clash and jangle a funeral march. Nerves must be pampered in a tea-drinking community, and the ghost that your grandfather, with a skinful of port, could face and never tremble, sets you, in your sobriety, sweating and shivering, or, becoming scared, poor ghost, of your bulged eyes and dropping jaw, he quenches expectation by not appearing at all. So I am left to conclude that it was tea which made my acquaintance afraid to stay at Ravenel. Even Wilburn gave over, and as he is in the Guards, and a polo player, his nerves ought to be strong enough. On the night before he went, I was explaining to him my theory that if you place some drops of human blood near you, and then concentrate your thoughts, you will, after a while, see before you a man or woman who will stay with you during long hours of the night, and even meet you at unexpected places during the day. I was explaining this theory, I repeat, when he interrupted me with words, senseless enough, which sent me fencing and parrying strangers, on my guard. "I say, Alastair, my dear chap," he began, "you ought to get out of this place and go up to town and knock about a bit. You really ought, you know." "Yes," I replied, "and get poisoned at the hotels by bad food, and at the clubs by bad talk, I suppose? No, thank you. And let me say that your care for my health enervates me." "Well, you can do as you like," says he, rapping with his feet on the floor. "I'm hanged if I stay here after tomorrow. I'll be staring mad if I do." He was my last visitor. Some weeks after his departure, I was sitting in the library with my drops of blood by me. I had got my theory nearly perfect by this time, but there was one difficulty. The figure which I had ever before me was the figure of an old woman with her hair divided in the middle, and her hair fell to her shoulders, white on one side and black on the other. She was a very complete old woman, but alas, she was eyeless, and when I tried to construct the eyes, she would shrivel and rot in my sight. But tonight I was thinking as I had never thought before, and the eyes were just creeping into the head when I heard a terrible crash outside, as if some heavy substance had fallen. Of a sudden the door was flung open, and two maidservants entered. They glanced at the rug under my chair, and at that they turned a sick white, cried on God, and huddled out. "How dare you enter the library in this manner?" I demanded sternly. No answer came back from them, so I started in pursuit. I found all the servants in the house gathered in a knot at the end of the passage. "Mrs. Pebble," I said smartly to the housekeeper, "I want those two women discharged tomorrow. It's an outrage. You ought to be more careful." But she was not attending to me. Her face was distorted with terror. Ah, dear," she went. "We had better all go to the library together," she says to the others. "Am I master of my own house, Mrs. Pebble?" I inquired, bringing my knuckles down with a bang on the table. None of them seemed to see me or hear me. I might as well have been shrieking in a desert. I followed them down the passage and forbade them to enter the library. But they trooped past me and stood with a clutter round the hearth rug. Then 3 or 4 of them began dragging and lifting, as if they were lifting a helpless body, and stumbled with their imaginary burden over to a sofa. Old Soames, the butler, stood near. "Poor young gentleman," he said with a sob. "I've knowed him since he was a baby. And to think of him being dead like this, and so young, too." I crossed the room. "What's all this, Soames?" I cried, shaking him roughly by the shoulders. "I'm not dead. I'm here. Here!" As he did not stir, I got a little scared. "Soames, old friend," I called, "don't you know me? Don't you know the little boy you used to play with? Say I'm not dead, Soames. Please, Soames." He stooped down and kissed the sofa. "I think one of the men ought to ride over to the village for the doctor, Mr. Soames," says Mrs. Pebble, and he shuffled out to give the order. Now, this doctor was an ignorant dog, whom I'd been forced to exclude from the house because he went about proclaiming his belief in a saving God at the same time that he proclaimed himself a man of science. He, I was resolved, should never cross my threshold, but I followed Mrs. Pebble through the house, screaming out prohibition. But I did not catch even a groan from her, not a nod of the head, nor a cast of the eye, to show that she had heard. I met the doctor at the door of the library. "Well," I sneered, throwing my hand in his face, "have you come to teach me some new prayers?" He brushed by me as if he had not felt the blow, and knelt down by the sofa. "Rupture of a vessel on the brain, I think," he says to Soames and Mrs. Pebble after a short moment. "He has been dead some hours, poor fellow. You had better telegraph for his sister, and I will send up the undertaker to arrange the body." "You liar!" I yelled. "You whining liar! How have you the insolence to tell my servants that I am dead, when you see me here face to face?" He was far in the passage, with Soames and Mrs. Pebble at his heels, ere I had ended, and not one of the three turned round. All that night I sat in the library. Strangely enough, I had no wish to sleep, nor during the time that followed had I any craving to eat. In the morning the men came, and although I ordered them out, they proceeded to minister about something I could not see. So all day I stayed in the library, or wandered about the house, and at night the men came again, bringing with them a coffin. Then, in my humor, thinking it a shame that so fine a coffin should be empty, I lay the night in it, and slept a soft dreamless sleep, the softest sleep I have ever slept. Then the men came the next day. I rested still, and the undertaker shaved me, a strange valet. On the evening after that, I was coming downstairs when I noted some luggage in the hall, and so learned that my sister had arrived. I had not seen this woman since her marriage, and I loathed her more than I loathed any creature in this ill-organized world. She was very beautiful, I think, tall and dark and straight as a ramrod, and she had an unruly passion for scandal and dress. I suppose the reason I disliked her so intensely was that she had a habit of making one aware of her presence when she was several yards off. At 9:30 o'clock my sister came down to the library in a very charming wrap, and I soon found that she was as insensible to my presence as the others. I trembled with rage to see her kneel down by the coffin, my coffin. But when she bent over to kiss the pillow, I threw away control. A knife which had been used to cut string was lying upon a table. I seized it and drove it into her neck. She fled from the room screaming. "Come, come!" she cried, her voice quivering with anguish. "The corpse is bleeding from the nose!" Then I cursed her. On the evening of the third day there was a heavy fall of snow. About 11 o'clock I observed that the house was filled with blacks and mutes and folk of the country, who came for the obsequies. I went into the library and sat still and waited. Soon came the men, and they closed the lid of the coffin and bore it out on their shoulders. And yet I sat, feeling rather sadly that something of mine had been taken away. I could not quite think what. For half an hour, perhaps, dreaming. And then I glided to the hall door. There was no trace left of the funeral, but after a while I sighted a black thread winding slowly across the white plain. "I am not dead," I moaned, and rubbed my face in the pure snow and tossed it on my neck and hair. "Sweet God, I am not dead." End of When I Was Dead by Vincent O'Sullivan. Recording by C.T. Nesby.
Wolf's Head by Robert E. Howard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Fong. Wolf's Head by Robert E. Howard. Fear. Your pardon, messieurs, but the meaning of fear you do not know. No, I hold to my statement. You are soldiers, adventurers. You have known the charges of regiments of dragoons, the frenzy of wind-lashed seas. But fear, real, hair-raising, horror-crawling fear, you have not known. I myself have known such fear, but until the legions of darkness swirl from Hell's Gate, and the world flames to ruin, will never such fear again be known to men. Hark, I will tell you the tale, for it was many years ago and half across the world, and none of you will ever see the man of whom I tell you, or seeing, know. Return, then, with me across the years to a day when I, a reckless young cavalier, stepped from the small boat that had landed me from the ship floating in the harbor, cursed the mud that littered the crude wharf, and strode up the landing toward the castle, in answer to the invitation of an old friend, Dom Vincente de Lusto. Dom Vincente was a strange, far-sighted man, a strong man, one who saw visions beyond the ken of his time. In his veins, perhaps, ran the blood of those old Phoenicians who, the priests tell us, ruled the seas and built cities in far lands in the dim ages. His plan of fortune was strange and yet successful. Few men would have thought of it. Fewer could have succeeded, for his estate was upon the western coast of that dark, mysterious continent, that baffler of explorers, Africa. There by a small bay had he cleared away the sullen jungle, built his castle and his storehouses, and with ruthless hand had he wrested the riches of the land. 4 ships he had, 3 smaller craft, and 1 great galleon. These plied between his domains and the cities of Spain, Portugal, France, and even England, laden with rare woods, ivory, slaves, the 1,000 strange riches that Dom Vincente had gained by trade and by conquest. Aye, a wild venture, a wilder commerce, and yet might he have shaped an empire from the dark land, had it not been for the rat-faced Carlos, his nephew. But I run ahead of my tale. Look, messieurs, I draw a map on the table, thus with finger dipped in wine. Here lay the small, shallow harbor, and here the wide wharves. A landing ran thus, up the slight slope, with hut-like warehouses on each side, and here it stopped at a wide, shallow moat. Over it went a narrow drawbridge, and then one was confronted with a high palisade of logs set in the ground. This extended entirely around the castle. The castle itself was built on the model of another earlier age, being more for strength than beauty. Built of stone brought from a great distance. Years of labor and 1,000 Negroes toiling beneath the lash had reared its walls, and now, completed, it offered an almost impregnable appearance. Such was the intention of its builders, for Barbary pirates ranged the coasts, and the horror of a native uprising lurked ever near. A space of about a half-mile on every side of the castle was kept cleared away, and roads had been built through the marshy land. All this had required an immense amount of labor, but manpower was plentiful. A present to a chief, and he furnished all that was needed, and Portuguese knew how to make men work. Less than 300 yards to the east of the castle ran a wide, shallow river, which emptied into the harbor. The name has entirely slipped my mind. It was a heathenish title, and I could never lay my tongue to it. I found that I was not the only friend invited to the castle. It seems that once a year, or some such matter, Dom Vincente brought a host of jolly companions to his lonely estate, and made merry for some weeks, to make up for the work and solitude of the rest of the year. In fact, it was nearly night, and a great banquet was in progress when I entered. I was acclaimed with great delight, greeted boisterously by friends, and introduced to such strangers as were there. Entirely too weary to take much part in the revelry, I ate, drank, quietly, listened to the toasts and songs, and studied the feasters. Dom Vincente, of course, I knew, as I had been intimate with him for years. Also his pretty niece, Isabel, who was one reason I had accepted his invitation to come to that stinking wilderness. Her second cousin, Carlos, I knew and disliked, a sly mining fellow with a face like a minx. Then there was my old friend, Luigi Verenza, an Italian, and his flirt of a sister, Marchita, making eyes at the men as usual. Then there was a short, stocky German who called himself Baron von Schiller, and Jean de Mart, an out-of-the-elbows nobleman of Gascony, and Don Florenzo de Seville, a lean, dark, silent man, who called himself a Spaniard, and wore a rapier nearly as long as himself. There were others, men and women, but it was long ago, and all their names and faces I do not remember. But there was one man whose face somehow drew my gaze as an alchemist's magnet draws steel. He was a leanly built man of slightly more than medium height, dressed plainly, almost austerely, and he wore a sword almost as long as the Spaniard's. But it was neither his clothes nor his sword which attracted my attention. It was his face, a refined, high-bred face. It was furrowed deep with lines that gave it a weary, haggard expression. Tiny scars flecked jaw and forehead as if torn by savage claws. I could have sworn the narrow gray eyes had a fleeting, haunted look in their expression at times. I leaned over to that flirt, Marchita, and asked the name of the man, as it had slipped my mind that we had been introduced. "De Montour from Normandy," she answered. "A strange man. I don't think I like him." "Then he resists your snares, my little enchantress," I murmured, long friendship making me as immune from her anger as from her wiles. But she chose not to be angry, and answered coyly, glancing from under demurely lowered lashes. I watched de Montour much, feeling somehow a strange fascination. He ate lightly, drank much, seldom spoke, and then only to answer questions. Presently, toasts making the rounds, I noticed his companions urging him to rise and give a health. At first he refused, then rose upon their repeated urgings and stood silent for a moment, goblet raised. He seemed to dominate, to overawe the group of revelers. Then, with a mocking, savage laugh, he lifted the goblet above his head. "To Solomon," he exclaimed, "who bound all devils, and thrice cursed be he for that some escaped." A toast and a curse in one! It was drunk silently, and with many sidelong, doubting glances. That night I retired early, weary of the long sea voyage, and my head spinning from the strength of the wine of which Dom Vincente kept such great stores. My room was near the top of the castle, and looked out toward the forests of the south and the river. The room was furnished in crude, barbaric splendor, as was all the rest of the castle. Going to the window, I gazed out at the arquebusiers pacing the castle grounds just inside the palisade, at the cleared space lying unsightly and barren in the moonlight, at the forest beyond, at the silent river. From the native quarters close to the riverbank came the weird twanging of some rude lute, sounding a barbaric melody. In the dark shadows of the forest, some uncanny night bird lifted a mocking voice. 1,000 minor notes sounded, birds and beasts, and the devil knows what else. Some great jungle cat began a hair-lifting yowling. I shrugged my shoulders and turned from the windows. Surely devils lurked in those somber depths. There came a knock at my door, and I opened it, to admit de Montour. He strode to the window and gazed at the moon, which rode resplendent and glorious. "Ah oui, monsieur. The moon is almost full, is it not, monsieur?" he remarked, turning to me. I nodded, and I could have sworn that he shuddered. "Your pardon, monsieur. I will not annoy you further." He turned to go, but at the door turned and retraced his steps. "Monsieur," he almost whispered with a fierce intensity, "whatever you do, be sure you bar and bolt your door tonight." Then he was gone, leaving me to stare after him bewilderedly. I dozed off to sleep, the distant shouts of the revelers in my ears, and though I was weary, or perhaps because of it, I slept lightly. While I never really awoke until morning, sounds and noises seemed to drift to me through my veil of slumber, and once it seemed that something was prying and shoving against the bolted door. As is to be supposed, most of the guests were in a beastly humor the following day, and remained in their rooms most of the morning or else staggered down late. Besides Don Vincente, there were really only 3 of the masculine members sober: de Montour, the Spaniard de Seville, as he called himself, and myself. The Spaniard never touched wine, and though de Montour consumed incredible quantities of it, it never affected him in any way. The ladies greeted us most graciously. "C'est truth, signor," remarked that minx Marchita, giving me her hand with a gracious air that was like to make me snicker. "I am glad to see there are gentlemen among us who care more for our company than for the wine cup, for most of them are most surprisingly befuddled this morning." Then with a most outrageous turning of her wondrous eyes, "Methinks someone was too drunk to be discreet last night, or not drunk enough, for unless my poor senses deceived me much, someone came fumbling at my door late in the night." "Ha!" I exclaimed in quick anger. "No, hush!" She glanced about as if to see that we were alone. Then, "Is it not strange that Signor de Montour, before he retired last night, instructed me to fasten my door firmly?" "Strange," I murmured, but did not tell her that he had told me the same thing. "And is it not strange, Pierre, that though Signor de Montour left the banquet hall even before you did, yet he has the appearance of one who has been up all night?" I shrugged. A woman's fancies are often strange. "Tonight," she said roguishly, "I will leave my door unbolted and see whom I catch." "You will do no such thing." She showed her little teeth in a contemptuous smile, and displayed a small wicked dagger. "Listen, imp. De Montour gave me the same warning he did you. Whatever he knew, whoever prowled the halls last night, the object was more apt murder than amorous adventure. Keep you your doors bolted. The Lady Isabel shares your room, does she not?" "Not she, and I send my woman to the slave quarters at night," she murmured, gazing mischievously at me from beneath drooping eyelids. "One would think you a girl of no character from your talk," I told her, from the frankness of youth and of long friendship. "Walk with care, young lady, else I tell your brother to spank you." And I walked away to pay my respects to Isabel. The Portuguese girl was the very opposite of Marchita, being a shy, modest young thing, not so beautiful as the Italian, but exquisitely pretty in an appealing, almost childish air. I once had thoughts. Hi-ho! To be young and foolish. Your pardon, messieurs. An old man's mind wanders. It was of de Montour that I meant to tell you. De Montour and Don Vincente's mink-faced cousin. A band of armed natives were thronged about the gates, kept at a distance by the Portuguese soldiers. Among them were some score of young men and women, all naked, chained neck to neck. Slaves they were, captured by some warlike tribe and brought for sale. Don Vincente looked them over personally. Followed a long haggling and bartering, of which I quickly wearied and turned away, wondering that a man of Don Vincente's rank could so demean himself as to stoop to trade. But I strolled back when one of the natives of the village nearby came up and interrupted the sale with a long harangue to Don Vincente. While they talked, de Montour came up, and presently Don Vincente turned to us and said, "One of the woodcutters of the village was torn to pieces by a leopard or some such beast last night. A strong young man and unmarried." "A leopard? Did they see it?" suddenly asked de Montour, and when Don Vincente said no, that it came and went in the night, de Montour lifted a trembling hand and drew it across his forehead, as if to brush away cold sweat. "Look you, Pierre," quoth Don Vincente, "I have here a slave who, wonder of wonders, desires to be your man, though the devil only knows why." He led up a slim young Jacri, a mere youth, whose main asset seemed a merry grin. "He is yours," said Don Vincente. "He is goodly trained, and will make a fine servant. And look ye, a slave is of an advantage over a servant, for all he requires is food and a loincloth, or so with a touch of the whip to keep him in his place. It was not long before I learned why Gola wished to be my man, choosing me among all the rest. It was because of my hair. Like many dandies of that day, I wore it long and curled, the strands falling to my shoulders. As it happened, I was the only man of the party who so wore my hair, and Gola would sit and gaze at it in silent admiration for hours at a time, or until, growing nervous under his unblinking scrutiny, I would boot him forth. It was that night that a brooding animosity, hardly apparent, between Baron von Schiller and Jean Demart broke out into a flame. As usual, woman was the cause. Marchita carried on a most outrageous flirtation with both of them. That was not wise. Demart was a wild young fool. Von Schiller was a lustful beast. But when, messieurs, did woman ever use wisdom? Their hate flamed to a murderous fury when the German sought to kiss Marchita. Swords were clashing in an instant, but before Dom Vincente could thunder a command to halt, Luigi was between the combatants, and had beaten their swords down, hurling them back viciously. "Signori," said he softly, but with a fierce intensity, "is it the part of high-bred signori to fight over my sister? Ha! By the toenails of Satan, for the toss of a coin I would call you both out. You, Marchita, go to your chamber, instantly, nor leave until I give you permission." And she went, for independent though she was, none cared to face the slim, effeminate-appearing youth when a tigerish snarl curled his lips, a murderous gleam lightened his dark eyes. Apologies were made, but from the glances the two rivals threw at each other, we knew that the quarrel was not forgotten and would blaze forth again at the slightest pretext. Late that night I woke suddenly with a strange, eerie feeling of horror. Why, I could not say. I rose, saw that the door was firmly bolted, and seeing Gola asleep on the floor, kicked him awake irritably. And just as he got up, hastily, rubbing himself, the silence was broken by a wild scream, a scream that rang through the castle and brought a startled shout from the arquebusier pacing the palisade, a scream from the mouth of a girl, frenzied with terror. Gola squawked and dived behind the divan. I jerked the door open and raced down the dark corridor. Dashing down a winding stair, I caromed into someone at the bottom and we tumbled headlong. He gasped something and I recognized the voice of Jean Demart. I hauled him to his feet and raced along, he following. The screams had ceased, but the whole castle was in an uproar, voices shouting, the clank of weapons, lights flashing up, Dom Vincente's voice shouting for the soldiers, the noise of armed men rushing through the rooms and falling over each other. With all the confusion, Demart, the Spaniard, and I reached Marchita's room just as Luigi darted inside and snatched his sister into his arms. Others rushed in, carrying lights and weapons, shouting, demanding to know what was occurring. The girl lay quietly in her brother's arms, her dark hair loose and rippling over her shoulders, her dainty night garments torn to shreds and exposing her lovely body. Long scratches showed upon her arms, breasts, and shoulders. Presently she opened her eyes, shuddered, then shrieked wildly and clung frantically to Luigi, begging him not to let something take her. "The door," she whispered. "I left it unbarred, and something crept into my room through the darkness. I struck at it with my dagger, and it hurled me to the floor, tearing at me. Then I fainted." "Where is von Schiller?" asked the Spaniard, a fierce glint in his dark eyes. Every man glanced at his neighbor. All the guests were there, except the German. I noted de Montor, gazing at the terrified girl, his face more haggard than usual, and I thought it strange that he wore no weapon. "Aye, von Schiller!" exclaimed Demart fiercely, and half of us followed Dom Vincente out into the corridor. We began a vengeful search through the castle, and in a small dark hallway we found von Schiller. On his face he lay, in a crimson, ever-widening stain. "This is the work of some native!" exclaimed Demart, face aghast. "Nonsense!" bellowed Don Vincente. "No native from the outside could pass the soldiers. All slaves, von Schiller's among them, were barred and bolted in the slave quarters, except Gola, who sleeps in Pierre's room, and Isabel's woman." "But who else could have done this deed?" exclaimed Demart in a fury. "You," I said abruptly. "Else why ran you so swiftly away from the room of Margita?" "Curse you! You lie!" he shouted, and his swift-drawn sword leapt for my breast. But quick as he was, the Spaniard was quicker. Demart's rapier clattered against the wall, and Demart stood like a statue, the Spaniard's motionless point just touching his throat. "Bind him," said the Spaniard without passion. "Put down your blade, Don Florenzo," commanded Don Vincente, striding forward and dominating the scene. "Senor Demart, you are one of my best friends, but I am the only law here, and duty must be done. Give your word that you will not seek to escape." "I give it," replied the Gascon calmly. "I acted hastily. I apologize. I was not intentionally running away, but the halls and corridors of this cursed castle confuse me." Of us all, probably but one man believed him. "Messieurs," de Montour stepped forward, "this youth is not guilty. Turn the German over." 2 soldiers did as he asked. De Montour shuddered, pointing. The rest of us glanced once, then recoiled in horror. "Could man have done that thing?" "With a dagger," began someone. "No dagger makes wounds like that," said the Spaniard. "The German was torn to pieces by the talons of some frightful beast." We glanced about us, half expecting some hideous monster to leap upon us from the shadows. We searched that castle, every foot, every inch of it, and we found no trace of any beast. Dawn was breaking when I returned to my room, to find that Gola had barred himself in, and it took me nearly a half-hour to convince him to let me in. Having smacked him soundly and berated him for his cowardice, I told him what had taken place, as he could understand French and could speak a weird mixture which he proudly called French. His mouth gaped, and only the whites of his eyes showed as the tale reached its climax. Jew, he whispered fearsomely. "Fetish man!" Suddenly an idea came to me. I had heard vague tales, little more than hints of legends, of the devilish leopard cult that existed on the west coast. No white man had ever seen one of its votaries, but Don Vincente had told us tales of beast-men, disguised in skins of leopards, who stole through the midnight jungle and slew and devoured. A ghastly thrill traveled up and down my spine, and in an instant I had Gola in a grasp which made him yell. "Was that a leopard man?" I hissed, shaking him viciously. Massa, he gasped. "Me good boy, Juju man get. More besser, no tell." "You'll tell me," I gritted, renewing my endeavors, until, his hands waving feeble protests, he promised to tell me what he knew. "No leopard man," he whispered, and his eyes grew big with supernatural fear. "Moon, he full. Woodcutter find. Him heap clod. Find another woodcutter. Big massa." Don Vincente. "Say leopard. No leopard, but leopard man. He come to kill. Something kill leopard man. Heap claw. Hi. Moon full again. Something come in lonely hut. Claw woman. Claw pick 'em. Man find claw up. Big massa say leopard. Full moon again, and woodcutter find heap clod. Now come in castle, no leopard, but always footmarks of a man." I gave a startled, incredulous exclamation. It was true, Gola averred. Always the footprints of a man led away from the scene of the murder. Then why did the natives not tell the big massa that he might hunt down the fiend? Here Gola assumed a crafty expression and whispered in my ear, "The footprints were of a man who wore shoes." Even assuming that Gola was lying, I felt a thrill of unexplainable horror. Who, then, did the natives believe was doing these frightful murders? And he answered, Dom Vincente. By this time, messieurs, my mind was in a whirl. What was the meaning of all this? Who slew the German and sought to ravish Marchita? And as I reviewed the crime, it appeared to me that murder, rather than rape, was the object of the attack. Why did de Montor warn us, and then appear to have knowledge of the crime, telling us that Demart was innocent and then proving it? It was all beyond me. The tale of the slaughter got among the natives, in spite of all we could do, and they appeared restless and nervous, and thrice that day Dom Vincente had a black lashed for insolence. A brooding atmosphere pervaded the castle. I considered going to Dom Vincente with Gola's tale, but decided to wait a while. The women kept their chambers that day. The men were restless and moody. Dom Vincente announced that the sentries would be doubled and some would patrol the corridors of the castle itself. I found myself musing cynically that if Gola's suspicions were true, sentries would be of little good. I am not, messieurs, a man to brook such a situation with patience, and I was young then. So as we drank before retiring, I flung my goblet on the table and angrily announced that in spite of man, beast or devil, I slept that night with doors flung wide, and I tramped angrily to my chamber. Again, as on the first night, de Montor came, and his face was as a man who has looked into the gaping gates of hell. I have come, he said, to ask you, nay, monsieur, to implore you, to reconsider your rash determination. I shook my head impatiently. You are resolved, yes? Then I ask you to do this for me, that after I enter my chamber, you will bolt my doors from the outside. I did as he asked, and then made my way back to my chamber, my mind in a maze of wonderment. I had sent Gola to the slave quarters, and I laid rapier and dagger close at hand. Nor did I go to bed, but crouched in a great chair in the darkness. Then I had much ado to keep from sleeping. To keep myself awake, I fell to musing on the strange words of de Montor. He seemed to be laboring under great excitement. His eyes hinted of ghastly mysteries known to him alone, and yet his face was not that of a wicked man. Suddenly the notion took me to go to his chamber and talk with him. Walking those dark passages was a shuddersome task, but eventually I stood before de Montor's door. I called softly. Silence. I reached out a hand and felt splintered fragments of wood. Hastily I struck flint and steel, which I carried, and the flaming tinder showed the great oaken door sagging on its mighty hinges, showed a door smashed and splintered from the inside, and the chamber of de Montor was unoccupied. Some instinct prompted me to hurry back to my room, swiftly but silently, shoeless feet treading softly. And as I neared the door, I was aware of something in the darkness before me, something which crept in from a side corridor and glided stealthily along. In a wild panic of fear, I leaped, striking wildly and aimlessly in the darkness. My clenched fist encountered a human head, and something went down with a crash. Again I struck a light. A man lay senseless on the floor, and he was de Montor. I thrust a candle into a niche in the wall, and just then de Montor's eyes opened, and he rose uncertainly. "You!" I exclaimed, hardly knowing what I said. "You, of all men!" He merely nodded. "You killed von Schiller?" "Yes." I recoiled with a gasp of horror. "Listen!" He raised his hand. "Take your rapier and run me through. No man will touch you." "No!" I exclaimed. "I cannot." "Then quick!" he said hurriedly. "Get into your chamber and bolt the door. Haste! It will return." "What will return?" I asked with a thrill of horror. "If it will harm me, it will harm you. Come into the chamber with me." "No, no!" he fairly shrieked, springing back from my outstretched arm. "Haste, haste! It left me for an instant, but it will return." Then in a low-pitched voice of indescribable horror, "It is returning! It is here now!" And I felt a something, a formless, shapeless presence near, a thing of frightfulness. De Montour was standing, legs braced, arms thrown back, fists clenched. The muscles bulged beneath his skin, his eyes widened and narrowed. The veins stood out upon his forehead as if in great physical effort. As I looked to my horror, out of nothing, a shapeless, nameless something took vague form. Like a shadow it moved upon de Montour. It was hovering about him. Good God! It was merging, becoming one with the man. De Montour swayed. A great gasp escaped him. The dim thing vanished. De Montour wavered. Then he turned toward me, and may God grant that I never look on a face like that again. It was a hideous, a bestial face. The eyes gleamed with a frightful ferocity. The snarling lips were drawn back from gleaming teeth, which to my startled gaze appeared more like bestial fangs than human teeth. Silently the thing, I cannot call it a human, slunk toward me. Gasping with horror, I sprang back and through the door, just as the thing launched itself through the air, with a sinuous motion which even then made me think of a leaping wolf. I slammed the door, holding it against the frightful thing which hurled itself again and again against it. Finally it desisted, and I heard it slink stealthily off down the corridor. Faint and exhausted, I sat down, waiting, listening. Through the open window wafted the breeze bearing all the scents of Africa, the spicy and the foul. From the native village came the sound of a native drum. Other drums answered farther up the river and back in a bush. Then from somewhere in the jungle, horridly incongruous, sounded the long, high-pitched call of a timber wolf. My soul revolted. Dawn brought a tale of terrified villagers, of a Negro woman torn by some fiend of the night, barely escaping, and to de Montour I went. On the way I met Don Vincente. He was perplexed and angry. "Some hellish thing is at work in this castle," he said. "Last night, though I have said naught of it to anyone, something leaped upon the back of one of the arquebusiers, tore the leather jerkin from his shoulders, and pursued him to the barbican. More, someone locked de Montour into his room last night, and he was forced to smash the door to get out." He strode on, muttering to himself, and I proceeded down the stairs more puzzled than ever. De Montour sat upon a stool, gazing out the window. An indescribable air of weariness was about him. His long hair was uncombed and tousled. His garments were tattered. With a shudder I saw faint crimson stains upon his hands, and noted that his nails were torn and broken. He looked up as I came in, and waved me to a seat. His face was worn and haggard, but was that of a man. After a moment's silence, he spoke. "I will tell you my strange tale. Never before has it passed my lips, and why I tell you, knowing that you will not believe me, I cannot say." And then I listened to what was surely the wildest, the most fantastic, the weirdest tale ever heard by man. "Years ago," said de Montour, "I was upon a military mission in northern France. Alone, I was forced to pass through the fiend-haunted woodlands of Villefert. In those frightful forests I was beset by an inhuman, a ghastly thing, a werewolf. Beneath a midnight moon we fought, and I slew it. Now this is the truth, that if a werewolf is slain in the half-form of a man, its ghost will haunt its slayer through eternity. But if it is slain as a wolf, hell gapes to receive it. The true werewolf is not, as many think, a man who may take the form of a wolf, but a wolf who takes the form of a man. Now listen, my friend, and I will tell you of the wisdom, the hellish knowledge that is mine, gained through many a frightful deed, imparted to me amid the ghastly shadows of midnight forests where fiends and half-beasts roamed. In the beginning the world was strange, mishappen. Grotesque beasts wandered through its jungles. Driven from another world, ancient demons and fiends came in great numbers and settled upon this newer, younger world. Long the forces of good and evil warred. A strange beast, known as man, wandered among the other beasts, and since good or bad must have a concrete form ere either accomplishes its desire, the spirits of good entered man. The fiends entered other beasts, reptiles, and birds, and long and fiercely waged the age-old battle. But man conquered. The great dragons and serpents were slain, and with them the demons. Finally, Solomon, wise beyond the ken of man, made great war upon them, and by virtue of his wisdom slew, seized, and bound. But there were some which were the fiercest, the boldest, and through Solomon drove them out he could not conquer them. Those had taken the form of wolves. As the ages passed, wolf and demon became merged. No longer could the fiend leave the body of the wolf at will. In many instances, the savagery of the wolf overcame the subtlety of the demon and enslaved him. So the wolf became again only a beast, a fierce, cunning beast, but merely a beast. But of the werewolves there are many, even yet. And during the time of the full moon, the wolf may take the form or the half-form of a man. When the moon hovers at her zenith, however, the wolf spirit again takes ascendancy, and the werewolf becomes a true wolf once more. But if it is slain in the form of a man, then the spirit is free to haunt its slayer through the ages. Hearken now, I had thought to have slain the thing after it had changed to its true shape, but I slew it an instant too soon. The moon, though it approached the zenith, had not yet reached it, nor had the thing taken on fully the wolf form. Of this I knew nothing, and went my way. But when the next time approached for the full moon, I began to be aware of a strange, malicious influence. An atmosphere of horror hovered in the air, and I was aware of inexplicable, uncanny impulses. One night in a small village in the center of a great forest, the influence came upon me with full power. It was night, and the moon, nearly full, was rising over the forest, and between the moon and me I saw, floating in the upper air, ghostly and barely discernible, the outline of a wolf's head. I remember little of what happened thereafter. I remember dimly clambering into the silent street, remember struggling, resisting briefly, vainly, and the rest is a crimson maze, until I came to myself the next morning and found my garments and hands caked and stained crimson, and heard the horrified chattering of the villagers, telling me of a pair of clandestine lovers, slaughtered in a ghastly manner, scarcely outside the village, torn to pieces as if by wild beasts, as if by wolves. From that village I fled aghast, but I fled not alone. In the day I could not feel the drive of my fearful captor, but when night fell and the moon rose, I ranged the silent forest, a frightful thing, a slayer of humans, a fiend in a man's body. God, the battles I have fought! But always it overcame me and drove me ravening over some new victim. But after the moon had passed its fullness, the thing's power over me ceased suddenly, nor did it return until 3 nights before the moon was full again. Since then I have roamed the world, fleeing, seeking to escape. Always the thing follows, taking possession of my body when the moon is full. Gods, the frightful deeds I have done! I would have slain myself long ago, but I dare not, for the soul of a suicide is accursed, and my soul would be forever hunted through the flames of hell. And hearken, most frightful of all, my slain body would forever roam the earth, moved and inhabited by the soul of a werewolf. Can any thought be more ghastly? And I seem immune to the weapons of man. Swords have pierced me, daggers have hacked me. I am covered with scars, yet never have they struck me down. In Germany they bound and led me to the block. There would I have willingly placed my head, but the thing came upon me, and breaking my bonds I slew and fled. Up and down the world I have wandered, leaving horror and slaughter in my trail. Chains, cells cannot hold me. The thing is fastened to me through all eternity. In desperation I accepted Don Vincente's invitation. For look you, none knows of my frightful double life, since no one could recognize me in the clutch of the demon, and few, seeing me, live to tell of it. My hands are red, my soul doomed to everlasting flames, my mind is torn with remorse for my crimes, and yet I can do nothing to help myself. Surely, Pierre, no man ever knew the hell that I have known. Yes, I slew von Schiller, and I sought to destroy the girl Margita. Why I did not, I cannot say, for I have slain both women and men. Now, if you will take your sword and slay me, and with my last breath I will give you the good God's blessing. No! You know now my tale, and you see before you a man, fiend-haunted, for all eternity. My mind was spinning with wonderment as I left the room of de Montour. What to do I knew not. It seemed likely that he would yet murder us all, and yet I could not bring myself to tell Don Vincente all. From the bottom of my soul I pitied de Montour. So I kept my peace, and in the days that followed I made occasion to seek him out and converse with him. A real friendship sprang up between us. About this time that black devil, Gola, began to wear an air of suppressed excitement, as if he knew something he wished desperately to tell, but would not, or else dared not. So the days passed in feasting, drinking, and hunting, until one night de Montour came to my chamber and pointed silently at the moon, which was just rising. "Look ye," he said, "I have a plan. I will give it out that I am going into the jungle for hunting, and will go forth, apparently for several days. But at night I will return to the castle, and you must lock me into the dungeon, which is used as a storeroom." This we did, and I managed to slip down twice a day and carry food and drink to my friend. He insisted on remaining in the dungeon even in the day, for though the fiend had never exerted its influence over him in the daytime, and he believed it powerless then, yet he would take no chances. It was during this time that I began to notice that Don Vincente's mink-faced cousin, Carlos, was forcing his attentions upon Isabel, who was his second cousin, and who seemed to resent those attentions. Myself, I would have challenged him for a duel for the toss of a coin, for I despised him, but it was really none of my affair. However, it seemed that Isabel feared him. My friend Luigi, by the way, had become enamored of the dainty Portuguese girl, and was making swift love to her daily. And de Montour sat in his cell and reviewed his ghastly deeds until he battered the bars with his bare hands. And Don Florenzo wandered about the castle grounds like a dour Mephistopheles. And the other guests rode and quarreled and drank. And Gola slithered about, eyeing me if always on the point of imparting momentous information. What wonder if my nerves became rasped to the shrieking point? Each day the natives grew surlier and more sullen and intractable. One night, not long before the full of the moon, I entered the dungeon where de Montour sat. He looked up quickly. "You dare much, coming to me in the night?" I shrugged my shoulders, seating myself. A small barred window let in the night scents and sounds of Africa. "Hark to the native drums," I said. For the past week they have sounded almost incessantly. De Montour assented. The natives are restless. Methinks 'tis deviltry they are planning. Have you noticed that Carlos is much among them? No, I answered. But 'tis like there will be a break between him and Luigi. Luigi is paying court to Isabel. So we talked, when suddenly de Montour became silent and moody, answering only in monosyllables. The moon rose and peered in at the barred windows. De Montour's face was illuminated by its beams. And then the hand of horror grasped me. On the wall behind de Montour appeared a shadow clearly defined of a wolf's head. At the same instant, de Montour felt its influence. With a shriek, he bounded from his stool. He pointed fiercely, and as with trembling hands I slammed and bolted the door behind me, I felt him hurl his weight against it. As I fled up the stairway, I heard a wild raving and battering at the iron-bound door. But with all the werewolf's might, the great door held. As I entered my room, Gola dashed in and gasped out the tale he had been keeping for days. I listened incredulously, and then dashed forth to find Don Vincente. I was told that Carlos had asked him to accompany him to the village to arrange a sale of slaves. My informer was Don Florenzo of Seville, and when I gave him a brief outline of Gola's tale, he accompanied me. Together we dashed through the castle gate, flinging a word to the guards, and down the landing toward the village. Don Vincente, walk with care. Keep sword loosened in its sheath. Fool to walk in the night with Carlos, the traitor! They were nearing the village when we caught up with them. Don Vincente! I exclaimed. Return instantly to the castle. Carlos is selling you into the hands of the natives. Gola has told me that he lusts for your wealth and for Isabel. A terrified native babbled to him of booted footprints near the places where the woodcutters were murdered. And Carlos has made the blacks believe that the slayer was you. Tonight the natives were to rise and slay every man in the castle except Carlos. Do you not believe me, Don Vincente? Is this truth, Carlos? Asked Don Vincente in amaze. Carlos laughed mockingly. The fool speaks truth, he said, but it accomplishes you nothing. Ho! He shouted as he leapt for Don Vincente. Steel flashed in the moonlight, and the Spaniard's sword was through Carlos ere he could move, and the shadows rose about us. Then it was back to back, sword and dagger, 3 men against 100. Spears flashed, and a fiendish yell went up from savage throats. I spitted 3 natives in as many thrusts, and then went down from a stunning swing from a war club, and an instant later Don Vincente fell upon me, with a spear in one arm and another through the leg. Don Florenzo was standing above us, sword leaping like a living thing, when a charge of the arquebusiers swept the riverbank clear, and we were borne into the castle. The black hordes came with a rush, spears flashing like a wave of steel, a thunderous roar of savagery going up to the skies. Time and again they swept up the slopes, bounding the moat, until they were swarming over the palisades. And time and again the fire of the 100-odd defenders hurled them back. They had set fire to the plundered warehouses, and their light vied with the light of the moon. Just across the river there was a larger storehouse, and about this hordes of the natives gathered, tearing it apart for plunder. Would that they would drop torch upon it, said Don Vincente, for naught is stored therein, save for 1,000 pounds of gunpowder. I dare not store the treacherous stuff this side of the river. All the tribes of the river and coast have gathered for our slaughter, and all my ships are upon the seas. We may hold out a while, but eventually they will swarm the palisade and put us to the slaughter. I hastened to the dungeon wherein de Montour sat. Outside the door I called to him, and he bade me enter in voice, which told me the fiend had left him for an instant. The blacks have risen, I told him. I guessed as much. How goes the battle? I gave him the details of the betrayal and the fight, and mentioned the powder house across the river. He sprang to his feet. "Now, by my hag-ridden soul," he exclaimed, "I will fling the dice once more with hell. Swift, let me out of the castle. I will essay to swim the river and set off yon powder." "It is insanity!" I exclaimed. 1,000 blacks lurk between the palisades and the river, and thrice that number beyond. The river itself swarms with crocodiles. "I will attempt it," he answered, a great light in his face. "If I can reach it, some 1,000 natives will lighten the siege. If I am slain, then my soul is free, and mayhap will gain some forgiveness for that I gave my life to atone for my crimes. Then—" "Haste!" he exclaimed, "for their demon is returning. Already I feel his influence. Haste ye!" For the castle gates we sped, and as de Montor ran, he gasped as a man in a terrific battle. At the gate he pitched headlong, then rose to spring through it. Wild yells greeted him from the natives. The arquebusier shouted curses at him and at me. Peering down from the top of the palisades, I saw him turn from side to side uncertainly. A score of natives were rushing recklessly forward, spears raised. Then the eerie wolf yell rose to the skies, and de Montor bounded forward. Aghast, the natives paused, and before a man of them could move, he was among them. Wild shrieks, not of rage, but of terror. In amazement, the arquebusiers held their fire. Straight through the group of blacks de Montor charged, and when they broke and fled, 3 of them fled not. A dozen steps de Montor took in pursuit, then stopped stock still. A moment he stood so, while spears flew about him, then turned and ran swiftly in the direction of the river. A few steps from the river another band of blacks barred his way. In the flaming light of the burning houses the scene was clearly illuminated. A thrown spear tore through de Montor's shoulder. Without pausing in his stride he tore it forth and drove it through a native, leaping over his body to get among the others. They could not face the fiend-driven white man. With shrieks they fled, and de Montor, bounding upon the back of one, brought him down. Then he rose, staggered, and sprang to the river-bank. An instant he paused there, and then vanished in the shadows. "Name of the devil!" gasped Don Vincente at my shoulder. "What manner of man is that? Was that de Montor?" I nodded. The wild yells of the natives rose above the crackle of the arquebus fire. They were massed thick about the great warehouse across the river. "They plan a great rush," said Don Vincente. "They will swarm clear over the palisade, methinks. Ha!" A crash that seemed to rip the skies apart. A burst of flame that mounted to the stars. The castle rocked with the explosion. Then silence, as the smoke drifting away showed only a great crater where the warehouse had stood. I could tell of how Don Vincente led a charge, crippled as he was, out of the castle gate and down the slope, to fall upon the terrified blacks who had escaped the explosion. I could tell of the slaughter, of the victory and the pursuit of the fleeing natives. I could tell too, messieurs, of how I became separated from the band and of how I wandered far into the jungle, unable to find my way back to the coast. I could tell how I was captured by a wandering band of slave raiders and of how I escaped. But such is not my intention. In itself it would make a long tale, and it is of de Montor that I am speaking. I thought much of the things that had passed, and wondered if indeed de Montor reached the storehouse to blow it to the skies, or whether it was but the deed of chance. That a man could swim that reptile-swarming river, fiend-driven though he was, seemed impossible. And if he blew up the storehouse, he must have gone up with it. So one night I pushed my way wearily through the jungle and sighted the coast. and close to the shore a small tumble-down hut of thatch. To it I went, thinking to sleep therein if insects and reptiles would allow. I entered the doorway and then stopped short. Upon a makeshift stool sat a man. He looked up as I entered, and the rays of the moon fell across his face. I started back with a ghastly thrill of horror. It was de Montour, and the moon was full. Then, as I stood, unable to flee, he rose and came toward me, and his face, though haggard as of a man who had looked into hell, was the face of a sane man. "Come in, my friend," he said, and there was a great peace in his voice. "Come in, and fear me not. The fiend has left me forever." "But tell me, how conquered you?" I exclaimed as I grasped his hand. "I fought a frightful battle as I ran to the river," he answered, "for the fiend had me in its grasp and drove me to fall upon the natives. But for the first time my soul and mind gained ascendancy for an instant just long enough to hold me to my purpose. And I believe the good saints came to my aid, for I was giving my life to save life. I leaped into the river and swam, and in an instant the crocodiles were swarming about me. Again, in the clutch of the fiend, I fought them, there in the river. Then suddenly the thing left me. I climbed from the river and fired the warehouse. The explosion hurled me hundreds of feet, and for days I wandered witless through the jungle. But the full moon came and came again, and I felt not the influence of the fiend. I am free, free!" And a wondrous note of exultation, nay, exultation, thrilled his words. "My soul is free! Incredible as it seems, the demon lies drowned upon the bed of the river, or else inhabits the body of one of the savage reptiles that swim the ways of the Niger." End of Wolf's Head.